All right, I think we're live. All right, welcome everybody. Welcome to the stream. My name is Patrick France, senior instructor here at VectorVest. Today I have Glenn Tompkins, another fellow senior instructor here at VectorVest with me, and we're going to be looking at the Robinhood IPO. It's one of the biggest talked about IPO releases so far this year. Coinbase was the second biggest probably, and we streamed that. So we wanted to bring this to you guys today. We're going to be highlighting the Robinhood IPO, talking about our thoughts on it, talking about what's going on with it, and really just discussing with you guys as we wait for the opening tick on what to expect, where this company is going, some of the pros, cons, and everything in between. So, Glenn, if you want to say hi to everybody out there.
Howdy. I'm Glenn Tompkins, senior instructor here from VectorVest, and glad to be here. Glad to be here with Patrick on this. This is going to be a good day. Excuse me. Any IPO of a stock is a good thing for the most part, but a big name like Robinhood, very anticipated. I think it's going to be a good day, and we're going to be here along the way until it starts to ticking to see what's going on, and we'll actually even look at people's stocks and that kind of thing.
Yeah, and if you guys continue to like what's going on even after it starts trading, we'll stick around, continue to watch it with everybody, maybe give some analysis in on it. Also, today's going to be a little bit different for anybody who's already a VectorVest subscriber, been following us for a while, and knows that on Thursdays, Glenn and myself do a lot of streams throughout the day. So at 11 a.m., I do a mobile stream where I talk about the stock advisory app. And then at 2 o'clock, Glenn does a Trending Thursday where he talks about the news, what the major headlines are, all the things that you need to be aware of. So today, if Robinhood doesn't start trading before 11 a.m., we'll go into from right now into the mobile stream. So if anybody who's tuning in is not familiar with us, you can see what the VectorVest Stock Advisory app is all about. And then if we're still going strong at 2 p.m., it's going to be a long day. But if we're still going strong, you guys are still going strong, we'll roll right into Glenn's Trending Thursdays at 2. So everybody who's in here, everybody who's hanging out with us can really get a sense of what VectorVest does, what we're about, and some of the other content that we have besides doing these live streams, talking about IPO releases.
So this is going to be a long
we already have
streaming
a
day
lot
for
of
us.
people tuning in. I love seeing it. Let's just give some shout outs. Good morning, Mauro, Jimmy, Maria, Renaud, Clay. Welcome everybody. Hopefully you guys are all doing well. Billabong was here saying every IPO I've tried never got filled. I feel like I'm forced to wait after the drops. Well, sometimes that can be a good thing. You know, patience comes to those who wait. So that can be not a bad thing at times.
And Stefano, a lot of times when you look at IPOs, a lot of IPOs, and there's a lot of news about that as well. A lot of IPOs are overvalued because of the buzz behind it, but people are willing to jump on board because they want to get in on the ground floor of the trade. So that is not abnormal. You can Google it. Most IPOs that come out are grossly overvalued from that perspective, but it's about the buzz and getting in on the trade early as possible. Just be careful. That's all.
Couldn't agree more with that.
Yeah.
Oh, appreciate that, Ant. Thank you very much.
Look at that.
This is awesome. I love having so many people here already. We're just getting started and already seeing everybody ready to go. Everybody's excited about it.
So as you can see, super chats are available if you want to do them. We won't ask for them, but if you like the content, folks, hit the like button, number one. If you're brand new to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. We've got a lot of content, and this is our second channel. This is our live channel, but we have another channel where Patrick and I put out videos every day. So if you're new, please subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell icon so that when new content like this that we're doing today comes out, you'll be alerted. But super chats are available. Thank you very much for hitting that. And you know, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be a fun day. I'm glad that we're doing this. I'm happy. This is gonna be a good thing.
This is your first time streaming with us on an IPO day, isn't it?
Yeah, because I wasn't with the coin one. I didn't do that. Was you and Jason. but we're doing now Robinhood. So, and I'm thinking that the viewership is going to grow just like it did the last time. So this is going to be a fun day.
I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a long day, but as long as you guys keep us excited, as long as you guys are energized about it, that keeps us motivated. We can continue to go on. Maybe even a full day stream. This could be a full day stream here.
Interesting question. Paul says, what should Robinhood be worth per share? And I don't think that it's us that can determine that. It is going to be the market. It's going to be the people who are buying into it. All we can do is speculate, and that's all really Robinhood can do is speculate on where they think they should be valued at. But it's going to be the market overall that puts what it's worth, and that's how this IPO thing works. And what people feel is where the stock's price is going to eventually go. So I can't answer. I don't think. And Patrick, if you want to chime in on that, what should the Robinhood stock be worth per share? That's my 2 cents on it.
Yeah. So, going into the IPO, they have different phases essentially. You start off, with the prospectus, the initial filing, and then you start taking offers or bids to come up with a range of what people are willing to pay for the most part. And then you finally set that final price. So for anybody who hasn't been following with it, the range initially set was 38 to 42. And that roughly equates to about 2.3 billion that they're looking to make off of this, off of releasing their shares to the public. The weird thing about it is though, is the final price came in at the very low of their evaluation or their range that they were expecting to go for, which kind of brings concern a little bit. Also, when you look at it and they're basing that price off of the first quarter and all the retail trading frenzy that happened during that time frame, their numbers were a lot higher or inflated during that quarter, and that's what they're basing their pricing off of.
Right.
So, the fact that that's what they're basing their pricing off of, it came in at the lower end of the evaluation, kind of makes me worried about if the 38 even is still a little too high.
Viable.
It's going to be interesting to see though. It's anybody's guess at this point, honestly, where exactly it's going to come out at, what it's going to do, how it's going to trade through the very first day of trading. But at the same time, there are some things with this that come along with this IPO, almost baggage, if you will, that make it a little bit worrisome, if you ask me.
And I see here that a couple of people already bought, and Patrick and I were talking about that yesterday, that they are giving the opportunity for people to get in prior to the stock's IPO to take a part of that jump that most IPOs experience is that jump. So they're giving people that opportunity. And then what we have often seen on many IPOs is that they jump up and then they come down quick. So the people who are going to, from the onset make money on the trade are going to be the people who can get in early. And just like the other person stated, that every time I jump into the IPO, it jumps down, it pops down, and it does. Inherently, that's what happens with IPOs. But if you were in early, you have the opportunity to take advantage of that big pop. And Patrick was showing me on the Robinhood app? Patrick was showing you the process to be able to get in, but there's a stipulation there. I'll let Patrick finish it up from there in that order flow and what has to happen in order for you to do this again.
Yeah, so last night I was looking at it, trying to set up or thinking about looking at the shares, going through Robinhood's app, pulling it up real fast so I can find it. But when you go into their new IPO section so you can start getting in early, some of the things that they have that they mention are restrictions against people who are jumping in the IPO. One of the first restrictions that I found interesting was what they call their flipping policy, which simply states that anybody who buys from their IPO early access, If you are caught or if you sell your shares within the first 30 days after the IPO releases, you could potentially be banned from their early access rights there that they're giving to people. Which, some could take that as, yeah, they don't want flippers, but also could come across as we're worried about what's going to happen if we do this and it could be abused. Or they know that their stock may go down if people right out of the gate, if people just instantly sell after it gaps up or has, that first trade and shoots off for a couple of minutes. That typically happens like we saw with the Coinbase IPO. So it could potentially, if you do that, you could potentially get banned from being able to access their IPO markets going forward. Also, one of the other interesting points was, they talked about that IPOs, investing in IPOs are riskier than typically getting into other stocks, or, longer term holdings or any type of stock that's already had a proven track record. And
it's the way of them covering themselves.
Exactly. And as we've seen with a lot of the IPOs this year, they've shot up right out of the gate, but then they take a big hit. Also, I've read a statistic yesterday. There's been now 7, I believe this will be the 7th IPO that releases this year with a $2 billion valuation. And every one of them, all 6 of them prior to this have basically tumbled right out of the gate. So
I like Anthony's statement. Got in at 38. If it shoots up, I'll definitely sell. Ban me. And if it goes down, well, just another day for me. Hey, listen, that's real. That's keeping it real right there. Saying, listen, I'm gonna make my money. If you like it, fine. If you don't like it, I don't care. And I like that. I hear you. I hear you.
I mean, making money is making money. It's, you got to do what you got to do to make sure that you take that profit. You don't want to give back profits. And that follows exactly with our philosophy here.
And then Vince is putting in a little speculation there. I think Robinhood might create a crypto exchange. All right.
Well, I saw speculation there, Vince, just a few weeks ago, or just a couple of days ago, actually. When they were doing their roadshow, if anybody's familiar with it, Robinhood over the last weekend did a online event to basically promote their IPO release this week. And one of the things that they talked about is, the payment for order flow, which is a big concern if you're buying Hood's IPO.
Right.
And people asked them, hey, are you going to be able to adjust? Are you going to be able to shift your business model to accommodate that if your main source of income goes away? The guy came out stating, what they were talking about doing is setting up their own market maker. So basically, instead of going through Citadel, Virtu, Point72, those guys, they would basically become their own market maker and be able to handle all their own orders.
And guess what? Now they take on the full brunt of whatever, good or bad, happens at that point. But at least it takes the onus of onus of culpability off of them, because they did it instead of having somebody else come on them and say, well, you got to handle this. And that puts you in a precarious situation. And by the way, Badger, thank you for that. Another super chat as we go on heading out this morning, man. I'm telling you, today's going to be a good day.
I agree. But yeah, so getting back, or the whole reason why them becoming their own market maker, not only for stocks, but if they did the crypto exchange as well, then that would be really the first popular platform or trading platform that offers a full spectrum of stocks, crypto, ETFs, options. So basically they would be beating the market, the bigger guys like TD Ameritrade, Charles Schwab, Fidelity, those people who have said that they're going to start allowing certain customers to trade crypto. They would basically be beating them to the punch, and that would be a game changer for them, I feel like.
Well, talking about game changers, Robinhood in and of itself has been a game changer. They were the first broker to come out with no commissions. And after that, they set the trend. They set the trend that everybody else had to fall in line with. And that's, if we look at the no commission format that we have now, we have to go back and think, wow, Robinhood was the one that set that up. and everybody fell in line. So they were a game changer. They however you want to look at it, from a good or bad perspective of what you think the stock's IPO is going to do, Robinhood set the trend for everyone to be able to not have to pay brokerage fees in regards to trading, and it opened up a whole new world. Just like what Disney show is that, Derek Patrick? You the one with the kids. A whole new world. Was that Aladdin?
Um,
Anyway,
I
a
know which one you're
whole
talking about. I
new
forget the name of it off
world.
the top of
And
my
that's
head,
what
though.
Robinhood did. They opened up a whole new world to investors who are, one, didn't have a lot of money to get into the market. Two, were nervous about the idea of, wow, I got to have a lot of money to get in, and this is different, and this is difficult, and da 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 da. Robinhood was the original brokerage per se for the retail investor. So even all of the bad things that have happened behind the scenes with Robinhood, and we'll get into that along in this conversation, but I think we can't lose sight of what they did for the retail investor overall. Now, is that still going on? Again, that's a question for another opportunity to talk about. But let's put the onus of the beginnings where it belongs, and it does belong on Robinhood. And even with all of that, it's now gotten them to the point where they are right now to go public as an initial public offering. So just that's the way I look at it. Oh, it's Aladdin. It was Aladdin. What did I say? Did I not say it was Aladdin? I should have sang the whole song, but I think we would have scared people. Well, I would have scared people away. So there we go.
Hey, Glenn. So speaking of, them coming out being the first to do this sort of thing, if you remember Sean Hawthorne, he's the guy, good friend of mine, used to work here.
Yeah.
He actually sent me it when Robinhood was first coming out and they were putting out beta testers. He got me on the list with himself, and we started doing the beta testing on the Robinhood app before it became public.
Wow. See,
and so
how long ago now?
That was like 2016, 2015, something like that, I believe.
And look at where they are now. So that went, what is that, 5 years, 6 years?
Yep.
To get from a beta test to now being publicly traded. That's innovation right there. And those are companies that you look at for the long term. Now, I saw somebody posting here that they were looking at Robinhood for the long term. Well, from that perspective, looking at it on that level, Robinhood could be a good long-term play, especially if they keep doing the things that they're trying to do with, if you ever look at the Robinhood app, I've got a Robinhood account. They got a lot going on. There's a lot, you can look at all kinds of lists that they make for you. They try to make the investing for the retail investor as easy as possible. The other side of that is that they are entry-level investors, and a lot of them are not well versed in the world of investing. So I think that being able to have a tool like VectorVest to give you a lot of insight on stocks to get into, and then having the ease of placing the trade with a Robinhood, marry those two together, that could be very advantageous. Now, I'm not shutting down any of the other brokerages that are out there. They've been around for a long time. But remember this, every company that is doing well now had to IPO at some point, right? And that's where Robinhood now falls into that category of they're going out, taking baby steps, and to get on up the road with like the TD Ameritrades and the E-Trades and the Charles Schwabs and all of that stuff. So
let me ask your thoughts on this, Glenn.
Yeah.
Because it's now been 5 or 6 years, and we've seen the growth, especially after the beginning of this year with Robinhood.
Mm-hmm.
What's your thoughts? Do you think it's a little late? Are they late to the offering, or do you think there's still a lot of room to grow for retail out there to be able to, new investors to be able to come into them?
Right. My personal opinion is you had to set a track record of being able to, one, grow your customer base, which they did. Since the debacle that happened, and I got this from someone here at VectorVest, Since the debacle that happened with the shutting down of buying of shares of AMC and GME, they still have, since that time, brought on 4.2 million accounts.
Whew.
These are accounts that brought that put money in VectorVest in Robinhood. So that says a little something. Now, from a long-term perspective, what am I looking for? I'm looking to see where their loyalty stands. These people who in Robinhood is first in front of everybody out there. A lot of people I'm going to open up a Robinhood account. I'm going to, and even with them over the past 5-6 years, they've been able to grow that business to the point that they're going to go IPO. I think as long as they continue to cater to the retail investor, to make it easy for them to invest in the market, then they're going to continue to grow their business. And so my personal opinion is long term, I don't think that they're late to the game. I think that they're right in line with making sure that they were viably able to sustain what they are doing before they went IPO. So I don't think they're late to the game. I think that long term, as long as they keep on growing their business the way that they are, they're going to be good and they're going to be able to keep up with the big boys and do so for a long time. Now, on the other side of that, because it's an IPO, I think there's a lot of buzz behind it. I think there's a lot of hype behind it. And I think that the stock is going to shoot up out of the gate. But when we look at stocks and we analyze stocks in the VectorVest system, what do we look for? We look for longevity. We look to make sure that the company, now that it's in business as a publicly traded company, what are they doing? Goes back to Janet Jackson. What have you done for me lately? All right. And that's what this is going to be looking at. It's great that you IPO'd. But what have you done for me lately? Well, there's not a lot of data to tell me what you've done for me lately. So there's the conundrum in trying to truly analyze the stock early on in its infancy. And that happens with the majority of IPOs that come out, is that same conundrum. Now, what do you think? What do you think? Do you think that based upon what they've done prior to now before going IPO, do you think that they're good long term? Then you sit there and hold, or you wait till the stock goes down, wait till it finds a floor, and if you're still good on what the stock's potential is, maybe you buy the dip. But nonetheless, I still think that IPO that it is a good company to look at long term based on the past performance right now.
See, that's the thing, is personally, from a long-term perspective, I've been a little skeptical. The thing that would turn me on as a long-term play is if they, or when they announce that they become a market maker, they have their own market maker rather than having to go through different areas. Because as we've seen, being a market maker is apparently pretty profitable.
Oh yeah.
And so that's why, if that comes out and they announce that part, I could get on board with a long-term play at that point. But
that becomes innovation, right? That's an innovative move.
Exactly. And then, they're beating everybody to the punch, especially if they add the crypto market, because let's be honest about it. One of the big things that keeps Robinhood going right now is Dogecoin. Dogecoin has been one of their biggest hits. A lot of people got introduced to it through Robinhood, and it's been one of their big money makers. So I think, getting people familiar with crypto, trading crypto, and allowing that access to be able to trade it directly through their app is definitely innovative. And I think that's opened a lot of people's eyes to the crypto markets. And if they can get their own exchange basically for it, oh man, like that's going to be insane profits that we've never seen before for a company like this.
And Victor, when will it start? Don't know. And that's why did that just happen?
No, not yet.
What was that? I see a big spike.
Yeah, probably from when the data was being added in.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing to worry about. Nothing quite yet. And that's the thing,
right.
People, for anybody tuning in that's never seen an IPO release, you don't know when it's going to release. It could be releasing any minute now. It could be releasing next minute. or it may be 1:30, 2 o'clock before it starts trading. Uh,
And that's why we're here live now, because we want to try to make sure that we're live when it actually starts trading.
Exactly. Also, I saw a comment coming in a little bit ago. Where was it? Something about excited about wanting to short or you're getting. Oh yeah, who's ready to put their first short ever on Hood? Folks, if you were thinking about shorting Hood,
here we go.
If you're going through like the whole GME AMC thing, I get it. I know where you're coming from. If anybody who's not familiar with us, you can go to our other YouTube channel. You can watch the videos. I did even a GME video last night. But I would definitely advise against shorting it right out of the gate. I'm pretty sure that they have a lot of people that are fairly confident people are going to try to short it right out of the gate. And as long as they have their big friends available to help them keep their stock price higher, you have a lot of big players behind them. Shorting Hood is one thing I would recommend against just personally. I'd rather just sit on my hands and not trade it at all.
There you go.
Than try to short it.
Either you're in or you're out.
Yeah.
And that's the way that I look at it. Either you believe in the stock, and something, no matter what you hear anywhere, you got to believe in the stock before you go buy it. But if you believe in the stock, then you're going to get into it. If you want to wait and see what it does, then you're going to do that. So everybody in this room is different, and we bring, by all means, bring that to the game right here. Don't be if you're not going to buy it, it's okay. If you are going to buy it, okay. How about Carlos says about 10:30, 11 o'clock? I don't know where you got your information from, Carlos, but if you did, I hope it's good.
Yeah, I've been looking all morning and can't verify that. So
I can't find anything as of yet.
But yeah, I mean, regardless of whether you're on the bull side of Robinhood or you're on the bear side of Robinhood, I think we can all agree that this IPO is definitely going to be interesting and it's going to be fun to watch regardless. Whether you expect the stock to drop or pop, doesn't matter. It's going to be interesting to say the least because, of how much publicity Robinhood has got over the last, 7 months or so now? Yeah. So we're gonna make sure we pay attention to it, keep an eye on it. It's gonna be interesting to see how some of the other stocks trade that have been associated with Robinhood today. It's gonna be interesting to see how those trade as well. I'm kind of curious about that.
I got a story here, Patrick. I'm gonna Teams it to you. Copy. I just want to know. I want to take a look at it.
All right.
Let's put this right here. I put it in that group that you, me,
I got
Joey.
You.
Okay, take a look at that story for me. I just saw it. I haven't read it.
I'm waiting for it to come through.
It says, oh, did I send it? Yeah, I sent it. It says, what makes the Robinhood IPO stand out? So. I don't know. Listen,
man, you could just walked it over to me by this point.
I could have. How about
send it again?
Hold on, I'm gonna do it this way. Copy the link. I put it in the chat. Paste. See if that works. I put it in the chat.
Okay. Let me go pull that up real quick then.
See if that works.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it in there either.
No, in the YouTube chat.
Oh, okay, cool.
I made it easier. I done did it easier for you. Yeah.
Here we go. Got it.
All right. Some of us are a little slower than others.
Hey, you know what? It's early.
Excuse me.
There we go. All right, cool. Got it here.
So again, I haven't read the story. I just saw it as a headline. just to take a look at it. I'm so ready for Robinhood to release, and I hear you, True Boxing. All right, so that's the story. That's Vlad, of course. And we can read it. Can you bump that up like 100 to 150%? Does VectorVest have an app in Apple App Store? And the answer to that is yes, Clyde, we do.
And if you're interested in it, stick around till 11, and I will highlight it for you guys as well.
All right, there we go. So this is London CNN. Robinhood makes its Wall Street debut on Thursday. The fast-growing trading app has provided a new generation of everyday investors with access to financial markets, but is also highly controversial. See, again, I didn't read it. It talks about what it's offering at $32 billion, but the action isn't over yet. Investors and IPO experts are closely watching Robinhood's first day of trading in the NASDAQ. Much of the interest is due to unusual feature of Robinhood's IPO. The company set aside up to 35% of shares for individual investors on its platform, a huge chunk of stock that could fuel initial volatility. So, giving 35% of what they got available to the retail investors is huge. How many times? When is the last time you've seen any company give that much available to the retail investor to get in? And that is what makes it stand out. So as we see that people are in here saying that they've already bought into the IPO, this is because they put that much aside for you guys to be able to do so. That does set them aside, right? How many people were able to get into Doge, Coinbase before it released? Do you know, Patrick, if there were any?
Zero people.
And that stock still took off before it fell. But it's interesting, and this is where the loyalty comes back, the loyalty to the Robinhood platform. They're paying off to the people who are with them to say, here, we're going to give you an opportunity to buy pre-IPO, unlike what other companies do. And I think that's going to be huge. That's going to be huge in making not only price spike, but move higher. Could possibly because the retail investor now has access to the stock pre-IPO. I think that's kind of very interesting. And I don't know who else has done that. That's
the thing is, that's what I was showing you earlier this morning. They're allowing not only everybody to jump on board with their IPO, this is a whole new category that they're adding to their app to allow people access to new IPOs coming out as well, not just their own.
And that's innovation still. And innovative companies tend to be successful because people like innovation. When you find innovation, people like to have the idea, wow, this is doing something different. I want to get in early. And that could help Robinhood.
I agree.
So we can play both sides of the fence, whether we think that it's going to go up or go down. And we can argue on both sides, both cases, whether it should go up or go down. But we'll see. So we're not biased in either way. And I think that's the really cool thing about what we're doing with this live stream is we're not fanatical in either direction. We want to give you unbiased, true information so that you can make your own decisions. We're not pushing nobody in any direction. We want you guys to do your own due diligence and make your own decisions. We're here to present the case on either side.
And that's the thing is, I mean, there's no doubt about it. Getting into it, going back to the article real quick, they have their value, the firm at $32 billion, probably in here as well. If we go down, every time you get into it, they always talk about the numbers. Where was that article you were showing me? Does this have it, or is that another one?
Which one? Which article?
Talking about how they made $331 million, I believe it was, just from one of their market makers at the Q1 this year.
Oh, I got you. Hold on, I'll get you that story. 1.4 billion countries. Yep, here it is. Let me copy that one. That one I got from Barron's. Let me go put it in the chat. That one I got from Barron's. Let me tell you something. between Patrick and I, we've got so many resources to try to when we come up with news for these stocks. If you look at my Chrome, I've got about 32 different um, things up there for looking at stuff. So this was a Barron's article. I put
There
it in
we
the chat again.
go. Let me put that in real quick.
And that was an interesting article on how they made money on the market makers. And you know something, when Patrick says from an innovative perspective, market making it makes a lot of money. Market makers make a lot of. Pump that up again for me, please.
I just did.
Thank you.
So yeah, here what you were showing me earlier that I found, super fascinating. They were paid $331 million by market makers to execute the stocks in the first quarter of this year. Now, if they're getting paid $331 million just to take the order flow, think how much the market makers are making to trade that order flow. If they're willing to pay $331 million, that means they have to make a lot more than that to make it worthwhile for them. So yeah, if Robinhood decides to say, we're going to start our own market making service, the money they would be taking in would be this 331 million plus a lot more. And from a long-term perspective, that would be absolutely massive. That'd be a huge growth play right there, especially when you bake in the price of $38 a share right now. But at the same time, they have to show something. They have to show signs of a change, or have to give some sort of news basically to let people know that they're actually doing this, that they've pivoted in the right way, before I think we're going to see that huge run up for a long-term play. Kind of like Facebook was. Facebook, when they came out, yeah, they were making money. It was one of the most popular social media apps out there, but they weren't making enough money to keep Wall Street happy until they started really changing the way their platform worked. They added new functionality, new features, really bumped up their ad revenue. And then now look at it. What did they just do last quarter? $28 billion in revenue just last quarter?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, that's the same kind of story. I look at it very similar to the way Facebook was originally. What did it open at? 32, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Don't remember.
Yeah, I think it opened up at 32 or mid-30s, somewhere in that range. Then all of a sudden it came tumbling down to the mid-teens. I believe the low was like 16 or so. And then that's when it started that run, and look what it's done ever since.
Absolutely. So it all depends on how you look at the stock. Was Facebook viable long term because of its innovation of what it does? And look at it now. You have to say the same thing about Robinhood. Let's go take a look at the graph. Did it pop yet?
That's what I'm doing right now. You read my mind.
There you go. Let's go see.
All right, so that's a 1 year. Let me clear it up a little bit. Keep volume on, take off. Go ahead, add on earnings per share.
$359. Look at that. Look at that.
Look at that earnings. What's the saying we go here with, Glenn?
Earnings is the engine that drives the stock's price higher, man. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that.
5 years.
That's crazy.
And so at the very beginning, it had it stalled right out of the gate, but they made some changes, really monetized their platform, and now look at it.
There you go.
So I think with all the issues going on with GameStop, with Robinhood right now, yes, there's some short-term hurdles in their way, but if they can overcome those, if they can, get their business model on track, just like Facebook did, I mean, there's no reason why Robinhood couldn't be another stock like that.
Absolutely.
Especially coming in the NASDAQ.
And that's going to be huge for them. That's a hotbed for all tech stocks. That's the hotbed, man. And tracks about 4,300 stocks. Of course, the majority of them are tech companies. But that's where tech companies go to grow. And coming out of the gate being listed on the NASDAQ, not coming out of the gate being listed on the over-the-counter, but this is coming out of the gate going into the NASDAQ is big. It's big. Is there a disadvantage to trading Hood through a different app than Robinhood?
Really, the only thing I can think of is that Robinhood's allowing their users to get in at the IPO price, whereas if you're on a different platform, you'd have to wait for the first tick and
Right.
trade it at what the market price is.
I agree with that. So.
To answer Clyde's question as well, he's saying he tried to use or is told his email is invalid. Clyde, if you're already a subscriber with VectorVest, all you do is use the same username and password that you use to sign into the desktop, into the mobile, and you'll get right in. You don't have to sign up for a new account or anything different. Use the same information. You can log right into it.
Everybody who is a VectorVest subscriber has access to the app. That's a cool thing about that. They automatically get access to the app.
Yeah.
See, people are saying they bought shares. It's not finalized until it's filled. So Billabong, and that's fine. They'll get an email that tells if it has been filled or not. You've put your order in. Unlike when you buy into a regular stock, because this is IPO, you'll get an email that will let you know that your order has been filled and at what price.
And those were filled. The people who bought in through Robinhood on the IPO, those should have already been filled from my understanding, from what I've seen. Or maybe they're still getting filled at this point. Maybe that's why, that's part of the delay with this kind of process. There's a lot of inner workings in the background when a company releases an IPO. You have to go to the NASDAQ, have their tickers added in, have everything set up, making sure that it's connecting with their systems. So there's a lot of work in the background that takes place, and that's what typically delays the IPO release. But yeah, so they could be still filling people's orders right now before the actual first trade happens. Or they could just make sure, everything's working smoothly on their systems and their flows that they have there. And then they release it at that point once they make sure they have confirmation of that.
Hi, I see I'm new to IPOs, so this is awesome learning tool. There you go. I got you. And again, for all of you who may be just coming in, if you haven't subscribed to our channel yet, please do so. Anytime, this is the second time we've done a live stream on an IPO. And, depending on how big the IPO is, this can happen again and again and again. Invite your people, invite your friends to come to this live stream. This is for you guys. This is out there for you guys. If you like the content, folks, hit the like button. And as always, please comment. Let us know what you think. We've got a poll out there that states along the lines, do you think, I can't read it. Oh, I can't end it. What does it say? Oh,
so it says, do you think Hood's IPO will pop today? And so far, we've got 72% of our viewers saying that they expect to see Hood pop today. Interesting.
Yeah, and 28% says no, that it's going to fall right at the open.
So basically 75-25?
We'll call it that. We'll round
it. But yeah, that's actually, and that poll is going to be running all day long today. So if you haven't answered already, you can, go take your time, answer that poll. It's just going to be interesting to see how that evolves throughout the day as well. As more and more people come in or tune in, come hang out with us, as, we're getting different people coming in throughout the day. It's going to be interesting to see where that comes in at, or where that finishes off by the end of the stream here today.
James is adding in a little sarcasm, I think. From my understanding, Robinhood could stop your trading to protect you, and I see the emoji that he put behind it.
We're not going to get too much into that today. I think that story's been played out a lot.
And then Carlos went back to Billabong's question and says, my shares are filled.
Yep.
My shares are filled. So, and again, this is not, we don't have to speculate. The people who are actually taking advantage of it and letting you know. So that's a good thing. Thank you very much, Darwin. Appreciate that. I subscribed on VectorVest just now. Way to go. Appreciate that. Man, I ain't gonna lie. I expected a lot more people to be here for this event. It is what it is, and
Well, it's still early. It's not trading yet, you know.
we're definitely thankful for you guys that are here. Thank you very much for being here. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. I think we're gonna give away a mug today at about 10:30. At 10:30, I'm not gonna tell you what word to put in yet for the mug, but we're gonna give away. Oh man, I don't have one of my VectorVest mugs sitting in front of me. Joey probably moved it. But it's a white VectorVest mug. It's got VectorVest on it. We're gonna give one of those away. If you want to buy your own, though, look down below the video. You can buy one, but we're gonna give one away at about 10:30. Joey moved it. I'm blaming Joey, my producer, and I know he's gonna have something to say to me in chat. Don't care. It's your fault, Joey. I'm looking into the camera.
Oh,
right.
So here you go,
yet,
Glenn.
Jay. Not yet. Not yet, Jay.
Here's the mug. Oh yeah, you're on a delay here. It's gonna take you a second.
Delay. I'm looking. I'm like, where?
Yeah, I've got it on the screen for you.
Okay, there's the mug. There's the mug. But we're gonna give one of those away about 10:30. I'll tell you what word. It may not be mug. That's why I'm trying to tell you. Don't type in mug yet. It may not be mug. All right. So we're gonna give one away at 10:30. Wow, Joey says you better care. Joey is my producer, and he's in the background making sure everything is good to go for both Patrick and myself, and we appreciate that. We definitely appreciate that. When does the IPO start? If only I knew. And you know something? If only I knew, I would tell you. I would tell you. We're looking probably about the 10:30, 11 o'clock time frame. And the cool thing is, if it does pop and we're still analyzing it, we're gonna roll you guys right into Patrick's live stream that he does every morning, every Thursday morning at 11 o'clock. So he'll be doing his mobile app presentation at 11. We'll roll this right into it. And if you guys are still interested, we'll roll on this into Trending Thursday today at 2 p.m. So it's all up to you guys. If you want us to be here, let us know. And if not, go home. It's one of the two. I don't want you to go home, but if you do, you do. Right.
Yeah, and for anybody that's just tuning in, that wasn't here at the beginning, we're going to be just hanging out all day, waiting for the IPO to release, so kick back, relax. If you've got yourself a drink, hang out with us, chat with us. It's more
I got my Cafe Bustelo in my Starbucks cup.
And I'm not sponsored, so I'm not going to say who mine is from, but, it comes in a silver and blue can.
Oh, gosh. I'm not sponsored by Cafe Bustelo. I just love their coffee. I let everybody. They need to sponsor me. They really do.
James, you could use that. That would be a great way to do it.
Good question. Tashi says price target. We're not, I'm going to speak for me. I'm not a big fan of trying to price a stock's target, especially if it's an IPO. The only time I ever look at price target is if I have past data to look at to give you a potential for a price target. I don't have a price target to give you on Robinhood because I don't know if the loyalty is going to be there to keep it up. I think that having 35% of the stock on the side for IPOs through the Robinhood app is definitely going to be a boost, but I don't know. I don't have a profit target, and I'll let Patrick answer for himself.
Well, so profit targets, in my opinion, they're nothing to really follow. Because profit target for when? Are you looking profit target by the end of the day today? Profit target 3 months from now, 6 months from now? Anybody can say a profit target. I'm going to say $50. And as long as they don't give a time frame, my profit target has a high probability of coming true. That's the issue with profit targets, that everybody gets focused on what they want to see and what they get focused on a certain number. And at that point, it if anything, it just messes with retail investors and takes away from focusing on a systematic approach and tries to force them into more of an emotional type trading approach, where they say, this guy said it was going to be $500. I'm going to hold until it gets there. Then it doesn't get there. What do I do? Why? I want my $500. This guy said it was going to get to $500. And emotions, it's something here at VectorVest we talk about day in and day out. Emotions are the number one portfolio killer for retail investors. That's why what we do is focus on a systematic approach, and that's why we don't try to predict anything. We don't try to give projections what to expect. We're trend followers. We let the trend be our friend, and I think that's the best way I could answer that.
All right, so let's get this pumped up. I know it hasn't traded yet. Everybody who's part of VV Nation, type hashtag VV Nation in the room. Do it now. For everybody who's part of VV Nation, type hashtag VV Nation in the room right now. All right, we're going to get this party started. We're going to get this, and if you can, put this link out, share this link. I got you, Joey. Share this link on your social media all over the place. Let's get this party started right now, prior to the pump, prior to the stocks price going live. Let's get this party going right now. Get the hashtag VV Nation typed up in the room. Share this on your social media. And number 3, if you haven't already and you like what we're doing, hit the like button. Hit the like button, and we'll get this out there to everybody.
Get a like spike going on. Let's see if we can get 100 likes by the next minute.
There we go. Let's make that happen. But I want everybody who's not part of VV Nation to see VV Nation stand up right now. I want those people to see who we are and, what we do. So get that hashtag VV Nation. And if you don't know what that means, don't type it in. All right. But the people who are part of VV Nation, let's go put that out there. And hopefully we'll get a lot more people part of VV Nation today as well. All right. So let's get this party started, man.
I mean, all you have to do is subscribe. Or just subscribe to the channel and you become part of VV Nation.
Well, yeah, actually, because then you can type in the room. If you're not a subscriber to the channel, you're not part of VV Nation yet. I don't know if Joey did that today or not. But we have it so that in order for you to type in the room, you have to subscribe to the channel. We want to support you guys that are supporting us, and we want everybody out there to see who you are. Type it in the room, hashtag VV Nation. All right, and at 10:30, Joey gave me the keyword that we're going to use to give away the mug today. I told you it may not be mug. It might be mug, but it may not be mug.
I'm betting it's not going to be mug.
Well, you don't know. I don't know.
Can we take a poll for that too?
No, we're not going to take a poll for that.
Oh, so I wanted to bring this up today. I found something interesting last night. Let me see if I can get it on here. Okay. It's from a CNBC article. And it was talking about the IPO release and their unconventional lockup that they have on it.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. I'm pulling it up. Where's the news? News. Trading halted. It's saying, this is interesting. Check this out, Glenn.
What's that? So was that pop a real move on the stock?
Maybe. It says unchanged in price. I mean, we know that, but it says trading halted. Maybe it's halted for right now until they have everything together, possibly.
Scroll down on that. Let's go see. Was there a pop on that graph too? Scroll down on that.
There's only this one data point right here.
On that CNBC article?
Yeah.
Oh.
So it's gonna be interesting.
Okay.
Let's see what the title of this article was. Robinhood starts trading Thursday. Trading this week. Here we go. This is the article I found yesterday, and I found this pretty interesting. Coming down here, getting rid of all the ads, and talking about their lockup. Where was it? Oh yeah, their loose lockup structure. So this is something interesting. Typically when a company comes out with an IPO, they tell everybody, their employees that own shares in the company, that they have to wait a certain period of time. Typically, I think it's 6 months traditionally, before they're allowed to sell any of their shares.
Even if Robinhood employees buy it, they've got to hold.
So Robinhood, this is why they're calling it unconventional though. Employees will be able to sell 15% of their shares immediately after the public debut, compared to the traditional 6-month lockup period.
Okay.
And then after 3 months, investors can sell another 15% at that point.
So at least it's trying to make sure that if you get in, you're getting in knowing that you got to hold a little bit.
But they're giving their own employees the ability to sell up to 15% right away, where typically they tell their employees you have to hold for 6 months after the release before you're allowed to trade or before you're allowed to sell any.
Is that a bullish feel from Robinhood that they won't do it then?
I don't know. I have mixed emotions about that. When I was reading it last night, I was like, why would, most places typically give 6 months. Why would they say they can sell it now? But then again, they're only allowed to sell 15%. So basically it's like giving I see it as, they could be looking at it as giving their employees a bonus if they wanted to sell their shares right out of the gate for all the work they put in, over the last 6+ years or whatever. But I thought this was interesting that they changed up their lockup structure for their employees compared to what you typically see with an IPO release.
I'm noticing that people said they got to go to work. I totally understand that. You got to do what you got to do. But even if you got to go to work, share this link, this stream on your social media, get other people in here. Let's do that. So why isn't the ticker moving yet? Because it hasn't started trading yet, Ben. That's why it hasn't started trading yet. So until it starts trading, the ticker is going to sit still. And that's why we're possibly doing an all-day stream from that perspective.
Yep.
So that
we could be here for 8 hours a day, folks.
Yeah. So we want to be here when it does open, and then we want to track it all throughout the day, see what's going on with it.
Oh man, I see we only got to 50. Let's see if we can let's double that in the next minute. If you guys can double that in the next minute, what can we give them, Glenn? What can we do?
I don't know. Wait, you about to write a check that I can't cash.
I'll make Glenn buy 5 shares of Hood on its release.
Oh, which you know something? I may not have the money. Hold on, let me check. I got to check my account. Hold on, I'm about fully vested. Ross, I would take you up on that bet.
What, locked up in AMC? I mean,
I've got a whole $381 available right now. Listen, I might. If we can I'll buy a share. I can do that. Oh, hold on. Let me go make sure. Trade. Let me see if Schwab gives me the stock. And it does. All right. If we can get double the likes, it looks like I can buy a few shares. I'll do it. All right. You put it out. If we can get double the shares, double the likes. You set the time period. Patrick.
All right, let's get 100 likes in the next minute. Let me find my count or my countdown clock. All right, so in 10 seconds from now, we'll start. If we can get to 100 likes by 10:29, because it'll be 10:28. So starting now. If we can get to 100 likes, double the likes, we'll make Glenn buy a share of Robinhood at the release.
All right, so let's go see if they think I'm going to do it or not.
Let's see. I start to see it. Is Glenn going to have to buy a share of Robinhood? It's going to be interesting. They may like you enough, Glenn, so they may not do it because of that.
Listen, if we can make it happen.
Hey, then again, though, we have, 75, 25 people saying that it's going to go up after or by the end of the day, so...
1 share per 100 likes. Okay. If we get it, James, I expect it to fall, then come back. I got some IPO, and I'm waiting for the open to buy more. Once the ticker moves, I'll buy more. I can't see the like button. It should be down below our video. You should see the thumbs up. Looks like that.
So, Glenn, I think they like you. I think you got some loyal followers.
I see. Well, we'll see. I got my Schwab account open to ready. Hood, select, buy, quantity 1.
They didn't get it there though. They don't want you to buy it apparently.
I'm putting it at market order too. I'm putting it at market order. So the order ticket is set. I got my order ticket set. If we get up to 100, well, it's got to be in the time frame though. If it's not in that time frame, I ain't got to buy it. So it's not in it, but I got the order ticket set in Schwab.
Oh, so going back to that article we were looking at though.
Mm-hmm.
Where was it? It was talking about, some of the like facts about the company, the financial aspects of it. Um the IPO pricing implies roughly a 13 or $1,350 valuation per active and funded account based on its estimated 22.5 million accounts as of the second quarter of 2021.
That's a lot of traded accounts. Now, 22 million funded accounts. And remember, I gave you the numbers for after the debacle happened with AMC and GME. They still brought on 4.2 new funded accounts. That's that's a lot.
Well, what
And
I
that
would be interested in seeing, and I don't know, maybe you have some insight on this, but I would really be interested in seeing the numbers that they had, let's say going into 2021 until now.
let's do
Because
this.
after the whole January debacle, I'm curious to see how that affected them. If, yeah, they gained that much, but they've lost maybe X amount at the same time. So I hope because they become public now, we'll have more insight into their business model, their financials, and we'll be able to get a better understanding of all this as well.
I got you, bro. Watch this. I am the king of data. It's in the chat. Check that out. I am the king of data, bro. I got you. Click that. This is a cool website that I like too.
Oh, why did it
Don't
give me
break
that?
it.
Oh, there. Never mind. I took the wrong one.
Sigh.
Joey put in the other one.
Sigh.
All right, there we go. You want me to bump that up a little bit?
I can't see it yet. Remember, I'm on the delay.
Wait, how do I?
Oh, you may not. Doesn't matter.
I don't think I
Just
can see it. There we go. Let me bump that up.
Yasu. What's up, knees? What up, Nectarios? All right. Oh,
All right,
really?
so the numbers.
View for free. All right. See, I'm still looking at the delay version of it. Did you click on? Did you click on view for free?
Yeah, and it tried to make me sign up, so I was holding off from signing up and went back to the website.
Okay. So I still can't see yet. I'm looking. See, on mine, I can see what you're doing live. I can't see here. And
Yeah,
that's
you see it
fine.
with a little bit of delay.
Yep. There's just a
Um,
little difference in our setups. All right. So tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to look at it. I can look at it on mine.
yeah, I've got to pull it up here so you can look at it on your screen and we can talk about it.
What do you number of users? Is that what you were looking for?
Yeah.
All right, so you talk about it. You made the mention. You wanted to see the numbers. I got you the numbers.
So yeah, it looks like it grew from a half a million in 2014 up to 13 million in 2020. So they do have something in here. The number of downloads on the Robinhood app increased markedly in January 2021. The number of downloads. Hold on, let me turn everybody off. I'll come back to that in a second. The number of downloads grew by over 5 times compared to the previous month, reaching around 3.29 million downloads from Google Play Store and Apple Store in January 2021.
That's a lot of
app
folks,
had
bro.
a central role for the GameStop stock. No surprise there. So yeah, even with that, that's impressive. That
That is impressive, and that holds well. That holds well to the viability of this company going up.
So let me ask you though, because the way this is stated, and being an e-com person, somebody that's big into numbers though, and statistics especially, number of downloads grew by over 5 times compared to the previous month. That's downloads on the app stores though. That's not talking about their subscribers or their users that, that came in, got into it, or that's not talking about the people that were already on it that may have left, that were, longtime users that may have potentially left after all that happened as well. So it still leaves some ambiguity with that. And hopefully when they start coming out with their numbers, hopefully being, more publicly traded, having to release that kind of information, we will see a better understanding of their financials to be able to get a better picture of this to enact or to trade on. Because there's a lot of questions and a lot of skepticism people still have when looking at that kind of information and wondering, what's going to happen from it.
Do me a favor. Let's go back to the graph for Robinhood. And type in where it says stock, type in Hood. I know Hood is there, but if we type in other stocks, this Hood graph will go away.
Wait,
Does
hold
that
on.
make sense?
Wait, what?
All right. So where it says stock and it's a blank box, type Hood in there so that it will stay there, because we're going to look at other stocks along with it.
All right. Give me 1 second here.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, so now what did that do?
That should allow you to be able to see that too.
Yeah, but I'm still not seeing real time. I see what you just shared with me. Oh, that is real time.
Yeah, okay. That's my screen. So that way you can see what I'm seeing.
Right, that is real time.
All right, so you want me to go into Hood? Sorry, I was trying to get that all set up there for you.
All right, so type Hood in the blank box. Thank you, Joey.
All right.
Whatever TTD is, that trade desk, is that another broker? Yes.
Yeah.
TTD.
What are you looking for?
No, I'm just looking to look at a couple of stocks besides just Hood. So,
oh, okay. You want? Okay. Never mind. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Schwab. I don't know the ticker symbol.
Luckily, you don't have to.
All right. What else is out there?
TD.
Okay.
Well, TDA. Wait. That's Toronto Dominion. Oh wait, Schwab bought TD Ameritrade. Schwab is owned by TD Ameritrade.
So then it's Schwab. All right. Let's take a look at those. Let's go see if the hype behind Hood is stirring up anything in these other companies as well. Curious to know.
All right. Fidelity Financial. I'm pretty sure that's Fidelity Broker as well.
I don't know. Actually, let me bring up the software, my software.
TTD gap down this morning, it looks like. Starting to run a little bit. Let's zoom in a little bit so that way it's easier to see.
But it's moving higher, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Schwab, rough start to the day, but now starting to form that uptrend. You're starting to see a little bit of a bearish divergence, though. Price has been starting to climb again. DPO's dropping a little bit here. So something to keep in mind.
Okay.
And then Fidelity Financial, no real liquidity behind it. So
right, it's moving up, but it's not making me feel warm and fuzzy about it.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just curious to know if the hype behind what's going on was pushing any of the others higher as well. So,
and as well, if anybody in chat has ones that they want to take a look at that they can think of besides these, let us know in the comments there. Let us know. We can get that out of here.
James says Vlad's a meme. Well,
and to answer Vince, he's saying, but the users that left Robinhood is not their target market. I would disagree. That was their target market. That's why they were all there.
And then they pissed them off. That's what there's no getting around that. That's exactly what happened.
Thanks, Glenn. Now we got to put an 18 plus thing on our stream.
I mean, Ameritrade is another one, says Clyde.
Well, Ameritrade Clyde is owned by Schwab now, so that's why that's what I was just mentioning. I was thinking about putting in TD Ameritrade, but they got bought out by Schwab, I'm pretty sure.
All right, so I'm still waiting, man. And so 10:30 came and passed. Listen, if you want a free VectorVest mug, the keyword is hood. Type hood in the room now. In order to get the mug, you must type the keyword, which is hood, into the room now. And we'll pick a winner to win a free VectorVest mug, as Patrick showed, but you have to type the word hood into the room in order to get it. So, all right, let's go see who can win a VectorVest mug today. Let's go see. You remember, and you wait. The reason why I said it that way. How many of you are old enough? What was the game show? Was it Password or something like that, where you had to talk like that? I forget. I forget the. I may be old, but I forget what it was. It was some word. I think it was Password. I think it was a show called Password. Anybody want to back me up on that? I think that it was the show called Password. So I see hoods coming in. I see the hoods coming in. Somebody's going to win
a lot of hood coming in.
Huh?
I see a lot of people typing in hood. A lot of people wanting that mug right now.
Vizio, we'll keep that up. Patrick, write that down. We'll go take a look at that stock. In the meantime, while we're waiting for the stock to pop up, we can look at a couple of stocks. We can definitely do that. In a minute, we're going to get a winner. Joey will type and see who the winner will be for the VectorVest mug. All right, we'll see.
Wait.
We'll see. We shall see.
VZIO. There we go. All right. Got Vizio up here. Let's make this a little simpler on this one. We'll change it to the simple layout.
James
add in a few VectorVest indicators to help make it easier when analyzing. All right, so now we've got our V, RS, and our T. All right, so can you see this, Glenn?
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got our VRS, RT. You can see them here on the right. I've got the VectorVest simple layout, just to, keeping it simple for everybody. But yeah, looking at, so it looks like it's only been actively traded for the last 4 months or so. So you have a really short time frame to analyze here, essentially.
And short term, I don't like it.
Yeah, with a stock that is new to the market, you're typically going to see the RV and RS be below 1, and that tells it it's a speculative play. I'm expecting to see Hood coming out with an RV and RS below 1 today, just because it's new to the market. You don't have a public track record so far. So yeah, the fundamental analysis on it is going to be very limited. And that will be reflected in the analysis that you see here in VectorVest, and goes along with what, you're seeing when people are signing up for the IPO initially through Robinhood, is that IPOs are a riskier investment. And that's because you don't have a track record. You don't have a lot of data to get a good, true sense of what you're buying. So there is more risk involved with it. And
I'm going to make it simple. RT is below 1. Earnings per share is falling. Stocks price is off and low. It's still above the stop. It's a hold, but going down. That, from a simplistic standpoint, I like it.
I don't like the earnings per share at the bottom.
Yep, earnings per share is falling.
Yeah.
And RT is below 1. And every time RT gets above 1, if you're going to trade it, that's a good opportunity. But look at the last move in July when the stock's price jumped up. It wasn't until I would look at RT going above 1 before I would buy it. But right now, RT is below 1. I'm not feeling it.
Also,
Vince G won the cup.
Oh,
yeah, buddy. Vince G won the mug, baby.
And Glenn, it's Vizio as well. I believe this is the TVs. I'm a Samsung person. I'm addicted to my Samsung TVs. I think they have one of the best quality TVs. So I'm a little biased on that one.
Hey, Vince, you got to send an email to connect@vectorvest.com. Connect@vectorvest.com, and we'll get your mug sent out to you. Congratulations, my friend. Listen, I got a Hisense TV. Hisense. It's better than Vizio. It's better than Samsung. It's Hisense.
What is
That's
that,
all
like
I
a
got to
bootleg of
say.
something?
I don't know what it is. It's just it was on sale. The big old TV was on sale, so I'm happy. That's all. That's all I got to say. You're welcome, Vince. Again, folks,
John's coming in saying, can't say it doesn't track record with Hood, but I get where you're going. So a public track record, John, is what I was saying is, you know, when you're a private company, you don't have to release any financial information about your company to the general public. So therefore, yeah, you don't have a track record. It's not like Apple, who's been public since what, the 90s, that have been consistently growing their earnings, or, you know, they've had some rough patches, but ever since the 2000s when they came out with the iPod, you know, they've been steadily growing their earnings quarter over quarter, year over year. They have a proven track record.
Yeah.
And that's the difference is now that they are releasing to be on the public exchange or public markets, they will have to start providing their quarterly earnings every quarter. And you will have now a track record that can be, you know, publicly verified. So that's what I was saying there with that one.
Somebody said Hisense sounds bootleg.
It does sound bootleg.
Listen, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's a good TV. Stop gigging on my TV. It was on sale.
I want to know where you bought a Hisense. I've never heard of Hisense.
Because it's that good. That's why. It's only for the people in the know to have a Hisense TV. That's all I got to say. All right. If you ain't in the know, you don't know. So now you know if you're in the know or not. If you've got a Hisense TV, you're in the know. If you're not in a Hisense TV, I'm in an elite group. I just want
of
you
bootleg TVs.
And I did buy it at Walmart, but it was on sale. Oh my gosh, that's right. I did. It was at Walmart.
Busted.
Oh man, and Stormyon says, I know. I'm a manager there. See? Listen, I love my Hisense. It's a smart TV. It's a Roku TV, so it's a smart TV. I like Kmart. Did you really say you like Kmart? Really? All right. There was another stock somebody wanted us to take a look at it. I didn't write it down.
Let's see. Real quick though, while you're looking that up,
Let's go see what's going on with Hood, if anything.
That's what I was gonna do.
Okay. Hey,
Hood's still trading, all right. Trading flat right now.
It's still flat. Stormyon, it's all good. Listen, I put the name out there. As long as I put the name out there, I'm all good, my friend. I'm all good. There's another one. How about XNTK?
Okay, there we go.
So we are going to take a look at some of your stocks for you.
And also, we will be doing this when I go live
at 11 o'clock.
You know, right. I'm going to be explaining all the indicators today. We're going to be, since we have a new audience potentially tuning in here today, I'm going to keep it simple for everybody. We're going to be focusing and give you guys a good breakdown and a good sense of what VectorVest does and how, or the reasons why we've been around for 35 plus years now. And I'm going to show you guys how easy it is to actually analyze any stock that you guys are interested in. So if you want to see some stocks analyzed, get a breakdown of what our indicators are referring to, how we make it easier compared to anywhere else out there, make sure to stick around for that as well. So
especially all you people who are brand new to the channel, this is going to be a treat for you guys to see the VectorVest system in action. And Patrick will do a lot more of looking at individual stocks for you in the mobile app. What we're looking at right now is the desktop app. This is the desktop app, but Patrick is going to get deep dive into the mobile app right off your phone, right off of this device right here. Patrick, ooh.
It's invisible.
Wow.
Is that the new iPhone, the invisibility cloak?
I got the You know why? Because I'm in the know. Because I'm in the know.
You got the Harry Potter edition, man. That's sick.
The Harry Potter. But right on that mobile device, whether it's on a phone or an iPad, Patrick at 11 o'clock is going to take a lot of you guys into a deeper dive on how to very easily look at stocks on our mobile from our mobile devices. So again, get this, link this stream out to people on your social circle, folks. All right, do that. Oh man, got excited about the new phone and my Apple stock. I'm telling you, I'm in Apple. I always try to keep a sense of transparency on the stocks that I talk about here and the stocks that I own. I own Apple. If anybody knows anything about me, they know that I love Apple, but I'm not in love with Apple. Well, I'm going to close out my trade ticket in Schwab because we didn't get the likes, so
Nope.
I don't have to buy it. But my Apple trade, I'm down about 2.29%. And I got into Apple prior to earnings in anticipation of knowing that they were going to blow through earnings, and they did. They killed it. But Apple's up today about 0.6%, but I'm down overall about 2 and some change. But I'm in some other stocks that are moving.
So real fast, Glenn, I got that XNTK.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
And it's an ETF, so it's a Spider New York Stock Exchange Tech ETF.
Sort of like SOX?
I think it's just looking at the exchange.
So then it would be looking at like the Qs?
Well, just the New York Stock Exchange.
The New York Stock Exchange, but on technology. All right.
So, that's a great thing about VectorVest. When you're looking at ETFs, we make it easy. The only indicator you have to focus on if you're trading ETFs is RT.
Yep.
RT's at 1.38. You look at the RT down here, it's steadily hitting higher highs, higher lows. From just a basic standpoint, yeah, it looks good. Uh-oh. Hold on. There we go. You're froze on me a little bit there.
Oh, it wasn't me and I freeze? Oh, somebody's saying that Apple is not going to get past 150. Listen, it's Apple. I'm going to look at you in your face, and all I'm going to say to you is, it's Apple. Okay, enough said. What time Eastern time does Hood go live, Ted? We were anticipating somewhere between 10:30 and now, maybe. Can we go back to Hood? It probably ain't moving. Actually, I need to put it up on my 7, just for my own, because I'm just being me. Add new, and I'm sure it ain't doing nothing yet. HOOD. You done with HDOD? Yeah, you know me. You done with HOOD? Yeah, you know me. 1 minute. Intraday 1 minute. There we go. So I'm looking at it too, Patrick, on my screen, just in case we get it off and we're looking at any other stock. So it is what it is. It ain't moving yet. Man, I got 4 monitors. This is one of those times that I love having 4 monitors. All right. So wait a minute, Patrick, you gonna get ready for your daily?
Yeah. Oh, it's not gonna show up.
I can't read that.
Never mind.
No. You were trying to be. What was you finna do? What
it says I'm not with him because you're above me right now. So.
Because I'm talking about Apple.
Well, just some of the things you're saying.
Wow, that's all right. I'm not with stupid.
All right, so I'm going to mute my mic. I'm going to hop off here, and then at 11, you take over. You got it, Glenn, and then at 11, we'll just jump right into the mobile.
Now, can I move? I can't move anything, though. Okay. Because I can keep talking. And actually, I wonder if I can just show my screen through Teams. Can I do that? Hold on. I think it's not that one. No, it's not. Oh, how about that one? How about that? Can you see that? Am I good?
Oh yeah. I don't think that's gonna work, Glenn. The way I have it set up right now. I
All
can
right.
do this real fast. Oh,
Tell me what you need me to do.
really, there's not a whole lot.
Okay. All right. Then cut my stream from me.
Wait,
Uh,
actually, I got it. There you go. It's not pretty, but it'll work.
all right. That's fine. So you guys can see my mouse. You guys should be able to see my mouse moving on my screen. Right? And if that's the case, then that's good. All right. And while Patrick goes to do he put me in different net. As long as yeah, good. I'm still here. All right. So again, I'm Glenn Tompkins. I'm gonna be filling in for Patrick for the next few minutes. Excuse me, while he gets ready for the mobile app. I'll continue to keep my eye on Hood. We're still waiting for it to bounce out. And actually, I'm going to put my graph layout on my trade layout, looking at the 3 and the 8 volume. All right. Any other stocks that you guys are interested in right now? Let's take a look at. I'll be back yet. That was, there you go. Thank you, Stoyan. All right. Any other stocks you want to look at right now? Because I'll gladly do that, but we're always going to keep Hood in the background to see what's going on. How about this? AAPL. I'm going to bring up Apple. There. Now, how about that? Let's go bring up Apple. And Apple beat earnings. This is the intraday graph on Apple. Apple beat a nice jump today. Nice jump on Apple today. Came back down, found a level of support, sitting about 145. The high for the day is at 146. Someone said that Apple won't beat out 150, and we'll see. We'll keep our eyes on that. I'll bring up Logitech, LOGI, comma. I'll bring up DPW. What is that? The shoe? No, adult. Alt Global. I thought that said adult global. I was like, what kind of stock is that? Holy smokes. Thoughts on SOS? I'll bring that up real quick. Come on. Let's go take a look at those. You're on now in the right corner of my Apple phone. Am I really? All right, let's go take a look at that. I hope Apple breaks past 150, but it's moving slow. We'll keep our eyes on that. I'm going to look at all of these stocks real quick. Let's go through the list. There's Hood. So Hood is going to stay at the top of our list. There's Apple. Again, nice bump up today. I like looking at 3 and 8 exponential moving averages, whether I'm on an end of day or intraday graph. I think they do a really good job keeping you in a stock while it keeps you in. Look at the pullback here. The 3 and the 8 still stayed. Look at that. Look at that. That was a good opportunity from a day trade to get out when the 3 exponential moving average went below the 8. Good job getting out there. Pulled back down, coming off of support. 3 and 8 went back up. Ooh, look at that level of resistance coming up here at about 146. It's testing it now. The 3 and 8 are still bullish, but testing it now. Keep your eyes on that. The next stock, let's go Hood. We already looked at, is that the only two? Where's all my other stocks that I just put up in here? Hit enter. Where's all these other stocks? All right, let's try this again. There's Logitech. Woo! Now, Logitech is what I call a little bit what's the word? Jagosity. A little jagged in the stocks move today. Look at that up and down, up and down, up and down. Right now it's on the down, coming off a level of resistance, sitting at, oh, there it is. Look at that. How cool is that for all my new people in the room who don't know about VectorVest? We draw our own support and resistance as the graphs take place. Look at that. Hood was set to open at 39.50. The last thing I saw, Super Lukey Luke was at 38. That's the last thing we saw was at 38. We're going to keep our eyes on it. And Jay, no, I'm not putting Elf in. And be careful with Logitech today. It's kind of volatile. It is definitely kind of volatile. As we go into the next stock, wow, DPW intraday don't look good. Let's do this. Intraday 5-minute bars. Let's see if we can make it look better. Yeah, that's UGLY. You ain't got no alibi. That's ugly. That's ugly. That's a little tad bit ugly. I'm not feeling that right now, even on an intraday move. All right. Super Lukey Luke says news came out. It was set to open at 39.50. The last news that we saw as we've been talking through the morning was that it was going to open up to the lower edge of their anticipation at the price of about $38. Now that could change. That could definitely change throughout the morning. But that was the last thing that we saw, was that it was going to open up at about $38. All right. And like I said, anything could change between then and now. 5-minute bar is still SOS, pulled back this morning. What candlestick pattern is that right there? A little bit of a hammer. Look at the move. Look at the move. The 3 and the 8 did cross positive at 10:35 this morning. Look at the move, breaking through a level of resistance right here. Look at the pullback on that big candle, but look at the 3 and the 8 are still positive. The 3 and the 8 are still positive. All right, so with that, I'm going to go back to Hood, and Patrick is going to get ready to get started for the mobile app. I'm going to jump off. He's going to incorporate the IPO along with what he does with the mobile app. For all of you who are brand new to this channel, you're in for a treat. He's going to show you the flexibility, the versatility of the mobile app, and look at more of your stocks. So with that, Patrick, take it away, bro. And
Let's
you can take off the sharing on my screen. What?
All right. So, good morning, everybody. For everybody tuning in on Facebook, give me one moment, just getting things situated here. There we go.
And Super Lukey Luke, whether it's at 38 or 39.50, we won't know until it opens up. All right. We're not going to know until it opens up.
All right. So, I'm going to go ahead and mute Glenn. You're good. And no more Glenn for now. Not until a little bit. All right, so welcome everybody. Welcome to our Thursday stream. My name is Patrick France, Senior Instructor here at VectorVest, Mr. Mobile Man for a lot of you guys out there. Right now, we should be live on both Facebook and also on our YouTube live page. For anybody tuning in from Facebook that's not aware, Glenn Tompkins and I are live pretty much all day long to cover the Hood IPO release. So we may have to switch back to that from time to time. But today, we are live. We are streaming over there as well. Once today's Facebook stream ends, we will still continue to be live over there. So we welcome everybody, for anybody tuning in on Facebook, to come hang out with us over there and continue to go on. We'll do Trending Thursday potentially with Glenn at 2 o'clock on the same stream. So today's stream is going to be pretty simple. We're going to focus on the basics of VectorVest, get into where, the analysis of VectorVest really helps out. And also, we're going to keep things short, sweet, and simple for you guys, because that's what VectorVest does best. And then we'll be continuing on over on our YouTube page once again. For anybody who's not familiar with it, you can go over to YouTube, look for VectorVest Live, and you can find our stream going on over there. Hey, Jay. Welcome. All right. So for anybody tuning in for the very first time, what we like to do here is we first start to take a look at what's going on in the market, and then we dive into our topic of discussion. And then typically we save the fan favorite where I show you how to analyze your own stocks in less than 10 seconds towards the very end, but we may make that part of the make that part of the live stream over on our Facebook or our YouTube page for today. So we're going to play it by ear. We're just kind of going with the flow, more laid back, more casual than typical. So welcome everybody. If this is your first time, what you are looking at here is the VectorVest Stock Advisory app. It is on an iPad, so I have a bigger display, makes it easier for you guys to see. And jumping right into it, the very first thing we start to look at is what we call the market timing gauge. Here at VectorVest, we believe that every investor needs to be aware of what's going on in the market before they make any investment decisions. So that's why we put this right at the top center. So currently the market timing gauge is pointing one tick into the green. Therefore the market is mildly bullish, and VectorVest advocates buying safe, undervalued stocks that are rising in price at this time. But if we scroll down a little bit more, we get to the color guard where we really break down the overall market analysis here. So in the color guard, we look at three key components of our market timing system. The first one is the price, which is looking at the price of what the VectorVest composite. the VectorVest composite's an arithmetic indexed average of about 8,800 stocks out there. So we feel this gives us a better representation on what's actually going on in the market, because it's not just looking at the Dow's 30 or the Nasdaq's 100 or even the S&P's 500, but it's looking at 8,800 stocks out there. The second indicator is the RT, or relative timing, and this is looking at the short-term price trend of the stock. So above 1 tells us the short-term trend is up, below 1 the short-term trend is down, because we put this on a 0 to 2 scaling to make it easy to understand and, basically give you usable information right away rather than having to make you try to analyze it on your own. So at 0.97, the short-term trend of the market is still slightly down. We can see, though, it has been picking up over the last week, where we started off at 0.94, now we're at 0.97. So while we are still on a short-term downtrend, we are starting to see, that downtrend starting to wane a little bit, if you will. And then our third indicator is the BSR, or buy to sell ratio. And the buy to sell ratio is looking at the number of buy rated stocks in a database to the number of sell rated stocks in a database. So for anybody just tuning in, not familiar with VectorVest that much, every single day we give a buy, hold, or sell rating on every single stock out there that we track. And these are based upon rules rather than just analyst opinions or personal opinions. These are strictly rules-driven systems here to give those ratings, essentially. So we use this to identify the overall health of the market. So if there's more stocks that have a buy than a sell in the database, we'd see a buy to sell ratio above 1, and that would show strength to the overall market. If there's more stocks with a sell than a buy, then the buy to sell ratio would be below 1, like it is now at 0.79, and that indicates overall market weakness. So while there still is market weakness overall, we look at the overall trend here, because here at VectorVest, we are trend followers. And what we can see is we started a week ago at 0.49, now we're at 0.79. So we can clearly see more stocks are starting to participate. However, there's still a negative bias currently. Then these three indicators are comprised to come up with our market timing indicator, the MTI. The MTI is really looking at the underlying trend of the market, and it's cast on a scale of 0 to 2. So above 1, the underlying trend is up. Below 1, the underlying trend is down. Can I increase my volume? Yeah, sorry about that. Let me go ahead, increase that here. Check. Hello. All right, how is that for the audio? Hopefully VJ, that helps you out a little bit. If it's too loud, let me know. Nobody's been talking about it earlier, so let me know if that works for you. And so as we can see today, for the first time in quite some time, we saw the underlying trend of the market turned up now. So very important for keeping an eye on what's going on in the market. Then we look at the trend column, and we show two parts of the trend each and every day. So the first part of the trend is looking at the weekly trend, or what we like to call the primary wave. It's our ultra aggressive timing system here at VectorVest. And as we can see, it's up since we're higher than we were 5 trading days earlier. The second part is looking at the underlying trend, or just simply reiterating that MTI. So since the MTI is now above 1, the underlying trend of the market is also up. And then finally, after the trend, we then get the calls column, which stands for our confirmed calls. Now, our confirmed calls are our most conservative timing system here at VectorVest. They're our last signal we get to get into the market and our last signal we get to get out. So as you can see right now, for our more conservative investors out there, we still remain in a confirmed down situation. So therefore, if you are more of the long-term investor, you're simply sitting on your hands waiting patiently. But as always, on a day-to-day basis, for any aggressive traders out there, or anybody who is more swing trading, that type of mentality, we like to take a look at the advanced declines on a daily basis and get a sense for whether or not today is a good day to buy or not a good day to buy. Because unlike the talking heads on TV out there, not every day is a good day to buy stocks. Right now we're looking at 64% of stocks moving higher and about 24% of stocks moving lower. We like to see a 2-to-1 bias on the advanced declines in either direction. So if the market's going up, which it is currently, we want to see twice as many stocks advancing and declining. And as we can see, we do have that currently. So if we're looking for a day to jump on board, maybe buy a stock or two, not, load up the farm, but if you're looking for a good opportunity to buy maybe a stock or two or replace a position that you've already closed, today could potentially be that day to jump on board early after the market's been selling off over the last week or two. Can you dial up the BSR? I don't think I'm following you on that one, Drew. All right, let's make sure. So a bull market, yeah. Underbelly. Over on our main YouTube channel, I did a piece, I believe a week ago. Yeah, last week, where I did a bull market versus bear market and give you the analysis that you're looking for on that. I highly recommend to go check that out. You'll get all the information about, whether we're in a bull market or bear market right from that. Good morning, Rick. Good morning, Dale, Trey, Jim. Jim's a first timer. Glad to have you here, Jim. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Just to reiterate for anybody just tuning in, because I see a lot of new people coming in over on our Facebook page. We are currently live over on our YouTube live page as well. And after we get done with today's session, you will be able to head over there and you can join us. Glenn Tompkins and I are going to be streaming all day today for the release of the Robinhood IPO. So if you want to come hang out, learn a little bit, chat with us, chat with everybody else, wait for the release, see what it's telling us, make sure to go tune in over there after this stream as well. All right, so if you haven't already hit the like button, don't forget, as always, smash that like button, share this with all your friends, share this with all your family over on the Facebook page, and let's continue to grow this awesome group that we have here. If you can send the link, I will try Underbelly after we get done with this part, okay? Or if, who is it? Joey's in the background. If he can put or paste that link in there, that would be greatly appreciated there. All right, so we talked about the advanced declines. Looking at the major indices, the Dow is up about 0.5% currently. Nasdaq's up about 0.4%. S&P's up a little over 0.5% as well. Overall, the VectorVest composite up about 0.75%. This is a good thing to see, especially with the news that we had coming out yesterday. We had all that information coming out from the Fed, who said essentially to summarize, we're not even close to getting towards that tapering, that, you could take it as, okay, things are great. That's good for the stock market, but not necessarily great for the economy, because it tells us that the health and the strength of the economy may actually be weaker than what they're typically going over or what they're typically looking for. And that could be why they're tapering, or why they're, postponing the tapering and starting to tighten things up on the monetary policy side. Also, inflation, they did mention, is coming in well above what they were expecting. And it's continuing to stay there. So for now, we got to be careful in the markets. Well, as always, if you're a VectorVest subscriber, we keep you up to date with all that, though. Right there at the very top in the daily color guard report, you can find inside the app as well. Appreciate it, Steve. All right. I sold Baba and JD. Smart move. We can take a look at those, Rick. Moderna has done well for me. Awesome, Lauren. Glad to have you here. Glad to hear you're doing well with the Moderna trade. I know we got a few people in the office that are trading that as well. All right, so today I want to show you guys how simple and how easy VectorVest can make analyzing any stock out there at any time. Whether you're on the go, whether you're traveling, whether you're on vacation, wherever you may be, the VectorVest Stock Advisory can go with you and you can take advantage of it right then and there, wherever you are. James, Hood is not live yet. I'm watching it as well. I've got that pulled up. Hood is not actually trading. It's still pegged at 40 right now. But don't worry, if for anybody that's tuning in from the Facebook side, if Hood does start trading, we may break to that. But for now, Hood is not trading at all. So we're going to continue on with this. How are you pricing your actual value? Are you using a forecast? So no, Lauren. When we give a value, the value is what we currently feel the stock is worth as of right now. It's not a projection. It's not a forecast. It's saying, okay, we've got all the financial data out there available on a particular stock. And based off of that current financial data, this is what the shares should be worth. And we'll get into the value in just a few seconds. So let's not get too far ahead right there. All right, so jumping into it. Let's take a stock and we'll use it as our example here. So I see Mike's talking about Tesla. Let's go ahead and take a look at Tesla. So we'll just go to the little magnifying glass in the upper right, type in Tesla here. Hold on, I gotta reset it. Every time I disconnect it from my power cable, I've gotta reset this. So there we go. Or it could be the fact that I hadn't signed in a while. All right, so pulling it up, going into Tesla, TSLA. And so this is what the typical person or new user would see right out of the gate. And what we do is we keep it simple for everybody out there. We put all of our analysis on scales of 0 to 2. That way, instead of having to go through scads of data looking at earnings, looking at PEG ratios, revenue, sales, debt to equity, all that stuff that an individual trader, individual investor would have to go through and analyze on their own and spend, 4 or 5 hours sometimes it can take to get that or to do that analysis and break it down into something that you can actually use. VectorVest takes all that data out there, compiles it into 4 simple to understand indicators, so that way you can make smarter and faster decisions. Instead of spending hours upon hours, spend minutes a day to make your decisions managing your portfolio, and then move on to give you more free time to go do things that you'd rather be doing. Spending time with family, being outdoors, whatever it may be. That's what VectorVest is here to do, is to help save yourself a lot of time. So we're going to jump into the stock analysis report, but just wanted to show you the 4 indicators: RV, RS, RT, and VST. The stock analysis report can be found on any stock out there at any time, and it's essentially just a breakdown and a written description of all those indicators we just looked at. So at the top of an analysis report, you get a little blurb about what the company does, where its headquarters is at, the basic information. And then as we scroll down, we start to take a look. We'll start at value. So once again, the value is what VectorVest currently feels the stock is worth. And the way we use the value on a stock is we compare the current price of the stock to its current value. So for example, we're looking at Tesla. Tesla's current price is $677.24. Their current value is $184.55. So therefore, it is an overvalued stock. Now, an overvalued stock isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's more of just a caution light for people. The best example I give to people when talking about overvalued stocks is, looking at a Ferrari, let's say. A Ferrari on average, let's say, costs $200,000. That's what you have to buy it for. But does it really cost $200,000 to make it? No. You're paying a premium to own a Ferrari, to be driving around in a Ferrari, for having people see you in that Ferrari. You're paying that premium because of what comes with the name. Same kind of situation with stocks here. So right now you are paying a premium to own Tesla on the expectations of what Tesla's going to do in the future. So to capture the gains now, you're willing to pay that premium now on the expectations of what's going to happen with the company down the road. So that's where we use the value. And if you're anything like me, typically I like to get a bargain when I go out. If I go out shopping, I'll look around at 5 or 6 different places, find which one has the best price, and get it for cheaper than what it should be actually worth. That's how you can use value as a value investor, if you will. If you find a stock that has a value or its price is under its value, that would show it's undervalued, which means you're getting a discount on that stock. You're not overpaying essentially for that stock. So hopefully that answers your question about the value there. All right, so then we get into our more fundamental indicators here, the RV and the RS. Let's start off with the RV. So the RV stands for relative value, and this is looking at the long-term price appreciation potential of a stock over the next 1 to 3 years. So as you can see here, it gives you some analysis of what we look at when coming up with this indicator. Looking at things such as AAA corporate bond rates, risk involved with this, projected price appreciation analysis, so price volume comparisons. A lot of information goes into that here. And as you can see, it's on a scaling of 0 to 2. And it tells you exactly what you need to know. So that way there's no confusion, no ambiguity, exactly what you need to know to make your decisions. So Tesla, for example, has an RV of 1.71, which is excellent on that scaling of 0 to 2. So this tells us it has great long-term or excellent long-term price appreciation potential over the next 1 to 3 years. Then we get into the RS, or the relative safety. The relative safety is the key fundamental indicator. This is looking at the amount of risk involved with the stock by breaking it down and looking at looking at how they do quarter over quarter, year over year in their earnings reports. If they're a company that are growing their earnings quarter over quarter, year over year, that's going to, boost their longevity, has a solid track record. You're going to see less risk associated with that company. So therefore, they're going to have a higher RS rating. As you can see with Tesla, has an RS of 1.4, which is excellent. And it tells you what we look at, or some of the information we look at when coming up with this indicator. So it's computed from an analysis of consistency and predictability of their financial performance, looking at things such as debt to equity ratios, sales volume, business longevity, price volatility, and a few other factors. I do see some questions, so let me make sure I get to those questions. I don't want to just run through all this and miss out on your guys' questions. So to Underbelly's question, is this fundamental analysis? Yes. The RV and RS are fundamental indicators. Those are, analyzing the fundamentals of the company. The RT, as we've talked about, is looking at the short-term price trend of the stock. So the RT is more of a technical indicator that shows not only the trend, but also the magnitude or momentum of that trend as well. So it's more of a sophisticated technical indicator. And that's what makes VectorVest unique, is that we combine the power of two fundamental indicators and one technical indicator all into one to come up with our master indicator, VST, standing for value, safety, and timing. So this is where you can get a great overall snapshot of the stock from both a fundamental and a technical perspective, all wrapped into one. Something you're not going to be able to find anywhere else. A lot of places just think or just look at, oh, here's the fundamental or the balance sheet breakdowns, or this is what my charts are saying or the technicals are saying. VectorVest is the only place out there that gives you a great overall view of the stock from both a fundamental and a technical perspective, all wrapped into one for you. Once again, to help make your decision process smarter, faster, and easier than anywhere else out there. CCIV, Drew, is now Lucid Motors, I believe. Is there a filter to find most undervalued? There is not in the mobile app, Chad, but on the desktop, you can definitely do that. You guys want to take a look at Moderna? We'll take a look at Moderna in just a second. Charles is asking about XOM. Do we hold for now? Well, we can get into the analysis. I see a lot of you guys asking about analysis on certain stocks. So let's actually do that. Now that we should all have a basic understanding of what these indicators are looking at, let's put it into practice and show you guys how simple and how fast we can break down any stock out there. So starting off with Moderna, because I see a lot of people asking about it. So Moderna's MD. No. That's a great thing. If you don't know the ticker symbol, that's okay. Or if you forget the ticker symbol, that's fine too. You just start typing in the name of the company and it can pull up automatically. So you tap on that. Let's go through a breakdown here. So we look at the four indicators. Looking at it, it has great long-term potential. It has solid fundamentals, so more consistent fundamentals, especially being a biotech that's huge. It's hard to find nowadays. Looking at the RT, or that short-term price trend, it's in an extremely strong short-term uptrend. So overall, this stock is definitely favorable. You can get some extended data down here below. So if you're somebody who's, I always say engineers, because it's always over my 10 plus years of being here at VectorVest, when talking with hundreds of, if not thousands of subscribers over the years, it's always the people that end up being the engineer or, somebody more, structure focused that want to see all the data they can possibly find. Somebody who's more, or not structure focused, that has more of the creative focus, if you want to call it that. They can take the numbers and just focus on that. It's always the people that have that tend to be from an engineering background that always want right out of the gate the data as well. They don't want to see the 4 indicators at first. They do, but they want to see the data specifically that goes into it. AJ, nothing wrong with engineers. I get it. I get it. Being a business guy, business focused, I get wanting to see the numbers. It's funny. It's always the same people that want to see all that data as well, so they can run their own tests to back up what they're seeing with the VectorVest indicators to break it in to get more comfortable with it. All right. So, getting into it, as we can see, Moderna, good long-term potential, less risk associated with it, solid uptrend. Overall, stock's definitely favorable. If you're somebody who likes looking at charts, it's easy as tapping on it here. We can maximize it. Right now I have just a basic graph. I have 2 moving averages on here. I have the price shown in candlesticks. I have the buy, hold, sell rating at the top that I can look at. I can change this all. I can change different time frames from the very top. I can go into the settings in the upper left. I can change it from daily to weekly bars. I can do extended hours. I can change it from an area to a candlestick. I prefer candlesticks, so I keep it that way, but hey, everybody's different. And then I can put up to 3 moving averages. I can customize them by simple, weighted, exponential, all of that here. I can put on envelopes. Somebody was asking about support resistance earlier. So yes, if you choose support resistance, as you can see, there's a lot of settings. So if you're somebody who really likes using your own custom settings, you can really get hands-on with how your support resistance is set up. So based off of high-low prices instead of closing prices, number of touches required, size of the reversal, size of the zones, all of that here, number of touches or number of lines you want to see. You go back, and you look at it. Let's go 1 year. You can see those support resistance zones put right on the graph. And if you tap on one of them, let's find it. Where is it? There we go. It'll highlight that zone as well, because anybody who knows support resistance knows it's not just one flat number. It's a zone that the stock can trade in that creates that support resistance area. And you can see that zone directly on here. So if we go back into the settings real fast, I'm going to take those off, go back here. Lower indicators, you can add some stuff such as volume, RT. Here's where you can get into earnings per share, some of your technical analysis as well, such as MACD, or RSI, DPO, and you can also customize them as well. So for example, your MACD. Right now, the default settings are 12, 26, and 9. If you're, 817 or 817 and 6, something like that. I haven't used them in a while, but there's ways of speeding up your MACD numbers here to give quicker entries and exits. So if you're more aggressive or more shorter term, you can change that to customize them to whatever fits your specific investment style. Chad is coming in asking, what is it? What does most undervalued look like? What type of statements are made about the stock? And we not look at it here because this is app only. So yeah, Chad, we can definitely get into that. It's something Glenn and I can look at as well after here outside of the app. But just going into some stock pick ideas. We go here. Let's look at overall top rated stocks. Moderna. So Moderna is an undervalued stock. Right now, its current value is $397, but it's trading at $345. So therefore, it's still undervalued. You're still getting a bargain here with that one. And as you can see, has great long-term potential. You have less risk associated with it. You're in a really strong short-term uptrend. You're getting a discount on it currently, and it's an overall good stock. So Moderna is a great example of an undervalued stock. That's what VectorVest does. Is, our mantra here is to buy safe, undervalued stocks that are rising in price in a rising market. Well, our market timing we looked at initially tells us when the market is rising. And we want you to get a bargain for your stock. We don't want you to overpay for your stock. Now, as a short-term trader, yeah, you can overpay because there's momentum you can take advantage of. But if you're somebody who's more long-term focused, then you want to buy stocks that are undervalued to get the most bang for your buck, essentially. And that's a great thing about VectorVest is it's customizable and usable by multiple different styles of investors. So we work with people who are long-term buy and hold dividend style investors. We work with swing traders. We work with day traders in our jockey club. I help out with that. Glenn Tompkins does. Also, Steve Chappell. So we work with all types of trading and show you how to use it specifically for those styles of trading as well. So it's not just like a one size fits all. It's customizable to fit specifically different investors' styles and help make you more successful that way. All right, so we've got a few more questions or a few more stocks coming in. Let's go ahead, take a look at it. Take a look at the analysis, go over some of the analysis that we've been talking about a little bit more here. So where was it? BNTX. Let's go ahead. BNTX. BNTX has great long-term potential. You have a little bit less risk compared to the average stock out there. Once again, you're in an extremely strong uptrend currently. So therefore, yeah, it's a good stock. It's favorable. Has a buy rating. Right now it's undervalued. Its value is at 461, but it's trading at 317. Yeah, you're getting a discount on it based off what it should be worth currently. Let's get into the next one. PAVM. PAVM. So PAVM, this is a speculative play. So this one has poor long-term potential, a lot of risk associated with it. However, it's a momentum play right now. At 1.92, it's basically, skyrocketing. It's a bottle rocket is what we like to call it here at VectorVest. It's a speculative play that has strong momentum. Therefore, the stock is favorable because of the momentum. But if you're somebody who's not a day trader or a momentum trader, this is going to be one you probably pass on. For me, I am more of that day trader, more of that speculative momentum trader. So I may take a trade like this, but for somebody who's more long-term focused, because it has a low RV and RS, you'll probably wait for things to improve, wait for a better track record before you jump on board. Once again, we track 8,800 stocks out there. So, if you see one that looks that may not fit all the criteria you're looking for, move on. You don't need to settle out there just because somebody else was talking about it. If you don't like what you see in the first 5 to 10 seconds, simply move on. There's plenty more fish in the sea if you get my drift on that one. All right, so let's get into the next one. NUE. Let's go take a. Oh yeah, JP Morgan, JPM. So JP Morgan, great long-term potential, solid fundamentals, so less risk associated with it. However, the stock is basically flat on a short-term basis. Be careful with that. Overall, it's a good play. After the news yesterday from the Fed, banks could start to rally. Banks are seeing some weakness over the last couple of months or over the last month or so. So just initial thoughts on it with the Fed coming out being more dovish recently. That could reverse that downtrend and start to see a new uptrend forming on them. So could be interesting to keep an eye on. But, one of the things we talk about week in and week out here is that if you're ever going to get in a stock, when looking at the RT, we like to see the ideal situation is that the RT is at 1.1 or greater. Anything between 1 and that 1.1 threshold tends to be more sideways moving, tends to be more in that transitory or transitionary state. So therefore, we like to see, if we're going to be buying it, we want to see that RT at 1.1 or greater. So at 1.0, probably going to hold off for right now, wait to see that pick back up, wait for a little bit more confirmation before jumping on board with it. Hey, Mark, no worries. We're going to be live all day today. So for anybody tuning in, I see some new faces coming in over on our YouTube side as well. For anybody just tuning in for the first time here today, Glenn Tompkins and I are live all day here today. We're bringing you guys the Robinhood IPO release. Right now, we are live over on Facebook and YouTube. And after the Facebook ends today, here in a few moments, we will be continuing on streaming over on our Facebook live page, our YouTube live page. If Joey, if you're in the background, can you send me through Teams real quick the link for the YouTube page, so that way anybody who's in our Facebook chat that wants to come hang out afterwards can come over there. So yeah, just send me that so I can put that in here. All right, so we've gone over JP Morgan. Let's cover 5 more stocks from you guys here today. And then we'll jump back in. We'll bring Glenn back on and we'll continue on with the Robinhood. Hopefully they release sometime very soon. But hey, if we have to go till 4 o'clock today, we'll go till 4 o'clock. You know we will. Let's see. QCOM. Steve is asking, so why I'm putting in QCOM as well. Let's answer Steve's question. He's asking roughly what percent of portfolio per stock. Currently, I'm doing 5%. So, Steve, it depends on each individual, but regardless, we always recommend dividing your portfolio evenly between your positions. That way, you're not overweighted in one position more so than another. So, if that one stock that you were overweighted in, happens to take a hit, it doesn't hurt drastically your overall portfolio. And then we have some rules. I don't have time to go over them all here today, but we have some rules of thumb, of how to manage those portfolios. I believe we talked about it last week or the week before. You can watch our replays there. You can get that information. But yeah, we do. Anybody who's new to VectorVest, whenever they come in, we offer free coaching. We want to help you out. We want to help you get acclimated with what you see. And how to use it best for your specific style of investing. So we always offer all new people to VectorVest free coaching to help you get started. And we also have an amazing support staff here that's open, willing to answer your questions anytime you have questions. So that is some of the, the side benefits of VectorVest as well. Not only do we do this, but we also do a lot of other things here for you. And we have a tremendous team that's willing to help you as well. All right, so I think I found that link. Give me 1 second, folks. Let me post that in here. That is not what I wanted. That is not what I wanted at all. Copied the wrong thing. Delete that. Oh. Why is it not? All right, so let me find that link again. Copy link. There we go. Yeah, copied the wrong thing for some reason. Paste that in. All right, there you guys go. So I have the YouTube link in the Facebook chat. So if you guys want to come hang out with us after today's Facebook stream, you're more than welcome to. It's more of a casual thing. We're just kind of hanging out, answering your guys' questions, taking a look at some stocks, waiting for the Robinhood IPO to release. Vince is asking, do you think VectorVest will have a crypto section of the program? Vince, I don't know exactly. I know that we are working on trying to get some more crypto data coming in. I don't have any more information other than that, unfortunately, for the time being. So I apologize. That's the best answer I could potentially give right now. All right. So getting back into it, let's go ahead and analyze that. Oh yeah, Qualcomm. Let's analyze this one real fast. So Qualcomm has great long-term potential, has about average risk associated with it. You're in a steady uptrend, so overall stock's favorable. CAMT, we'll go ahead and take a look at that. So CAMT, great long-term potential, less risk associated with it. You have a really nice short-term strong uptrend. So overall, stock's definitely favorable. Can you make a video on XL fleet? Maybe money. We'll have to look into it. No promises, but we will definitely look into it for you. Getting back here, where do I find the free coaching? Give our support a call, Steve, or send us an email. And we can get that set up for you. If you're on the desktop, there should be a link on the homepage, which I can take a look at when we switch back over. But if you're on the desktop, there should be a link there that you can click on like the welcome page that you can set up, or you can schedule getting started coaching right from your computer even. Don't even have to give us a call. You can just set it up and we'll give you a call at the time that you set up for. All right. MARA, man. crypto has been having a crazy last few months. 60 down to less than 30, and now it's up to almost 40 last time I looked. It's head spinning if you ask me. So looking at Mara has great long-term potential, but it does have a lot of risk associated with it. It does have some short-term momentum currently with the new uptrend we've seen with the crypto markets. So overall, it's a favorable stock. This is more of an aggressive play. Once again, VectorVest caters to all styles of investors, and we utilize the RV and RS ratings to really get a sense of what style of investor you are. I don't have enough time to do the full talk about it here today, but I've done it in the past, and essentially a high RV, low RS, or an RV above 1, RS below 1 makes it more of an aggressive stock. A RV below 1, RS greater than 1 would be more of a conservative stock, more focused on just fundamentals. A RV and RS both greater than 1 would be what we like to call a prudent stock. That's our personal favorite, best of both worlds, if you will. And then RV and RS both below 1, that makes it more of a speculative stock. And those are going to be your once again, speculative plays, momentum stocks, rumor stocks, biotechs, those types of things. All right, so there we go. That's on Mara. Once again, great long-term potential, but does have some extra risk to get to that potential and a decent uptrend. So yeah, overall stock's favorable. And then, I think we just, let's see. I know we're still live on YouTube. Some just happened with Facebook. Facebook just dropped for some reason. Let me see what is going on. Okay, so cool. We're still live right now. You guys can see me, right? If you guys can see me, let me know. Type in Hood in the Facebook chat if you guys can see me right now. You guys can hear me right now. But yeah, it looks like we're still live, so we'll keep going. Extra off. All right, there you go, Jay. I'll do it for you as always. So looking at extra off, there we go. Okay, so you guys can't see me. Awesome. It's just Facebook, whatever, is what it is. So extra off, this one has poor long-term potential. You have a lot of risk associated with it. You're in a slight decline currently. So overall, this is not a favorable play. This is a purely speculative play. I like the stock. Personally, I hold it. For anybody who's been following me for a while, I do like the stock, but right now it's just a buy and hold pattern, if you will. It's just not doing a whole lot. And then AVGO. We'll finish off with AVGO, and then we'll transition back over to just YouTube. So once again, if you guys are here, you want to come hang out with Glenn and I, click on the link in the comments over on Facebook, and you can join us over on our YouTube live page as well. If you're not already a subscriber over there, make sure to subscribe, especially if you guys like today's content and you guys want to see more IPO releases with Glenn and I. Make sure to subscribe over there so that way we can see you guys want you guys want more of that. All right, so AVGO has great long-term potential. You have less risk associated with it. You're in a steady, consistent uptrend. So overall, the stock is definitely favorable. Like what we see here. And once again, less than 10 seconds taking my time to analyze it, I now have actual usable information rather than scads of data that I have to start analyzing on my own that could take me hours to come up with the same answer that we just came up with in 10 seconds. This is, if you're a retail investor and you don't want to spend hours upon hours a day to manage your portfolio, if you're working or if you just like being outdoors and don't want to spend a whole lot of time stuck behind a computer, VectorVest is the perfect tool for you. If you're not already a VectorVest subscriber, you want to do this analysis on your own, you want to give it a test run, click on the link in the description below and you can sign up for a 2-week free trial of the mobile app. If you're already a desktop subscriber and you don't have the mobile app, all you got to do is download it in the App Store, use the same information that you use to sign into the desktop, and you can log right in and get all of that synced up together. Vince is saying he's still waiting for Hood to print. Well, we got to start trading first, Vince. All right, so to quickly recap what's going on, just to wind things down a little bit. Right now, we are still one tick into the green. The market is still mildly bullish. We scroll down a little bit. We have that green light coming from the price. RT is flat from when we first started here. Buy to sell ratio up a little bit, so coming from 0.79 to 0.8. MTI staying where it was when we first started. Everything else staying relatively flat. Looking at the advanced declines, right now we're sitting at about 65% of stocks moving higher still and about 25% of stocks moving lower. So we've seen slight pullbacks with the advanced declines, but well above that 2-to-1 threshold we like to see. So things are still looking good. Just a slight temporary pullback. Nothing to be too alarmed with right now. Looking at the major indices, the Dow is still up just roughly around 0.5%. Nasdaq's up about 0.4% still. S&P's up right around 0.5%. VectorVest Composite up still about 0.75%. So things haven't changed too much since we started getting into the mobile app. All right, so once again, if you guys have enjoyed today's session, if you're over on our YouTube page, make sure to subscribe. I go live every single Thursday at 11 a.m. Eastern, where we talk about the mobile app, talk about different tips or tricks of trading, talk about some of the new features we have coming out for you, how to get the most out of those features, and show you how to analyze any stock out there faster than anywhere else out there. So if you guys have enjoyed today's little segment, don't forget, or feel free to come hang out with us every Thursday at 11 a.m. And with that, what we're going to do is we're going to start transitioning over to our YouTube Live. Going back to that, if you guys are over on Facebook, feel free to click on the link in the comments and join us over there. And I will see you guys in just a second. All right, so Facebook can't see me, but you guys can see me over on YouTube. So give me 1 second as I get things switched over here. Give me one moment. Figure out if I think Glenn's going to be taking over. But let me just verify. All right. And once again, guys, I do appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out with us today. Today has been an awesome day.
All right, it's you now. Unmute your mic. Oh, that's me. All right, I'm leaving.
Hey, everybody. This is Glenn Tompkins now, as we've been streaming all morning or all morning since the beginning. And now Patrick has handed it over to me. And I'm going to keep it going. So for everyone who can hear me, if I'm loud and clear, please let me know. Let me hear in the chat by way of VV Nation that I am coming across loud and clear. Got a lot of screens going on, trying to make the transition happen in a beautiful fashion. I think Patrick did a great job for all of you who are here from the standpoint of what Patrick did. Also does an awesome job every week at 11 o'clock on Thursdays talking about the mobile app. There's a lot of flexibility in the app, and he is the mobile man. He knows everything in and out of that piece of the VectorVest software. I see the VectorVest Nations coming in. Vince G. These are people that I was on Patrick's stream since 9:30 this morning. We're now streaming over on my side. When he gets a chance, when he's ready, I will bring him in and we'll keep on going. He's got to get a time to go to the bathroom and get something to drink and get something to eat. They brought us some pizza knowing that we've been doing this all morning long. Normally, this is Trending Thursday, but today is still all about the Hood IPO. Let me go switch that real quick. Still all about the Hood IPO. Patrick, let's see, what do I have here? Let me move that over. And Patrick will be here. You see the screen for him on the bottom is blank until he gets here. And I will call him when the time comes on my teams to see what's going on. And he will be here to join us. So right now, for a little bit, it's just going to be me. And thank you guys for tuning in and supporting this live stream. We don't do a lot of live streams together like this, but this was a big event, knowing that the Robinhood IPO was going to pop off today. So is it time for Cafe Bustelo? Jay, I had some Cafe Bustelo this morning, and I ran out, and now I'm drinking water. I don't know how that's going to be, but I had 2 cups of Cafe Bustelo today. Talking about that, mix this up a little bit. Yeah. And it's still a little warm, so I'm glad about that. Still a little warm. Folks, if you haven't already, especially if you're brand new to the channel, please hit the subscribe button, hit the bell icon, so that when we do these impromptu streams like this, you'll be alerted as soon as it happens. But this is right now a little bit of an extension of from Patrick, what he did with the mobile app going into Trending Thursday. All of this is going to meld in together today because we're looking for the first tick. The first tick to happen on Hood hasn't happened yet. So, and it looks like we're on both channels. I'm on the live channel and our regular channel. So people who are on our regular YouTube channel are here. People who are on our live stream channel are here. We were on Facebook. We're trying to get this out to everybody. So we need you guys to support it. If you can, share this link, whether it's on either side of our channels, share this link across your social circles, folks, because this could be big. And Patrick and I earlier this morning were arguing the case whether it was going, which side it was going to be on, whether it's going to be to the upside, whether it's going to be the downside. And we had all kinds of articles talking about it. I still have articles. Let me see if I can go find them. No. Is that here? No, that wasn't there either. Where is it? I gotta go find them. Anyway, I'll find them, and I've got some stories on the Robinhood IPO. Of course, I'm gonna have stories for Trending Thursday today as well. So you guys are just gonna be given a lot of great information across the board on what's going on in the market today, on what's going on with Hood today. Still waiting for the first tick to happen. I am on intraday 1-minute bars, and we're just waiting for the first tick to happen. Looks like something happened here, but then it didn't happen, and whatever. It's not here yet. You know what this is like? This is sort of like waiting for the baby to be born. You're like, oh my gosh, is the baby born yet? No, the baby's not born yet. Okay. Hey, oh my gosh, is the baby born yet? No, the baby's not born yet. Okay. That's what Hood is all about today. Where's the first tick? And the first tick will happen when the first tick happens. And we'll see what's going on. This is cool hanging out with smart people, says Vince G. And on the other side, Joff is here, 12 watching, 1 liking. Get serious. Maybe everyone else can come on over. So again, no matter what side you're on, as far as our channels, we're accommodating everybody. Eric is saying little ships to the moon. Drew says at Mark Norton, Hot Wheels or Matchbox cars. So Mark is someone who's really big on giving us super chats, and we appreciate it. We never ask for them. If you ever feel compelled to want to do that, we'll gladly take them. And that's just a financial add to our channel. All right, but as I'm looking at the people that are here, let's go see if we get some likes out of here too. I can't tell the statistics on the likes right now based upon what I can see. Hold on, let me see. I can't see the likes. Doesn't matter. If you like what you see here, if you like the idea that we went live streaming and you're here, by all means, hit the like button if you haven't already. All right, hit the like button. On our live channel, we do have a poll. How many of you think that the stock is going to take off? And more people think that it's going to take off than not, and that's where we stand. 82. We got 82 likes. Thank you for that, Joey. Joey's in the background keeping me up on what's going on. So let's see if we can get some more likes going today. Patrick put out a challenge that if we hit like 100 likes in like 10 seconds, in like a minute, I was going to open up a ticket to buy 1 share of Robinhood. It didn't come through, so I closed the ticket. I was going to buy I was going to buy 1 share. It just didn't happen, so I was going to do it. Hood better blast off. Well, we'll see, Eric. If it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And right now, we've got the opening price right now set into the software at $40. It was announced that on the news that was going to be at 38. We've got it right now at 40. I think we took the difference between a couple of different numbers to give us our opening price on it right now. So that's where we stand. And as we get more and more people popping in, like I said, please share this link. Share this live link. This is live, folks. This ain't Memorex. This is live. Share this live link across your social circles so that Everybody can be here when the first tick happens. All right. In the meantime, can I look at some stocks for you? I definitely will as you put them in, because I don't want us to just sit and just talk. I want to see what's going on. What stocks are you guys looking at today? What stocks are you guys looking at today? Especially for all of those people who are new to the channel, let me show off some of what the VectorVest system can do for you. All right, Jim says, thanks, VV Nation. You are very welcome. Hi, Sherry. Sherry typed in on our other channel. I'm watching two separate chats, folks. Sherry on our other channel says, hashtag VV Nation. That's what I'm talking about. Eric says, I've got 150 shares so far. All right, so we'll see. We'll keep our eyes on that. 150 shares so far. I see AMD coming in. Is cash a real ticker symbol? There it is. Meta Financial. Jay, I'm not putting that in. I'm going to put you on timeout already. Nucor. I did a video on Nucor, I think, on our channel as well. Neurometrics. And are you looking at Nucor? Jay, are you looking at NURO? Tell me that. I think you're looking at NURO. PRFT, WST, MXL. All right, let's take a look at some of these stocks. And I'm looking at them on a 3-month basis. Who gave me a? Did somebody give me a? Yeah, look at that. MR Consultant. Look at that AMD. Look at that AMD. What was a good opportunity? And just so that you can see the setup, of what I really like to use when I'm looking at a stock, whether it's long-term or short-term, the 3 and the 8 exponential moving averages. The 3 is the green line. The 8 is the red line. I love to watch a stock cross on an end-of-day basis, okay? The 3 cross above the 8 and look at that run, look at that run, look at that run, and that's where you would have gotten out where the 3 on an end-of-day basis went below. That would have been a good opportunity. Wait, boom. 3 and the 8 went up again on 721, and since then it's not looked back. Love the setup. Right now, AMD is running up hot. Very little wick at this top, which means there's very little selling pressure on good volume. RT is up. I like the stock. All right, show us what's listed as most undervalued. Chad, I could probably do that. And let's see if I've got the time to do that. I can run a search in the VectorVest software to find the most undervalued stock in the database. I can do that. Let's see if I've got the time to do that. Okay, Chad? Let's go to the next stock, cash. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, y'all. Joey is laughing because I know he knows that. But you know something? Cash ain't ruling everything around me right here. I do like the 3 and the 8 cross over yesterday. All right, I like the gap up today. But what I don't like is the small body on the candle, big selling pressure, big volume, big buying pressure. It's what we call a doji spinning top or spinning however you want to look at it. Looks like a top, right? A lot of bit of indecision going on with that stock right now, and I really would like to see it break above that level of resistance at 51.66, 51.76, which it did, but intraday came back down. But I do like that the 3 and the 8 are still bullish, even with the pullback. Open candle, a lot of indecision going on with the stock today. It looked like it was going to run, and then it said, nah, I'm going to go back home and go to bed. That's what it did today. All right, still below that value. I needed to really break above that level of 51.76. Next one, MLM. Overall, I like the stock moving up, but the stock's in an overall big channel. Look at this. From the high, sitting at about 384 to the low, sitting about 329. Overall, over the last 3 months, definitely in a channel. All right, I like the bounce off of possibly a level of a low coming off of here. The 3.8 crossed a couple of days ago on the stock at the value of 356. It's currently trading at 375, about $25 move. I like that. And moving higher. I'd like to see if it could take out the 3-month high, though. Would love to see if it could take out the 3-month high. Jay says, end of day MTI graph stopped right at the high. Market timing graph. You guys keep putting MTI. You keep throwing me off when you do that because we got the market timing indicator. But on the market timing graph, it's in the zone of that level of resistance at 384. It's in a zone. All right. I do like the consistent volume here, and I like RT above 1. If you own it, you're fine. If you own it, you're fine. If you're not in it, though, I'd like to see it break above that level of resistance before I jump on board. All right, let's go to the next stock, Nucor. Nucor, steel was hot and heavy, and it still is going to be hot and heavy if we keep looking at what's going on with the infrastructure bill. I keep seeing news, hey, we're getting close, we're not getting close, blah, 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 blah. Steel is going to be a big part of that. Now, when we look at the infrastructure bill, it's not all about roads and bridges and tunnels and all of that. There's a lot of other things tied into it, to include clean energy. I've done a video on the infrastructure bill, and I looked at 5 good stocks for you to take advantage of. If you haven't looked at it on our YouTube channel, folks, take a look at it. 5 infrastructure stocks to take a look at. Joey, if you can find the link, put that in the chat for the people, please. It's a really good video that really starts to tune in that it's not just roads and bridges. It's a lot more in this infrastructure bill than I think a lot of people think, to the point that we've created a watch list for you. So before I go on to the next stock, if I go to the viewers tab and go to the watch list viewer, under special watch list, for all of you who are VectorVest subscribers, look at that. We got infrastructure stocks for you. I believe there's 26 stocks that I put together. There it is, 28 stocks that I've put together that cover the wide gambit of the infrastructure bill. These are stocks that are good plays to take advantage of. And if you are a VectorVest subscriber, you all have this access. If you're not a VectorVest subscriber, we are still offering a trial to our YouTubers for 99 cents for 30 days, and you will have access to this watch list of stocks, folks. You will have access. And just looking at just today, what's the biggest mover in this list today? Looks like Martin Materials, MLM. How about that? What stock are we looking at right now? Good, googly muggly. Well, MLM is in the list. I believe, yeah, I think MLM, there it is. It's in the list. How cool is that? That it's one of the stocks that you want me to look at, and it's the biggest mover in our infrastructure watch list today. Good, googly muggly. All right. So what else do I like about Nucor right now? I like that the 3.88 cost. I like that the stock just broke through a level of resistance at 99.09, trading at 103. If you're in it on that 3.8 cross, that was a beautiful move. If you're not in it right now, do you still have some upside? Well, right now, as long as you can get an intraday entry, I've got a profit target sitting at about 110, which is the 3-month high. That may not be a bad trade right now. All right, that may not be a bad trade, but Nucor is in the steel industry and could play a good role in the infrastructure bill. I like this. What do you need me to look at this stock? Holy smokes, that is a beautiful looking equity curve. Bottom left, top right. A little bit of selling pressure on today after it gapped up. I wonder if there was news on the stock that made it gap up. It's up 7%. 7 days ago, earnings expected to grow. Let's go to look at the press release on it. 4 hours ago, Perficient reports second quarter 2021 earnings. Let's go put earnings on it. This was an earnings play. This was definitely an earnings play. The stock did good on earnings, and the world likes it. Above average volume, still above average. RT, this is a good looking play. Who gave me PRFT? Drew, that's a good pick. My Stream Deck is not on, Joey. I can't use it. Dag nabbit or else I'd give you applause for that, Drew. That's a good pick. That's a good pick. I like it. Bottom left, top right. A little bit of selling pressure today. I'm going to attribute that to a little bit of profit taking. Everybody went to sleep last night with the stock's price at 86.51. Today it went up as high as 94. Yeah, people probably took some profits. Still open candle today. Still open candle. Good pick, Drew. WST, that's another good one. Who gave me that one? That was Guido. Guido, another good pick, and that was an earnings play as well on 7/29, which is today. Bottom left, top right. They beat earnings before it went up. I like this. Even prior to earnings, looking at the 3.8 cross, that was on 7/22, and look at the stock's rock and roll. Give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. I want to get lost in your rock and roll and drift away. Ooh-wee. Love the move on the stock. Stock's got good upside potential. The relative safety is good. Fundamentally sound stock. This is a fundamentally sound stock and still moving higher. What's the next stock you gave me? MXL. MXL, a little bit of a sideways move here. Another earnings play. Look at that. Another earnings play. Look at the big move up on the stock. Prior to earnings, did I like it? Relative value was good. Relative safety was good. Fundamentally sound stock. Relative safety told me that it had a high probability of meeting or exceeding its earnings expectations. And man, did it do so. And the world liked it. The world liked it. All right. So those are the stocks that you gave me real quick. Where was the other one? There's MLM. There it is. All right. So it's one of the big, and this is in the cement industry, building cement. I like the buying pressure. I'd really, if I'm not in the stock though yet, I'd like to see it break above that level of resistance. But as an earnings play in that infrastructure build space, it looks pretty darn good. All right, it looks pretty darn good. All right, let's go back to Hood. Let's keep our eyes on Hood. Keep your eyes in the hood. Let me see. I got stuff popping up on my screen. Why is LS showing on both the regular live stream showing? Oh, is Patrick said that. Patrick, we made that happen. That was something that happened while you were doing. We're on both channels. We're on both channels, bro. All right, so that if that's the question. Love the tips of the trade comments. There you go, Richard. This is why we look at stocks for you guys as well. This is why we look at stocks for you as well. So let's do this. I'm going to bring up earnings seasons. Where those are my trending Thursday stories. Let's go see if I can find. I'm going to open up another. Put that out there. Move this over real quick. Let's minimize that. And I just want to look at news on Robinhood. Robinhood IPO. I have done some research on it. Robinhood starts trading publicly today. Here's why small investors should approach. So let's take a look at that story. Why small investors should approach any IPO with caution. And I think that it's important that a lot of people think that, well, it's an IPO, I'm going to jump on board. But what tends to happen with most IPOs? I want to see you type it in the room. What happens on most IPOs when the market kicks off, or when the IPO kicks off? And Patrick, if you're in the background listening, let me know when you're ready to come in, bro, because I'll call you on Teams and we'll get that started. All right, when you're ready, Teams me and let me know when you're ready. What tends to happen after the IPO hits? Type it in the room. I know you know. I'm trying to get some interaction here. You guys are here. I'm trying to get. I'll take a look at OPTI. But what tends to happen when a company IPOs? A pop and drop. There you go, Mr. Consultant. Absolutely. A lot of times it happens. So Robinhood is set to debut public trading today. Price its shares at 38. The online brokerage reserved 20 to 35% of its initial public offering shares, which I think was kind of cool because the majority of us are not able to get into an IPO. And those are the people that make the most money because they get in, the stock pops, then it falls. But Robinhood is giving the retail investor an opportunity to get in early on the IPO, which I think is awesome. And I think that could cause the price to not drop nearly as much. That's my opinion. Retail investors should approach any IPO cautiously. As we look at in one of the most anticipated initial public offerings this year, thus the reason why we're having this live stream with Patrick and myself. All right. Robinhood shares will start trading Thursday. However, the buzz around the online trading platform debut as a public company doesn't mean investors should forego expert advice. Proceed with caution when it comes to IPOs. So I don't need to read much more into the story except for that I think that is what tends to happen. Everybody knows that when you get into an IPO that happens. So I still love the idea that Robinhood is giving the retail investor some early play on the stock. I think that's awesome. I really think that's awesome. We did a live stream when Coinbase came out, all right? And the retail investor wasn't taken into consideration there. And that stock went way high and then fell very quickly. But I think that because Robinhood is giving the retail investors some opportunity to get in early, maybe it won't drop as much. We won't know until the stock starts ticking. All right, we won't know until the stock starts tipping, but 20 to 35% would go to see if the loyalty is behind the people investing in the stock or not. All right, let's go see if there's any other news out here. The Robinhood is 728. That was yesterday. I'm trying to see if there's anything today. Robinhood IPO said the price at the bottom of the range. Kramer on Robinhood. This is the toughest one. Oh, look at this. So Kramer's getting on board. What do you think he would? But IPO access. Let's go see. The initial public offering allow companies to sell stock as they go public. IPOs having an blah 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 blah. Am I guaranteed IPO shares? This is on the Robinhood website to answer a lot of your questions about that. On CTRM. All right, let's go see. A couple other stocks have come up here. I can do that. All right. So we're going to keep our eyes on the news. Going to definitely keep our eyes on the stock. But a couple of other stocks came in. OPTI, OPTI. What? What? Can you look at OPTI? Carol, is that, what's the name of the company? I need to know the company because it doesn't look like I have OPTI, Carol. Let's go CTRM. Yeah. And welcome back, Stoyan. CTRM. It's a stock I've talked a lot about on VectorVest. Look at that. Oh, look at the trade, baby. Oh, man. Daylight coming, me want go home. Castor, Maritime. Daylight coming, me want go home. 223, and it's running a little higher. Daylight coming, me want. Look at that move. CTRM could be coming into its own. And guess what? The 3/8 crossed. Look at that there. So this has been a tough stock to be in. I've put out a lot of videos on CTRM that they were buying a lot of ships, the whole 9 yards to get ready and da-da-da-da. Patrick lets me know he's ready. Awesome. And look at it move. Look at it. It's moving up today. I like the 3/8 cross. For all of you who have been watching the news that I've put out on CTRM, today could be a good day, and you may not have to use your AK. Today could be a good day. All right, let me see if I can get Patrick up here real quick. Patrick, let's go. All right. I'm gonna call him and he's gonna pop up, and then I'm gonna have the both of us in here. But CTRM, all right, stop talking. Don't talk yet. I'm not, because they can hear you. So don't be saying no. You gotta put your camera on though, bro. Once he puts his camera on, he's gonna be up here, both of us. Nope, that's not your camera. What did you do?
It's turned on. Give it a second.
Oh, I gotta give it a second. What is that? Like my Hisense TV? He's got a bootleg camera. Sit there with a bootleg camera. All right. So now the both of us are here for you. All right, the both of us are here for you. Patrick, say hi, Patrick.
Hey, everybody. Hopefully everybody's doing good.
And he's just pulling over from what? Did you get that pizza? What? I think that was Brooklyn South. That was some good pizza right there. But here's a stock. Oh yeah, Joey knew I was gonna mess it up. There you go. Now you can hear Patrick. That was Joey knew that I was gonna do that. Now you can hear. There you go. Joey knew I was gonna do that. Go ahead, Joey. Type it in my chat. And just put that in there. All right. So now they can see you. Now they can hear you. Joey knew that I was gonna mess it up, and I did. Joey. I'm spoiled to having Joey work with me, and the thing is that Patrick's the big boy from the technology standpoint when it comes to looking at this stuff. He can run his own stream. I have Joey. I'm spoiled. I have Joey.
Your caretaker.
Yeah, I'm old, so I need a little bit of a caretaker. I got Joey. Joey's here to help me out. Can you hit yeah, I can do that. Hold on. I can't find it. Oh, maybe I'll find it here. There we go. All right, there we go. So Joey's in the background, and now me and Patrick are here for you. So you know how I feel about CTRM. I am liking the move today with the 3/8. So another stock came in, TMO, Hey, are you still on Facebook? Or is
Not
that
live.
huh?
Not live.
Not live. Oh, okay. Another stock, TMO. What do you think about that? I see that as a gravestone doji. What do you think?
Hold on. I gotta be able to see your screen. You gotta show me your screen so I can see it live, or else I'm gonna be on delay like you were.
How do I do that, Joey?
Uh oh.
Hold on. I think it's this and this. Oh, but then I lost you.
There we go.
But now I lost you. Oh, because I don't know why. But I lost you. They can't see you, and I don't know how to fix that, Joey. So, unless I do this. Oh, I did that, and you're back, and fill the frame.
I'm still looking like an alien. Ah, there we go.
All right, let me fix that. I'll just have to do it manually. Oh, I'm
Get me out of
learning.
your taskbar.
I'm learning, baby. Woo! I learned that all by myself. I did that all by Joey. You see that? All right, I did that all by myself, baby.
Can we get a few likes for Glenn learning how to use computer by himself, folks? I think that deserves at least 5 likes right there.
Oh my gosh, I did that. Joey, are you proud of me? Type it in chat. Joey, you proud of me? I did that all by myself, bro. All right, so they can still see you, and now you can see me live. So looking at TMO, I call that a gravestone doji. But the stock's steady moving from the bottom left to the top right. Little selling pressure with the big wick at the top. What you think? Where's my coffee?
Yeah, with the big, I mean, as we always say, volume is conviction. Looking at that volume bar yesterday, that's, the volume you want to focus on. That's the candle you want to focus on. Down day yesterday, and then a doji here today on light volume shows indecision, shows that reversal is indecisive, and that more pressure is still to the downside, it looks like to me.
Well, the 3 and the 8 still look good. The stock's hitting a new 3-month high today too, but on that indecision.
Yeah.
And
And
look
on
at the
light
last
volume too.
Look at the last time it did that right here. Look at the pullback the next day, but look how solid the 3 and the 8 was. The stock's price is still moving up. But 1, 2, 3 out of the last 4 days we have indecision, or 3 out of the last 5 days we have indecision. Stock could be getting tired. The stock could be getting tired. Darwin says, I'm back. Coffee break. Words cannot express how impressed I am, Glenn. Wow, Mark. All right, so wow. Listen,
Oh,
I'm the older of the two. I am. I'm not as apt as Patrick is, but that was kind of cool on the fly that I was able to do that. I did that. I'm proud of myself, man. I'm not gonna stop patting myself on the back for a minute because that was I did that.
Do you need me to come over and pat you on the back?
No, I do not. And the cool thing is, folks, that Patrick and I work. He works right next door to me, in as far as the office, and we can yell at each other through the wall if we wanted to. We could probably do this live stream through the wall because Joey was like, "You got to turn Patrick down because I can hear him." I said, "Bro, you're hearing him through the wall." And he was like, "Oh." There he goes. He was like, "Oh." All right, can you go back to CTRM? I looked it up in VectorVest. It says sell. Did I look up the wrong ticker? I'm confused. No, it ain't. It's a sell. Look at the stock. It's a sell. All right, all of the stories that I've done on CTRM were in anticipation of the Chinese market opening up after the pandemic, because the Chinese are going to start looking for goods for a lot of people. They got a lot of people, and shipping is going to be huge, because that's how a lot of imports and exports get moved. Castor Maritime is a low dollar stock who's been spending up a lot of money to grow their fleet, and that's the reason why I've been bullish on CTRM for the longest time. But it's been a tough stock to hold. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's a sell, and it's been a tough time to hold. And right now, there's a glimmer of light right here that after all of this 3-month move, this is a 1-month move. Let's even put on 3 months. Look at that. And the split, so I can stay above $1. That was another whole story. I talked about that. The stock has been getting killed, but I do like the run up on relative timing. It's getting better. All right, it's getting better. When did Hood IPO start? Darwin, it hasn't started yet. Let's go back to Hood. It still hasn't started. And that's what the dual stream today is all about. It's all about the Hood. Are you in the Hood? This is right now. We are the boys in the hood. If you think about it, right now, Patrick and I are the boys in the hood.
And apparently we've got some other boys in the hood that are in the chat because they've been talking about how they've already got their orders filled.
That's right.
They're ready.
So, I mean, and again, I can't express enough how impressed I am that for an IPO, that Hood is giving the retail investor some opportunity to get in before it takes off. A lot of times, the people that make the most money in an IPO are the people who got in early, right? Robinhood is giving the retail investor the same chance as the people with the boys with the big bucks. And I think that that's cool. I really think that that's cool. Now, does that mean that it's going to definitely go up and stay up? I'm not going to say that. But it does help, from a loyalty standpoint. If you say, hey, Glenn, hey, Patrick, we're going to give you an opportunity that all of the big trading houses have. And I'm going to look at Robinhood and go, thanks, buddy. I like that.
And I mean, on that note as well, I mean, regardless of whether you're bullish or bearish on Robinhood, you got to admit that it is innovative with what they're doing with, bringing access to small retail traders to IPO access. I mean, I know TD Ameritrade, Fidelity, Schwab, those guys don't do it. So this, I mean, whether you love them or hate them, it is kind of innovative and it's groundbreaking to be able to start giving small investors access to the IPO market.
Yeah,
so,
and that's big. That's big. You can't beat that. Let's go see what's going on with the market. I know Patrick covered that. What's the market doing? All the major indices are up today. 2 green lights in the color guard pricing column 2 days in a row. Primary wave is up. Major indices, big mover, energy coal. Look at that, up almost 5% today. That's a big move. And on electrical connectors, up almost 4%. For those of you who are not subscribers to the VectorVest system, all I'm doing right now is showcasing some of the power that the software has to offer. Going right off the coattails of what Patrick did with the mobile app this morning. There's a lot of power in the VectorVest system, and we only touch the tip of the iceberg. Stop doing that. You ain't supposed to go, and when everybody can hear you. You do that when you're in the office by yourself.
Wait, this isn't an ASMR stream?
No.
Ooh, oh, man, I'm in the wrong place.
You can't be doing that. You can't be doing that. You're sitting there. Hold on, then. Wait, hold on. All right, fine. Since you did it, I did it. That's some good coffee right there, baby. Woo! All right, if you haven't already, hit the hashtag VVNation in here. For all those people who are brand new to VectorVest software, let them know that VVNation is in here today. Hit hashtag VVNation in there, folks. Let all of those people who are not subscribers to the software see us stand up strong in here. If you haven't already as well, hit the like button. And also, if you haven't already as well, hit the share this link. Share this live stream. No matter which channel you're on, folks, hit and share the live stream. All right?
Oh, Glenn.
Yeah.
I know I'm going to interrupt you on this one, but Chad he was here for our mobile session.
Right.
And I told him we would look at and show him how easy it is to find the most undervalued stocks.
All right. Let's do it this way. Price.
What adjusted?
Well, I'm looking for that. Price.
Very top.
Oh, there you go. No, that's not what I wanted.
Is less than.
That's not the way I was going to do it. But okay, I got you. I have you.
And this is, folks, is why Glenn's caretaker.
No, hold on. So now I got the price split adjusted, less than the stock value, but it's the sort that I want. I want to look at price divided by value divided by price. Value divided by price. Value divided by price.
Oh, you just passed it.
There it is.
There you go.
That's going to now. So now I'm looking for the stocks, and this is for you, Chad. This was
Rerun
an
it.
easy way. The stock's price is less than the stock value. So every stock that we're looking at is less than its value.
Hey, Glenn.
Yeah.
Rerun the search.
I am. I'm walking through it
Okay.
first. I'm walking through it first. So Chad, what the original search that I put on was that all of these stocks are undervalued. So that's a good start. Then I put the sort to value divided by price. So the stock's price, I'm looking for the stocks that are the most undervalued.
Hey,
Now
we're
as I
live.
run it,
Hood just started trading.
oh, it did?
Yep.
All right, so Chad, we'll come back to that. And there it is. All right, so there it is live, folks, live and direct. Big move. What did it start at? Let's go check a look. It started a price at, open price at $40. It did start at $40. And as I zoom in, let's go take a look. Oh, not that way. Stop. Screw it. I'll do it this way. There we go. There's the big drop, but here's the big pop. Look at that. Look at the big pop. So it at the second bar, and I'm looking at 1 minute bars. The second bar opened at 37.60, dropped back up again, or ran back up again. I'm watching the volume on it, watching the relative timing on it. We're live and direct, folks. So now this is as it's happening. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. And let it go. Let's go see what happens. I'm going to keep the zoom in on it. I want to
So,
pretty much
while,
keep it.
while you're zooming in,
Yeah.
just to give a little insight to anybody who's new to IPOs, the way I would play this is the same way I would play a gap up or a gap down, because you don't have any set, points to go off of. So I would take that initial candle that I opened at, and if it breaks above the high and closes above that high of that initial candle, that would be the bullish indication, jump on board to the upside. If it breaks below that low, 35, it looks like, that would be showing signs of weakness, and that would be my sign of, protecting myself. Hold off. Don't go buy it yet.
So now what I'm looking at is between the high and the low, between these two candles, I got a little bit of a channel already. All right, there's the high sitting at 40.23. Here's the low sitting at 34.98. Now let's see. Now, you know me, anybody who follows me, I like to use the 3 and 8 exponential moving average. As of the open, the 3 is below the 8, but that's not a bad thing, especially if it's sitting within the defined channel of the 2 bars. 2 bars have now created this channel. The low wick of the opening bar, the high wick of the second bar, and right now all of the other bars are falling in line in between. What I'm really looking for from a bullish or bearish standpoint is 1, the 3 and the 8, 2, breaking above the level of that high created by the second candle. All right, so that's where we stand. Look at that. Volume is picked up already. Even on this third candle, volume is sitting at 815,000 shares. On the first bar, it traded 1.1 million shares on the first bar.
Well, that's going to be biased because of all the orders already went through are going to be included in that. So anything prior, any of the fills that happened before, first tick are all going to be included in that one.
And right now, it's still, I've got a moving average on volume, a 20 simple moving average on volume. So far, all of the bars have been above average on volume. The average volume right now is sitting at 939,000, 940,000. And right now, each tick or each bar, 1 minute bar, has been above the average volume. But again, that makes sense with the idea of knowing that there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, or it's a big open. All right, this is like a theater opening. And right now, the actors are out there, and the audience is going, That's what's going on. It's just the audience is going, But they're not throwing tomatoes at it yet. They're not throwing tomatoes at them yet. Go ahead.
Wait, so something's kind of, I just noticed, or something I just started thinking about. That's 12 million shares that first minute.
1.1 million shares.
12.
Was it 12 million?
12 million.
Okay.
Man.
I hate
so
you.
12 million shares. They said they were holding, what is it? 20 to 35%.
The story said 20 to 35%.
So how many shares were they wanting to release? That's what I'm trying to find right now before I do the math calculations on this. We can figure out how many shares they sold, beforehand pretty much. Well, get at least a rough idea of
yeah.
how many shares they sold.
While you're doing that, look at this bar here. The Bulls are trying to push it higher, but the Bears are pushing it lower. All right, I saw a little bit of green in there. And I'm wondering, what was the high? The high was at $40. That's the high. And it's coming off are people getting off of that $40 price already? All right, so now I've got both chats open.
All right,
Mohammed
so
says
right now that 12 million shares represents 26 and a third percent, or 26.66666666% of their total shares that they were expecting to release.
So you're making that sound like it was the retail investor that's done all the movement so far.
So those are all probably the fill orders that we're hearing about. And if that's the case, that puts it on the lower end. On the lower end
of the $38
what they were holding to release to people.
Interesting. How is this going down if it just opened? JT, people could already be selling off their shares. That's in order for a stock to go down, people got to be selling it. That's how.
And that's the thing is, as we talked about earlier, I mentioned it. Their lockup lease is very unique in the sense that any employees, people who are holding shares in the company, were offered the ability to sell 15% of their total holdings at the release, and then they could sell another 15% 3 months down the road. Where typically the lockup leases state that no employees can sell for up to 6 months after the release of the IPO.
And so, in regards to panicking, listen, I've already set a line in the sand for you already, which is the low of the first candle, sitting at the price of $34.98. Don't get your panties in a bunch, folks. It's all right. Listen, this is what happens on an IPO. This is exactly what happens in an IPO.
Expect to see extreme volatility
in an IPO.
Absolutely,
folks. So don't get all nervous. This is what happens. The 3 and the 8, though, have been bearish from the open. All right. And those are fast moving averages. A 3 and 8 exponential moving averages. They are very fast moving averages. But the volume is, even starting to wear off a little bit. It's close to at the average volume. But it is pulling down. And you know something? If it does break below, all right, now I give a more steeper picture of it. If it does break below, it is what it is. All right, the buzz is there. And Patrick and I have been talking about this. And Robinhood put on their app that this could happen. And they prepared you. They prepared you for it. We prepared you for it. I still think that long term, all right, because Patrick asked me the question, what do you think about it? I think long term, I think it's going to have some legs. I think long term it's going to have some legs, and maybe we wait for it to pull back. I guess Joey's talking to Pat. Why did you make you look lower? Now you look shorter.
Because my head was getting cut off, so I'm seeing.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah.
I got you. Man, I'm like, why are you shrinking?
I'm doing a manual adjustment.
Okay. The stock's price is still pulling back. I'm looking for something from a bearish perspective. And it's interesting. We did see some green pop up on one of the candles, but it's just pulled back a little bit. But it is what it is. I got nothing earth-shattering to tell you about the IPO except for it's IPOing. And we're watching it live.
We talked a lot about it all morning long.
Yep.
I mean, once again, for anybody just tuning in, we've been live since 9:30. But, right now I do want to point out to people to try to help give you guys out there, some insight on how best to take advantage of this. Because if you're a technical trader seeing it falling, know that technical analysis needs price action. And right now we don't have enough price action to really be able to use a lot of technical analysis. So the only way to really trade IPOs, and one of the reasons why they're so risky, is because the only thing you have to go off of from a technical standpoint is candlestick patterns. So unless you're familiar and you're really knowledgeable on different candlestick patterns, and I would recommend to people out there who are wanting to try to day trade it or whatever trade, short-term trade it, be very, very careful right now if that is you. You don't have your typical indicators
Right.
that you can use to gain access or insight on what to expect from price action, because there's no data to go off of for those indicators currently.
All right, so big interesting thing on the other channel, on our regular channel. I'm curious to know how many of you have already bought Robinhood. Type of me in the room. On our live stream channel, how many of you have already purchased Robinhood stock? Now, for those of you, as I'm looking, there's my line in the sand sitting at 34.98. This is going to be interesting to see if this psychological level, I'm going to call it a psychological level, if that can hold, or are we going to fall below that level of the stock's price movement? So I see the people coming in on the live side saying me. I'm looking for the people on my other channel, on our regular channel. How many of you said Coin did the same thing? Absolutely, M. Kush. Absolutely it did.
So careful though.
Go ahead.
On that, coin shot up at least right out of the gate from like 380 or 360 all the way up to 420, 425, and then it came tumbling down. We haven't seen that so far with Hood yet.
There we go. So now it broke through the first candle's wick. It just broke through and hit a new low for the session as it just started trading. All right, so now that's where we stand. But from the onset, the 3 and the 8 exponential moving averages were there already to the negative side. Now, for anybody who's saying they're panicked, you got to understand, as Patrick and I have been saying all morning long, this is not abnormal behavior. All right, this is not abnormal behavior. A couple of people said they put in a buy stop order. That was a smart thing to do. Someone said they put in a buy stop order somewhere. Where is it? At 40? All right, so Mark Norton, because we have inactive bars all morning. Oh, okay. So I guess Mark had asked a question of why the stock hadn't been moving, because it hadn't been trading. But it's still moving down. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Still moving down. I would love to join your academy. We have an academy?
The Umbrella Academy.
Shut up. Oh, that's
Yeah,
I've watched a
I know.
couple of those. I don't know. I couldn't get behind it.
Oh, dude, I love that show.
I
That was a good one.
I couldn't get behind it. Did you already talk about IPO Hood opening? Stoyan, we're looking at it. All right, we're looking at it. Let's go watch. I'm trying to see where the bulls are trying to grab hold. Could this be it? All right, could this be it? Sitting at what time? 12:37. Could this be it where the bulls are saying, stop in the name of love?
So what,
Before
34? So you're talking
you
about
break my
a
heart.
$4
Yeah, it did open up
valuation,
at four-
roughly, if this goes through.
Yep. Man. I like that the bulls are trying to catch up on it. Are you going to buy Hood? Thank you, Joey. Joey just put another a poll up there for those. He put it on the other channel though. Do you think? Oh, he put on did you finish that one? Yep. Poll complete, 300 votes. Do you think Hood's IPO will pop today? 68% yes, 31% no. All right, so Joey put out another, and just so that you know, Patrick, are you going to buy Hood? Nobody's 14 votes. He put it on both sides now. Can I pin this? Report poll, close poll. All right, Joey, you need to pin that at the top on the other channel. All right, so let's go see. I got 83% on the live side saying no. I don't see on the other side yet the yeses or nos. So it shows me.
Glenn, so you're better at the candlestick analysis.
Right. So
Any reversal signs you see at those lows right there?
Not yet. That's just a bullish candle. That's not even inside, outside. That's just a bullish candle that I'm looking for follow through here. This level of support at 34.98 now serves as a level of resistance.
Is that a one black crow?
No, not
because you're lower.
Not until this finishes, and that would have to finish lower than the low than the open here. It's got to go down past this candle, and yeah, that possibly is a one black crow right there. It's within that candle to the top, and there's the follow through.
Yep.
Slightly, that is a one black crow. That was nothing. This was a nothing candle here. It's just a bullish candle, but that is a slight one black crow, and we'll see if we get follow through. Guess what? It created another level of support, which is sitting at the value of about 33.98. All right, so now I got a little channel, but nonetheless, there's nothing that I can't say that it's moving down. It's definitely moving down. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, and it is what it is. And you're just watching it live. I ain't got no news on it. I know that was bad English, but I don't care.
So once again, I mean, for anybody, there's a lot of new people and a lot of new faces tuning in right now. You know, I said this earlier and I still stand by it. The similarities are very striking for Hood when compared to Facebook's original IPO. If anybody remembers the Facebook IPO, they had it valued, I think it was like 35 or 34 to 36. Started trading at 36, ran up to 42 real fast, tumbled all the way down until it was about 15 to 17. And then it finally started taking off, you know, and now has started the run that we've seen even to this day.
And Lou, yeah, it did drop 25% for the day for coin, but Patrick is right, is that it spiked up before it started moving down. So yeah, it finished down on day one, but Patrick was mentioning that from the onset, it spiked up, it ran up.
So this is something, you know, it seems very, very similar, or very reminiscent of what we noticed with the Facebook IPO as well.
Interesting question. Frenchie says, I like you guys. Do you go live often? It's something that we've contemplated. There's a resource issue. But, you know, I would love, and I think that anytime we have major IPOs, this is going to be something that we do. All right, I think that every time there's a major IPO, this is something that we'll do. But I'm curious to know, and how many of you would like to see us together do more live streams? Just type yes in the room. Just type a yes. And I'm curious to know. I'm curious to know if you guys would come if we did more live streams together. Look at that move right now, moving sideways in that tight little channel. Moving in that tight little channel. All right, and I'm just watching it with the level of a level of support sitting at 33.98. I want to see if that holds. I want to see. Wow, Jay says 24/7. If this was a different time and a place, I'd say unkind words to you right now, Jay. But on the live channel, it looks like people are saying yes. I'm looking at our other channel. I'm curious to know where you guys stand. I would love to do more live stream, but I want to, you know, it's got to be on something that matters in my mind. All right. I'm looking at it, just watching it. I'm watching it with bated breath. Look at that sitting right there. It's trying to decide whether or not it wants to go below that level of the low, that level of support. The 3.8 is still bearish though. 3.8 is still bearish.
It is holding on for dear life.
And
right
there
now.
it is. Let's go see if it hits a new low for the day. Looks like, yep, and it did. The bears are still holding it down, folks.
But you gotta wait. You gotta wait to see if it closes.
Well, it did. Yeah, and you're right. That's the smart way to do it, is to see if it closes.
And are we gonna get follow through? That's the second question.
No, the bears are holding it down, baby. Don't know why. All right. And Joey, I can't see the results of on the other stream. On the other one, it just says 53 votes, but it doesn't tell me yes or no, so I can't see it. I'm just saying. And I'm hearing a lot more on both sides. It looks like, Patrick, they do want us to do something more often. Maybe
so for everybody who said they do want to see more of these, what IPOs are you guys interested in? You know, because
good question.
This comes down to you guys. We do this because we're not here to try to, you know, make ad revenue or make tips and donations. We're here because we enjoy the stock market. We enjoy educating retail investors on how to make money, giving you a honest sense of what we look at.
Absolutely.
From an unbiased perspective. So what IPOs are you guys looking for, or what stocks do you guys want to see us cover? Because we would love to do more of this. I've enjoyed all day today. It's a long day, but it's it's worth it because it's fun. You know, they always say, do what you enjoy, and that's what we're doing right now.
Oh, look at this. So now I got a candlestick pattern on my VectorVesters. What candlestick is that right there? I'll give you, I know we got a little bit of a delay. What's that candlestick pattern right there? And are we getting follow through? So 1, what's the candlestick pattern? 2, are we getting follow through? All right, let's go see if I got people out there. All right, Robinhood is about to halt themselves. No, I don't know if we're going to do that.
That would be kind of funny.
It is a hammer. That'd be messed up. There is a hammer, and are we getting follow through, Mark? Right now, it's not all the way done, but are we getting? And there's the hammers are coming through. I like that. And we got a little bit of follow through. We did get a little bit of follow through, but right at that level of current resistance now of 33.98. All right, let's go see if the bulls can get to pull themselves up by the horns and keep their eyes. Keep their nose to the grindstone and walk through the woods to get to grandma's house. All the way to the woods we go. Okay. Did y'all understand that at all? No. All right. I'm trying to look at a possible bullish bounce here. Candlestick of a hammer, a little bit of follow through. It's open candle, open green candle sitting right at that current level of resistance of 33.98. We'll see what happens. Waiting for cross. Yeah, I'm waiting for it to go across. I'm waiting for the 3.8 cross. That would be a good indication right there, is the 3.8 cross. I'm not seeing the 3.8 cross yet. And, I don't know where the bearish so I had a story. I did have a story. Robinhood starts trading, and this is from CNBC about 5 minutes ago. $38 per share, valuing stock trading app at roughly $32 billion. Trying to see if anything's coming across. Shares of Robinhood started trading the NASDAQ. You can see this, right, Patrick?
Yep.
Trading for the first time under the ticker symbol HOOD. Shares fluctuated. Robinhood is stock, blah, 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 blah. The company sold 52.4 million shares. Close to $2 billion they raised. Co-founders Vlad, and somebody said Vlad deserves nothing. Something, I could sit here and say it ain't about Vlad. Well, it is about Vlad. If the company makes money, Vlad makes money, right? So it sort of kind of is about Vlad, but it's about the trading platform and its ability to support the retail investor. And as I made comment on Patrick's stream that this was the first company that made it so that brokers don't charge commissions now. It started off with Robinhood, right? So innovation is the mother of invention. Something like that. The necessity. I don't know. Anyway, nonetheless, innovation is a good thing, and any company that can do innovative things is attractive to investors. And that's the important part. And they set the mold that everybody else had to now adhere to. Now, the other side of it is what happened with AMC and GME and what they did. That's another conversation for another time. And Patrick and I could actually do we could possibly do a video about that. But even after that happened, it's been brought to my attention, even after that happened, they still had, from that point until now, an increase of 4.2 million funded accounts. That's even since that halt of the meme stocks. They're still out there first and foremost in front of people, and people are jumping on board with it. So,
and that's the thing is, just to kind of point it out, I did do a video over on our regular page as well about the IPO release for Robinhood when they first announced it a few weeks ago.
Look at that. What do you see, Patrick? Oh, look at that candlestick pattern. Look at that look at that hammer. If I had a hammer, I'd hammer in the morning. Look at the stock's price now coming up to another level of resistance. It broke through one. Here it is, 34.97. The volume is just there. It's slightly below, but look at the bulls trying to come in. That
folks. Volume isn't enough.
Yeah, I agree.
That doesn't show conviction. Volume is still lower than relative to what it's been trading at. From a trading standpoint, you and I both know until we see a big spike in volume confirming one of that.
I agree. And where is it stopping? Right at that level of resistance that I drew. We're stopping right there. The volume wasn't there. The volume wasn't the conviction. But I don't know. It's sitting there. It can't break through. Let's see if it can break through. See if, boom, it broke through. Bada boom, bada bing. But is it going to stay? And will it close? Will it close above that line? We don't know yet, but it's moving. All right? And I can call it like I see it. That's all I can do. That's all that either one of us can do. Oh, man, I'm rubbing my
right
hands
now, the
together.
only thing you can do is look at candlestick patterns because there's technical analysis doesn't have enough data yet to give you any insight.
Look at that big open candle right now, sitting at what time? Right
But
now,
look at
12:49.
Volume is the issue. There's no conviction behind that breakout.
And there isn't. But price action still shows that it's moving up. Price action still shows that it's moving up. You guys missing the action. No, we're not loophole. Why are you saying we're looking at it? What are we missing? We're looking at it. Sigh. All right, so now this is where that lack of volume comes in.
Also, so to answer why you're looking at that, to answer Ebert's question, he said must be Robinhood account holders buying in. We did that analysis right at the release. There was 12 million shares that came out. That is roughly 26 and 2/3% of the total float that was supposed to be released. So that first opening minute were all those Robinhood users that already got filled from the IPO release. And if I was one of those people, I would not. I mean, granted, it's only down $3 a share right now, but I would not be feeling good, or I would not be happy right now if I got in early and seeing it where it's at right now.
The 3 and the 8 are still holding. From a price action perspective, the 3 and the 8 are still holding. And you know something? Even though the volume is not above average, it's sort of kind of steady, isn't it? This volume bar is at 1.1 million. That's at 1.
But volume is relative.
Say again? I'm looking at
relative.
No, I'm looking at volume, 812,000 compared to average volume. But look at the 3 and the 8 still holding. And now we're testing this former level of resistance of 34.97 is a good level of support right now. Let's go see what happens. I don't know. Hood crashing just like coin. Well, Ciborium looks like the bulls are trying. All right, looks like the bulls are trying. And I'm going to keep extending this out. This is on 1 minute bars. We're watching it, folks, live and direct. Live from Cornelius. This is the Hood IPO.
Boys in the hood.
Yeah. All right, so I'm looking, a little bit of a sideways move. Still green. Pop the red, but the 3 and the 8 from price action, still holding on, and RT is starting to bump up a little bit as well. So we're just watching it. I'm trying to see if any specific new news comes out on it or anything. So I'm monitoring that. And again, I'm looking at wait for double bottom, says 427 trading. Well, the stock's price has got to come back down to this level of the low, which is sitting at 33.35. Right now, it's up to 35. I'm loving the building of these green candles. Look at that. I'm loving the building of these 3 candles, and the wick on the candle that we just went through stopped right at that level of 34.97. A lot of this,
I'm taking it from the opposite perspective. You know, I'm keeping my eyes on volume because I say it in the Jockey Club.
I agree with
it
you.
in our live streams. Volume is conviction, and yes, it's moving higher, but the volume is not confirming that move higher right now. So
it's not. So that starts to pose the question is, does this move have sustainability? And Patrick is right. Without the volume to back it up, the sustainability may not be there. But even with that, I'm just looking at price action. That's what my 3 and the 8s help me. Strictly on price action, what's going on. And from that perspective, it's trying to pull away from this level of 34.97. It's right now it's at 35.37. But what Patrick says holds credence, that can this stock price action hold on with the lack of volume? And that's what we're
because
looking
that's
at.
one of the things. Seeing this lack of volume right now is concerning me, not only for volume as conviction reasons, but from the standpoint that this is something new where they released their IPO early to their own customers. So they probably were having institutions buying up stuff, pre-market or before it actually started trading.
Well, that's going to be the other mover of the stock is going to be the institutions.
But is that move already baked in? Did they already get it, beforehand? And then also, if people who are interested in it already bought it through Robinhood, is there going to be anybody coming in now after it actually trades that's going to be able to keep driving it higher? People who aren't on Robinhood are from I would assume. I mean, I could be wrong here, but I would assume people who aren't using Robinhood are less likely to buy in on this. And right now it kind of supports that we're not seeing other retail investors or other traders coming in and buying it. And that's why we're seeing such light volume currently.
Interesting that with the lack of volume, what did the stock's price do? It just pretty much went a little sideways there, didn't it?
Yep.
It pretty much went a little bit sideways. All right, but the 3 and the 8 are still holding, and we're still above that level of support. Again, sitting at the price of $34.97. All right, and every time that that bar becomes a big green bar, again, look at the lack of volume. So that's movement, but look at the volume bar right now is sitting at 397,000, 400,000, 410, 418, 452, 480, 487. It's bumping up, but still staying nicely below the average volume, even though the stock's price is moving up. Volume 590, 600, boom. So now another up candle. Look at that green still running. So let's add some other let's add some otherness. That's a good word.
Some Glenisms in here.
So now I got a trend going. Look at that there. Dagnabbit. I got me a little trend going here. So I got a little bit of a bullish trend line.
That is a hideous trend line, Glenn.
Shut up. Style.
Don't make me come over there.
I'm not worried about you coming over here. All right, look at that move. So I got two things to help me here from a day trade perspective. The 3 and the 8, I got three things. Breaking through resistance, a trend line. All right, and now look at that, Patrick. Volume is starting to pick up a little bit. There's your conviction, baby. There's your conviction, baby. Oh, yeah. I'm liking that. So the stock sold off. Beautiful candlestick pattern. Hammer. Right after that, the 3-8 cross. Then it crossed through that level of resistance. Listen, this is day trading at its finest. No matter how you day trade, this was just a beautiful picture of looking at the technicals to help you. Now, does this mean it's going to finish up for the day? No. Let's say some of you jumped on board when the 3-8 crossed. What do you do now? Well, I'm going to look at a couple of things. I'm going to look at the 3-8 to cross bearish. I'm going to look for candlestick patterns first. Then I'm going to look for the 3-8 to cross bearish. Then I'm going to see if it breaks through this uptrend line. If it breaks down, then that's telling me that, and volume starts to fade off. A lot of things can help you to manage the trade. But once you're in it, now you got to manage it. I'm liking the move. We saw it live as it happened. We walked you through it and just kept on going right along with it. And now, Joey, your dealie on the other side is blocking the chat. The poll on the other side, can you pin that poll for me, Joey? Top chat. No, I can't pin it. Won't let me pin it. It says report poll or close the poll. The other one on the live stream side is pinned at the top. But on our other channel, can you pin that poll? We got 96 votes on Are You Buying Hood, and I can't see any of the results on the other channel's poll. I know you hear
so
me.
Glenn,
Yo.
while Joey's fixing that, one thing I just did on my own.
Yeah.
Zoom in that left-hand side to take out that first opening candle. No, like use your time bar in the bottom right. No, to remove that opening candle.
Oh, okay.
There you go. And now you can get a better sense of volume, because with that first volume bar of 12 million, that's going to
skew it a little bit.
Skew it, yeah. So that up candle that you saw, I mean, volume looks a little bit different on this.
It does.
Just looking at it from this view now.
All right.
Sell on the IPO when the user
Citadel
opens.
is shorting Robinhood to rob Robinhood customers who bought it first. Kelvin, don't start none. Don't start none. Won't be none. Don't start no stuff up
We're
in
not
here.
supporting conspiracy.
Don't start that stuff up in here.
This is not Reddit.
And Kevin's on the other channel. Are you seeing both? Are you seeing both chats too?
Yeah.
All right. That's Kevin starting to start some stuff over there. I'll do that. Have you looked at the level 2 quotes for any large blocks or of buys or sells? I don't have, even in my Schwab account, I don't know how to do that. I don't know if I have level 2 in my Schwab account. Do you have level 2 somewhere, Patrick?
I have it with Thinkorswim, but I don't have it open right now.
Okay, then never mind. So that's to answer your question, Jay. All I see is shorts taking profits. Where? The shorts, I'm thinking that people are buying here. I'm not seeing that shorts are taking profits, but I'm watching a couple of things happen right now. After that nice little move, candlestick pattern, I'm seeing the stocks 3 and the 8 starting to peel over, and I see this level of support close to being broken. If I were to have gotten in somewhere in here from a technicals, I'm watching this now as a level to get out and protect the profits that I just made.
But if you bought from Robinhood, you will now be banned for
Right. You got to hold it for what?
for
3
30
months?
days.
30
You're
days?
stuck in it for 30 days unless you want to lose access to IPO markets.
I think that's another innovative way. You want access, but you got to play by our rules. You want access to the IPO, and hopefully what that's designed to do is to stop people from jumping in early and selling and getting all out. That's what that's designed. That's another innovative move. All right, you want access, but you got to play by our rules. Hey, what are you guys? Ooh, that popped up. What are you guys wearing? I hate you, Jay.
Khakis.
Yeah, you're wearing khakis. I got a button down.
Also,
I got a
just
button
asked,
down.
Are you guys in hood? No, we are not in hood whatsoever.
Hold on. I
can
got on
say
khakis.
that.
See, I got my khakis on. I got on.
I actually got some jeans on today.
I
Not
got
khakis.
I got khakis on.
Oh,
What?
this just became a mature stream, folks. Welcome.
Uh-oh, what just happened?
You just showing your pants off to everybody.
I just showed my khakis. That's all. Like, what are you talking about? Oh my gosh. All right, look at that bounce. Trying to be a bounce off that level of the trend line. Trying to, I can't. Can you vote? Yeah, I can vote. Oh,
then you can see the results there.
Oh, is that what it is? You already voted on this poll. It says I already voted. I didn't vote. Okay.
Well, you got to vote.
I did.
Duh. And then you can see the results.
No, I would have to close the poll.
No, neither Glenn nor I have bought any Robinhood. Ooh, things are about to get spicy, folks.
What?
So basically, yeah, there's only one stock I hold in my Robinhood account, and I've held the one stock since January, and I'm not planning on selling it anytime now. My other account, my main account, is outside of Robinhood. It's in an actual or a more
Wow, I heard that. I heard that Freudian slip right there. But that's all I heard.
more established brokerage. And yeah, I don't hold any Robinhood. I couldn't buy the IPO from them. So therefore no, I'm not doing that.
All right. I'm liking that this trend line is holding and the 3.8 are holding right now. At what time do you guys think Robinhood will break even? I said, oh man, I'm not. You talk about
it's got to go. You're thinking in 5 minutes? It's gonna climb
up to $40.
$2 a share.
What's the high? What's the break even?
38 is what it opened at.
All right.
I'm even going off at 38. I'm not going off of the midpoint from their
the open price was 37.60.
Their range.
There you go. There it is.
No, that's the wrong candle. You're looking at.
Oh yeah, man. Open price
40.
Yep.
Because
open
that was
price
the range
40.
between their 38
All right.
and 42 target or range that they were giving.
So now from a day trade, what just happened? Would that be a good profit to take off the table? From a day trade, yes or no? Yes or no? Would that be a good profit to take off the table?
I'm gonna
if
help
we
everybody
close?
out and say yes.
That's
Going with yes.
Patrick's giving you the answer, but I'm asking you the question. Would that, if we close below that trend line? Oh, look at that! Look at that that candle is not there. It's not closed yet. But if it did, would that be a good opportunity from a day trade? Take that, and that would be from a price of 34.30 up to about 36. Look at that. It's holding though. It's not below it yet. It's not below it yet. That's why you wait for the closing candle. Whew, look at that. And from a day trade perspective, we just walked you through what to do. Ebert says, Glenn for State Farm. What are you wearing? Wow. Khakis and a button-down shirt. All right. Most retail traders do not have access to true shorting. So as of now, the sentiment of negativity isn't even fully reflected. So Frenchie, in order for it to have any sense of negativity, somebody's got to be selling. Now, interesting. Watch this. All right. Now what's the stock doing? And I'm going to leave that one alone. Now look at that. I got a channel within a channel within a channel. Notice that my channels are just getting channelier.
You sound like an Elliott waves kind of person.
Yes, yeah.
It's a wave inside of a wave inside of a wave.
So this is a channel inside of a channel inside of a channel. And that's exactly. So what was it doing? So now it did break below the trend line, but what is it doing? Moving sideways. And look at that. That 3 and 8 is holding. Interesting. That 3 and 8 is still holding ever so bullish. Ever so bullish. Marquis says 108 to 113. And yeah, we can't trade options or short. Well, I don't think there's any options on it yet. Viewers.
So to answer, I see a lot of questions coming in about this. First off, you can day trade it, yes. If you bought it through the Robinhood IPO, you are not able, or if you sell it within the first 30 days, if you bought it from their IPO access site now that they have, you could potentially be banned from accessing other IPOs at their IPO price rather than their trading price. You can still sell it. They're not gonna stop you this time from being able to sell. You can still sell it at any time. That's your right as a buyer, as a right as a stockholder. But you may lose access to their IPO listings if you do that within the first 30 days. Anybody who's buying or trading Hood on any other platform or even Robinhood that didn't buy it from their IPO access, they bought it on the open market when it first started trading, you're not under those restrictions. You can still day trade it. So want to clarify that you can still day trade it, whether as long as you didn't buy it from their IPO access site. And you can still day trade it even if you did, just be expecting a notice in the mail or a notice through the app letting you know that you're banned from using their IPO access site from now on going forward. That's all it's saying.
We had somebody this morning that said, ban me then.
Yeah. I mean, you're not, I would be willing to lose access if it meant making sure I made a profit.
Lack of volume, but look at the stock's price. Look at all the way through this. The green is slightly above the red. The 3 is slightly above the 8. And now we're coming up to a level of 36.51 on resistance. Let's see if it can break through it. The bulls are trying to push it, and it has pushed it since we had the candlestick pattern of the hammer and the 3-8 cross. We walked you right through that from a day trade perspective. Right now it's moving sideways. The 3 and the 8 haven't fully closed bearish yet, and we are above a level of support sitting at 35.52. So we'll see what's going on. Big red candle. Not big, but it's a red candle. A lot of fighting right there on that candle. A lot of fighting. The bulls and the bears fighting. What's the volume? 419, 530, 535, 551, 588. Then it stopped. Oh, come look at the. Oh, they moved candles. Duh. Oh well. All right, and look at that sideways move. That's straight up sideways move. There's no ifs and that's straight up sideways. All right, so there's a lot of links that's going into the chat. Just real quick, if you haven't subscribed to our channel yet, by all means, please subscribe. If you like the content that we're putting out in this live stream all day so far today, hit the like button. Joey, how many likes do we have? How many likes do we have? Joey told me to turn my speakers down. That was a long time ago. Hey, say something, Patrick.
Hey, everybody.
Okay, that's good. Joey wanted me to turn my speakers down. All right, but how many likes do we have, Joey? I'm curious. And I'm sure that there's other live streamers out here. But I'm hoping that you found your way here because we're giving you, everything you need to do.
Oh, so we just got somebody commenting in, adding more insight to what we were just talking about with the ban for the IPO stuff. They put in, if you got the IPO from Robinhood, it's only a 60-day ban from their IPO market and not permanent. So that's good. That's good to know. I didn't see that. So thank you for adding that in there, loophole.
Oh, we got 96. Welcome to an hour ago. What are you saying, Joey? We got 96, 26 on the main. Oh, likes. We got 26 on the main channel. To all my regular people on the main channel, thank you for being here. And to all the people on the live channel, thank you for being here. And for Patrick, thank you for being here. Look at that, challenging that level of resistance right now at 38.51. Oh, baby.
Uh-oh. Stalled.
Look at that. Look at that. It's like Chico and the Man looking good. That was before your time. That was before your time. Look at the breakthrough and look at this whole time. Look at that green ever slightly above the red, folks. You're walking through the real workings of an actual day trade as it's happening, folks. You're watching it live. If you got IPO from Robinhood, it's only a 60-day ban from their IPO. See, I can't see all of the chat over there because I can't move this chat thingy. Dang it, Joey. I'm so angry with you. He don't care.
Glenn, give me 1 second. I'll be right over to help you out with that real quick while you're going.
Okay. So hopefully he'll help me because I don't know. I'm blaming Joey anyway. So now you're going to see Patrick pop up on my screen. Glenn, bad news. Volume with the smallest 5-minute bars and it was red. I know.
All right, so
here.
Yeah, so you got both of them.
Yeah, but I can't move this or pin it like it's here. That's my problem. I can report the poll or close the poll, but it's blocking the chat behind it and I can't move it.
Try doing this real quick.
What?
Because mine doesn't show it that way. Mine shows it smaller and it popped it up to the top when I did that. I don't know.
All right. I mean, I got to leave it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I voted, Joey. I voted. And when I click on it, it says, you already voted on this poll. You keep saying that. Sigh. She's above VV. I don't. Oh, look at the big pop. Look at the big pop. Look at the big pop. And again, ain't nothing that I'm saying. I'm just looking at the technicals. I'm just looking at the technicals on the stock. Nothing more, nothing less. This is not my opinion. This is not Patrick's opinion. But I do know that Patrick is right when looking at the volume. From the volume perspective, the volume is not backing up all this move. It isn't. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. And now let's see if it can stay above this. And you know something? If it can stay above this, does it have the opportunity to get back to break even today? It might. It actually might. So we'll see. But we watched as it started happening with the hammer candlestick pattern at 1243, with the 3 crossing above the 8 at 1247. Open this one. On my phone? Are you saying on the phone? Hold on. Open up that one. Open up that chat. Hold on. Where you at? Where's all the yo? That's not it. That's not the yo. Oh, I can see where the poll is on the other side. All right. Sent an image. Who's telling me to? All right. I'm going to click on it. See what it does. Oh, Lord. Can I move that? I can move that. I can't move that. I don't know. All right. At least it shows me 53% says no and 45% says yes. All right. That's all I'm going to do. At least I can see it from that perspective. All right. There it is. I'm looking at. We're still above that level of resistance that was sitting at 36.51.
I mean, from a technical standpoint, it's making a steady move, man. It really is. Off of that hammer that we noticed, live, it's making a steady move. You can't deny that.
Oh my gosh, Mark just called us dumb and dumber. All right, I'm gonna have to call dumb so you can be dumber.
All right, as long as I get the blue tux, I'm okay with that.
But you have to stick your tongue on the frozen pole.
As long as I get it right around the dog van, I'm cool with it.
Look at the big candle, folks. Look at the big candle. How do you spot a hammer? Chad, it's usually at the bottom. It's what are you saying?
How do you spot a hammer?
Joey's typing something. You're typing it wrong. It's normally at the bottom of a pattern, and it's a bigger body than the wick, open or closed candle. Looks like a hammer.
That is some volume right there. That is volume, strong volume relative to what it's been trading at.
Right there.
Take off that first minute, Glenn, like you did before, and that way you can see volume look a little bit better. Or volume more.
Yeah, look at that.
Price.
And look at it go, folks. Oh, bada boom. And where did we let you know when to start getting into it? After the hammer, after 3-8 cross. Could have gotten in at a price of $34.61. And look at it go. That was calling it right on the spot, baby. Right on the spot. And look at the volume. Look at that. Did anybody, I should have bought right there. I could have bought right there.
Asif, to answer your question, no, we did not buy any. We're both live right now. It's a little difficult to get onto our trading accounts and trade while we're looking at it as well. So no, we have not bought any. I don't have any extra available funds to buy any currently.
I only had about $300 left in my account. All my money is tied up. What is your prediction price? I don't have one. I think it's always tough to give a price prediction because I don't have enough history on it. Right now, based upon what I see, my price target is $40.25. That's just from what I see. And it's running up. I'm loving that move. The stock's got clear sailing up to that level of the first candle high. Right now, it's got clear sailing up to that. I got no more levels of resistance to go through.
You could get a level of resistance from the opening candle and the second minute candle.
Which would then be about $40. That's what I really... Yeah.
So the lows down there. See that consolidation from the first 3 minutes?
You talking here?
Yeah, that low right there. You had a consolidation right around those first 3 minutes. Up a little bit. Look at the body of the candle. There you go. So you're breaking through that level of resistance because that was
which now right still says I got some clear selling, baby. Oh, look at that. And we did this for you live. We got you, if you wanted to get into it, of course. We did this live. We walked you through this trade. We walked you through the trade as it was going on. That's kind of cool. All right. Hammer with volume is called Thor's hammer. Is that real? Did you just make that up?
I'm going to ignore that one.
I don't know. It could be.
Oh, never mind. That's not what I thought you said. Hey, so we did have a question. Chris is asking, do you guys own any AMC?
I do.
I don't know if you want to take that answer or do we...
No, I do. I own 750 shares.
And
I still got...
I'm going to answer no. I own GME. I have about 50, 55 shares between the accounts, I think, somewhere in that range.
And on my AMC trade, I still got 250 shares at like $9.85. I still got 250 shares. I sold off. I originally had an order or holdings of 500 shares. I sold
folks,
half.
And this is proof that GME apes and AMC apes can actually get along together.
Yeah. And we both sit back and say, well, what's the better trade? And we go back and forth on it. I got my reasons. He's got his reasons. I think from the, we both have.
And I've got the better reasons.
Whatever.
Okay.
Whatever. I've made the most money.
Your high sense reasons,
I've made the more
my
money.
Samsung reasons.
I've made the more money. So there we go. And it ain't over yet, folks. Believe you me, this ain't all over yet. But as of right now, as it stands, I've made the more money. But we don't know what's going to happen by the end. Never know. Never know. Heck no, I'm a value investor. You bought Hood. And Hood's still going. Something? I had money. But we've been busy watching. I had money to throw behind at least one share. Stop that. Looking at my account, what's up? I bet you AMC is beating out GME again, as always. Let me see. Apple is up today. AMC is up 0.3%. GME is down. But I still,
it's because they have to sell more synthetic shares on GME to buy Hood.
I still own GME. I have
did I
both.
say that out loud?
Whatever. I own both. He's only in one. I'm in both. I'm in both GME. I've got 50 shares of GME and 750 shares of AMC, just for the sake of transparency. All right, just for the sake of transparency, I own them both. He's a one-trick pony. At least I'm a two-trick pony. That's all I got to say about that.
Hey,
all right.
Who was the one who got you into him originally?
It was you. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It was you, but I took advantage of both sides.
You're welcome.
I took advantage of both sides.
Ungrateful about making money.
Hey, do you need control of any of this? No? You sure?
You got it. Yeah, I'm just along for the ride.
All right. You can sit with me all the way through Trending Thursday if you want, which happens in about 40 minutes. Laugh out loud, dark pools. Ooh, who said DP? You said dark. Did you say dark pools? You're not supposed to say that.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah.
Let me see everybody answer in chat, even if you're, somebody sitting in the background lurking. If you guys want to do another giveaway, type in 1 in the chat right now. If you don't want a giveaway, type in 2 in the chat right now.
What the heck do you think they're gonna chat? What they're gonna type?
Just giving them an option, man. Just giving them an option.
I hear you. I'm only messing. While that's happening, Hood is pulling back a little bit. The 3 and the 8. Look at that. Look at that 3 and the 8 hold, baby. People ask me a lot, why do you use the 3 and the 8 exponential moving averages? The answer to your question is because it works. I love it. And even on the pullbacks, the 3 and the 8s give me the opportunity to not sweat. And I think that that's cool. It until it breaks down below. And look at all this move sideways. Look at the green slightly higher than the red, folks. I love using the 3 and the 8. Anybody, Lauren, really? You put 3.
I saw that.
You really put 3. Sigh. All right. So we're watching it. And I love, and I'm going to say it again, I love that we were able to identify a candlestick pattern, look for what I look for confirmation, was the 3 and the 8 exponential moving averages as a day trade. That was spot on. It was spot on. So,
okay. So I've obviously we're getting a lot more 1s. No surprise there. For everybody over on our regular YouTube page, if you're not already on to our live page, make sure to head over there right now in the chat for the giveaway, so that way you can enter in over in that chat there. Make sure to pull that up to get in on the giveaway as well, because that's where the giveaway is going to be. You have to be over on our live page to be able to comment in to take advantage of it.
So all the people on our regular channel scurry over to our live channel. That's pretty much that's what he just said.
You don't have to be there the whole time, but just for a second if you want to enter in.
All right, I'm going to be able to tell by the amount of viewers. All right. I'm trying to see if they're scurrying. They're scurrying very slowly.
Well, I mean, it is right after lunch. You know, people are letting their food digest. Some people are just finally getting back into the swing of things. You know, it takes a second.
Now, I want it now.
All right, JG
as we watch Hood's still holding. Hood is still holding. Nice little candle popping up right now as well. So just to reiterate, all of you who are on our regular channel, go over to our live stream channel. Go over to our live stream channel now. The same place you would go to for Trending Thursday. Go over to our live stream channel so that you can take part of the giveaway. All right, that goes for everybody who's in our regular channel. All right, you got to move over to the live channel so you can take advantage of the giveaway. All right. All right.
And I'm posting the link for the other one. All right, so I posted the link. All you got to do, if you're in the main channel, click on that link. That'll take you into our live page, our streaming page for you guys, and you'll be able to enter right there.
Somebody wanted me to zoom in. Does that help you, Arno? As a Canadian, who should I use to trade? WS doesn't trade. Is Quest trade good?
WS.
I don't know. I don't know who's WS.
I'm trying to think of who that would be.
In Canada, it's the only Quest trade that I know of.
I mean, they have like.
I know. But I don't know who WS is.
Yeah, I don't know who WS is. They have, you know, Toronto, TD, or TD in Toronto. They have a few other brokerages there, but Questrade's really the only one I'm most familiar with.
I'm with you on that as well. All right. Well,
all right. So let's go ahead and run this. If you haven't clicked on the link in the chat on the main channel to get in on the live channel, then you're missing out.
Yep.
More chances for everybody else that's come over so far. So the keyword you got to type in chat is IPO. So type in IPO into the live channel, and that will get you entered in, and we'll announce the giveaway very, very soon.
And if you type it on the other channel, I'm not looking at it.
It's not going to count.
It's not going to count. It's only for the people who are logged into the live stream channel. And if you need help with that, Patrick put the link
simple. I have heard of them. I'm not too familiar with them. I honestly haven't heard of them up until the last few months. So I don't know too much about Wealthsimple to be able to answer that.
For those of you who are sitting in the other channel, Patrick put a link in there for you to get over to the live channel. You got to click on that link. It'll take you over to the live channel. Did you go to McAllister's?
What?
Did you go to McAllister's?
No.
I just see your cup. It looks like a McAllister's cup.
It's a Clutch cup.
Oh, I don't like Clutch. All right. Looking at the stock right now. Look at the 3 and the 8. Look at the 3 and the 8. Could the short-term day trade run be coming to an end? Possibly.
It's taking a break right there.
It is. It is.
Breathing. Which could be consolidation, but I mean, if you zoom in on those candles that we're noticing around that consolidation point.
There it is.
Look at those tall upper wicks you're seeing on that high candle there.
Selling pressure. That's a shooting star. That's a shooting star with follow through. That's a little spinning top.
Selling pressure coming in on those last couple of candles too.
Look at that. So if you were in this now as a day trade, is this opening up an opportunity to take your profits? Answer to that is yes. Let's go back to the candlestick formation. There's the hammer. There's the 3-8 cross. Did that turn out to be a decent trade? Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Look at all these people typing IPO.
And so it's interesting, Glenn, kind of what you were talking about. The 3 and the 8 broke down just 2 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
From my standpoint, the way I would look at it is, you have that support line. It's breaking down from support, and you get followed through that last minute. That's your exit. You already have 3 and the 8 crossing down as well. So from a day trade, two different looks, but getting a very similar exit signal at the same time.
And that's the most important part of the trade. Well, there's two most important parts: getting in at the right time, but definitely getting out to not give back whatever profit you made. That what we looked at right there on paper was a profitable trade off of an IPO. That was very simple. That was a profitable trade off of an IPO. I don't know what we're giving away, Crack Reverence Media Company. What are we giving away? Are you going to tell me? I don't know. Patrick knows. I don't know.
I don't know. Joey does.
Oh, it's Joey that knows.
Yeah, your caretaker is the one that's going to tell us what. We're gonna give away.
Wow. I feel so old. I feel so old. We're giving away. Oh, I see. He just said what he's giving away. All right. Somebody's got to tell us who won. What are you giving away? We're going to tell you in a second. They're going to type it in the room what we're giving. And look at that reverse. Look at that candle. Did you see that candle? Holy smokes. That thing shot up.
Yeah, volume isn't there conviction.
It's still
or
not
giving it
there
conviction
yet.
though.
Bob says, we're giving away a brand new car. No, this ain't the Price is Right. How about
yeah,
that?
it's a burnout Pinto. Hopefully you enjoy
This
it.
ain't the Price is Right. And don't, if it was, we'd say, and don't forget to neuter your dogs and cats.
So Frost is coming in on the other channel saying, y'all gonna be mad when this is the next GameStop. So Frost, if you've been here earlier on, anybody who's been following us all day today knows we've talked about some of the bull cases for it.
Yep.
We're taking a non-biased approach. Right now we're looking at it as a day trade because that's all it could possibly be right now. But I mean, this morning we were breaking it down. We were talking about the fundamentals, the financials. Yeah, they do look strong. They made $331 million the first quarter due to the retail frenzy. From a business standpoint, yes, there are some strong points, but at the same time, there are a lot of hurdles they have to get over to really make it a growth opportunity to make it explode like the next Facebook or one of those types of stocks.
Absolutely.
So, we do take a non-biased approach. We understand the bull thesis, and we've talked about it here. We also understand the bear thesis and the negative sentiment currently against the company from what's gone on the last 6 months. So yeah, we are retail investors too. We like just talking about stocks, looking at trades, breaking down trades, teaching you guys how to learn different candlestick patterns, how to read your charts, how to be more successful. So when we talk about certain things, we're not trying to side on one side or the other. We're just giving to retail investors thoughts and opinions on what's going on. And between Glenn and I, we probably have 60 years of investing knowledge behind us. I've been learning charts for the last 30 years now. Glenn, I don't know how long.
I don't know how you 30. Well, he's been doing it since he's been young. I've been doing this over the last 17 years.
So, okay, between us, we have 47 years now. So 47 years of experience combined between the two of us on stock analysis, chart analysis, and everything in between. So,
by the way, Bob Sadler, you won the mug. Bob Sadler, you won a mug. Bob, are you here? You need to be here. So you need to type in the room that you're here. Bob, are you here?
I saw him a second ago.
If you're here,
you have to take a second for him to show up there.
You have to send an email.
So, just to give that a little bit of insight on, we're not just two random guys on the internet. We've been here for a while. We're giving a unbiased opinion or unbiased view of what we see with it so far. Hey, there's Bob. He's in here.
All right, Bob, you need to send an email to connect@VectorVest.com. Connect@VectorVest.com, and we're going to send you a mug. Bob wanted a car, not a mug. Bob didn't say he wanted a car.
Yeah, he was the guy who said a brand new car.
Yeah, Bob didn't say he wanted a car. All right. So what is Hood doing right now? Moving a little bit sideways. He's doing a little bit of sideways-osity. Let me zoom in a little bit. I want to make sure volume's in there. There you go. Look at that. Look at that. All right. So it popped down. That was your good opportunity to get out. And then you said, no, I want to stay in. Yay. And now look. That's why that first pop down was your good opportunity. Don't second guess yourself. Good opportunity. And now look at it starting to pull, and watch the volume start to pick up too. Starting to pick up and pull to the downside a little bit. Starting to pick up and pull to the downside a little bit. All right. New group. I got a whole bunch of chats on Teams with the same people. Who did that? Sorry.
Oh man, that is. Look at that volume on it.
Look at that. That's where the volume is picking up to the downside. So there's definitely some selling going on right there, folks. That is definitely some selling going on. What's the volume at? That's a lot of volume. Volume is at 581. No, 581,000.
581.7.
Huh?
581.7.
Yeah, 581.7. I'm getting some. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4 down candles in a row. And again, how about that? The 3 and the 8 does a really good job of getting you out at the right time. All right. So what company has VectorVest predicted that made it big? We don't do that, Chopper City.
We don't predict, but we do trend analysis.
Right.
And we have systematic approaches, not just cherry picking approaches for the vast majority of the time. I know one of the personal stories that I remember was, Glenn, do you remember when we first came out with the trading plans?
Yeah. You talking about these?
Yeah, the trading systems?
Yeah.
Do you remember the first year we had the one when everybody first started, and AMD came up as one of the bottom fishing stocks at $1.80?
Okay.
That was one of my favorites because I remember everybody was calling us about it. I was on the phone still at that time, and I'll never forget it. It was a crazy day in the office, but now look where AMD is. Pull up a chart real quick of AMD.
105.
And we told people, I think it was 2012 is when those first kicked off at $1.80, and everybody called us crazy.
And look at the stock now. So to answer your question, that's not what we do. We're not the people who predict anything. That we don't do that. So I guess it's the best way I can answer your question. We are a system of being able to analyze stocks to help you guys make better decisions in the stocks that you buy and sell. Overall, that's what we do. All right. We are not the company that says this is going to be the next Amazon or this is going to be the next Apple. But there are opportunities where no matter which channel you look at, on our regular channel, Patrick and I do videos on stocks that we think could have potential. As a matter of fact, I just did one on penny stocks to consider. All right. So how about that, Chopper City? If you look at some of those videos that we've put out, go back. We put out some videos of stocks that did shoot up. So I think that's the best way I can answer your question. Going to take this 2 p.m. Patrick will. We're going to take this to 2 p.m. Patrick will sign off, and Glenn will continue with Trending Thursday. We will end the streams after Trending Thursday. So Patrick's not going to stay with me for Trending Thursday?
Not for Trending Thursday. So has anybody ever seen the movie Anchorman? Because I feel like this is just like Glenn's like the Anchorman where he reads off the script out loud.
Listen, hey, do you want to stay with me for Trending? Fine. I just did that. I really did. He's right. Do you? Yeah. Do you want to stay with me for Trending Thursday? It's up to you.
Yeah, I may take a couple minute pause and then I can jump in.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just going to stay just like this.
I know. So I may take a couple second pause to.
You do whatever you need to do right
stretch
now.
My legs real quick, and then yeah.
How I'm set up right now is going to stay just like this for Trending Thursday.
All right.
All right. I like the idea if we stay together for the day. Might as well. I stayed with you. Oh, look what just happened. What's that candlestick right there? We'll see if it's still. We'll see if it's got some follow through. We got another hammer, but we ain't got no follow through yet. There's no follow through. There's another hammer happening right there, folks. There's another hammer happening right there. Look at that. Tell you what I'm going to do. If we can get follow through off of that and the 3 crosses above the 8, I'm going to try. I got all these windows open. I'm going to try to put it in order for Robinhood.
That's
But I'm
all
not, I'm
on
not,
you.
I'm not getting follow through. There's the hammer, but I got no hammer. I got no follow through. All right, so I was putting that out there that I was going to try to do it. Hey, Glenn, how about some Scotchy? What are you talking about? Ron Burgundy. That's what he's talking. Okay, I got it. All right, that was kind of funny. Going to take this to 2 p.m. Patrick will sign off.
He reads whatever's on the
And
prop.
I just read what that was kind of funny. I do feel like Anchorman right now. I was like, oh, it's like, what is he talking about? Look at the fall. And again, if we stuck to our guns for the first get out, that was still right here, right? Would you rather get out here, or would you like to be saying, oh man, what did I do? That's the pool.
And now the motion's taking over your trading plan.
And that was very unemotional right there as we watched right there. That's cool.
So it's interesting to me, Glenn, if you look at over on the right-hand side, I notice you have all the indicators there,
Yeah.
like a breakdown, how low the RV is and the negative GRT. So if you want to kind of shed some light on that for people.
Well, RV is low because RV looks at the stock's ability to outperform a AAA corporate bond. We're using that AAA corporate bond as a reference to the market. All right, should it outperform that bond? What happens with a bond? You buy it. After it matures, you get your money back with a small interest. Can this stock outperform that safe investment of a AAA corporate bond? On a scale between 0 and 2, it's below 1, but it's way below 1. A AAA corporate bond, as of right now, will blow Robinhood out the water for a longer-term play. Then we look at GRT. Well, we put on earnings and earnings growth rate. Our earnings is a forecasted earnings over the next 12 months, okay? So what we're saying is that this time next year, on 7/29 of 2022, we're saying the earnings per share on Robinhood is going to be $1.98 to the negative, with an earnings growth of negative 7%. Why do we use the forecasted over the regular? Because I want to see, as compared to right now, is this a stock that's going to rise in earnings or fall in earnings? And right now, the negative, almost $2 to the negative, I don't know from an earnings perspective, do I want to invest in this company? Those are the two things from a fundamental standpoint that help me to make long-term decisions on Robinhood. Now, as more data comes in, this data will change. This data will change as more data comes in. But it's, lacking the data because it's brand spanking new. Look at that. There's the day. There's the day so far. I'll still try to take off the first bar. There's the day so far. It fell. Candlestick pattern, 3-8 cross, it ran. 3-8 to the downside, it's still running down low. We did have a candlestick pattern of a hammer that didn't pan out. So that's where we stand as of the day. Now, the stock opened up at $40. We're $4 down. That's not half bad when you look at this stock compared to Coin. Coin got smoked like a pound of bacon. All right. But Hood, on the other hand, got beat, but the bulls were there enough to keep it running, and it looks like they're going to try to do it again, possibly. Coin didn't have this. Let's go throw up Coin. Coin didn't have that. And let's try to go back to day one. Yeah, there's the big closed candle on day one. That's the whole day candle right there. The stock's price went up as high as $4.29, and closed at a price of 328. So it shot up. Still a green day. I don't know how that's a green day. That's silly. That shouldn't be a green day. Should be a red day. That's the first day. But a closed candle, which shows the open price, the closed price was lower than the open price. Let's go look at Hood. I can't look at it on an end of day basis just quite yet. But the candle, actually, it's still a closed candle. Actually, it's probably a closed candle. But no, it's opening. It's a bearish candle that went down. And it's probably a red candle that's got an open body. It's a red candle with an open body because it's come back. So there's two different ways how those IPOs went. Hood wasn't as ouchy. All right, that's the technical term, Patrick. It wasn't as ouchy, but Hood is setting back up again. Look at that 3.8 about to cross, and we'll keep our eyes on it. Look at that candle. Let's go take off RV. Trying to see what the volume looks like. Volume's starting to spike up again. Look at the bulls are trying. Oh, what's the candlestick pattern you see right there? Over and over. There's another hammer. And look at that. Man, that's twice in a row. Now, almost twice in a row because it didn't hit back here. It failed. But now we got follow through. Man. What are you thinking, Patrick, in regards to, like I said, compared to coin, Hood looks a lot different, doesn't it?
Not really.
Okay.
It got a little bit of relief coming in. Even on that candle, that hammer, you're not on higher volume there. I'm moving out 1, 2, 3, 4 more candles. Go forward on your date line. So that's the hammer I'm looking at. That volume is lower relative to what it's been trading at prior to this. And so therefore, I don't see conviction behind that hammer. I don't expect to see this run really gain traction so far. Don't see any reasoning behind it or any signs that tells us that there's some traction or some actual movement behind it.
And look at what's going on. Looky right there. Mm-hmm. Sure enough is being. All right. Mark said, stop. Hammer time. It was hammer time. And then it turned into doom, doo-doo-doom, doo-doo, doo-doo. Can't touch this.
Dude, now that is one of Teddy's top favorite songs right now.
Which what? Can't touch this?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Is it? Teddy's is one of his children who's kind of cool. I saw him at our most recent picnic along with his daughter who was playing around with me. Sigh, but it was fun nonetheless. All right.
Yeah, they're fun when they're not yours.
Yeah, that's true. That's very, very true. All right. So I'm just looking as it plays out. All right. Do me a favor. If you're gonna stay with me, and I'm gonna of course give you a break. I'm gonna step away just for a second.
That's fine. Let me take control real quick.
There you go. So I'll just be gone in the camera, but I'll be right back.
Yeah, just mute your mic. Nope, you're good. For anybody that's not familiar, Glenn and I are divided by a wall, so we can actually talk to each other through the wall. So any Jockey Club members here probably have heard me talk to him during the Jockey Club through the wall. So yeah. All right, so looking at it here, getting back into looking at the hood, I'm gonna zoom out a little bit because looking at this small period is not super helpful. The more data you have, the easier it is to really analyze the movement because you have more consistency, you have more data to look at. Getting back here. Nope. So let me just take that 1 minute here. Another way of doing it. Oh, this is probably showing up on Glenn's other screen. Hey, Glenn, if you're there, can you close that window I just opened? All right. See if it'll let me. All right, it's still open on his screen. All right. I have 52 shares at 38. Hopefully it picks up. So Jeff, one of the things we always talk about, hope is not a trading plan. Plan your trade, trade your plan. Always, 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 no matter what stock you're trading, always have a plan and trade your plan. All right. Or plan your trade and trade your plan. All right. I'm not gonna be able to change this.
What do you want to change?
once. Hey,
What?
are you here?
Yeah.
Can you close that time frame window?
What do you mean?
I can't move anything because it's stuck on the time. The calendar.
Oh, I
calendar
see
window.
it. Okay.
All right. You can go back to do whatever you do. I just need to
No,
to get
you can
that
keep
part,
on
'cause I
going. If you
couldn't-
had a thought, keep going. I'll just sit here for a second. If you had a thought, go with it.
Oh no, I just needed that part. Now you can go get ready to take a break.
Oh, okay.
All right. So, that's the whole thing about this. Hope is not a trading plan. Here at VectorVest, we focus specifically on trading on a systematic approach, not trading on an emotional approach. Just telling somebody that keep the emotions out of the market, use a trading plan. Exactly. And anybody who's been around here for a while can attest to it that Glenn and I probably say it at least 5 times a day between our different different streams, content, jockey club, whatever. We talk about it constantly. Trade your plan, or plan your trade and trade your plan. All right. So Chad was asking to go back to the undervalued stocks. So what we're going to do now that we see this, we've shown a systematic approach. Yes, you can trade this stock like we were talking about with Hood before we get into the undervalued stuff. We were focusing on a plan. The plan was we saw a candlestick pattern, which was a hammer. We got the 3 and the 8 crossover. That was your entry to go into it. And then all of a sudden, you got the 3 and the 8 crossing down. You saw a breakdown of this support. That was your confirmation to get out of it. So using technical analysis, you can still base your plan completely emotionless. You've made a gain, you've locked it in, and because you're not, hoping and wishing that it goes back up, you don't even worry about this right here because you've already made your gain and you're out of the trade. Either wait for another opportunity or simply move on to the next stock. Either approach is viable. Canadian Ted saying, I might just hold Tesla and Apple and call it a day.
I saw that.
You can do that, yeah. Getting back into it, looking at the unit search tool, that's where Glenn was leaving us off with. So what it was doing is, we were looking for undervalued stocks first and foremost. And then Chad was asking earlier for anybody who's just tuning in for the first time, to find the most undervalued stocks. So what we did is we used the sort, change it from the default to a custom sort of value divided by price. Whenever you're using the divided by symbol here, you're looking for the higher number on the left and the lower number on the right. So therefore, the highest value with the lowest price.
Oh, thank you for finishing this up because I totally forgot about this.
It's okay. I understand. Alzheimer's kind of sucks sometimes.
I'm going to come over there and punch you. That's what I'm finna do.
So what we're looking at here is, the biggest difference between the value and the price. So sometimes, not always, or sometimes you can get, bad stocks just because they have a high price or high value, but they're trading at really low multiples or they've been in a sell-off. For example, what we're seeing here, a lot of stocks with a sell rating, low RV, low RS, low RT, low VST, because you're looking at stocks that are,
sub-penny.
They're not even a 1 penny stock. And that's what we're talking about here is, that's where the issue comes in when just trying to find the most undervalued stock is you're missing out on all the power that VectorVest does and allows you to get the most usable information rather than just going off of one set of criteria. So that's why, just looking for undervalued stocks, you're getting a bargain anyways, and then changing it and utilizing our master indicator, the VST score, the VST vector, that's where that can come into play. So there we go. We'll change that. But if you're, if you're looking for undervalued and long-term price appreciation potential, or long-term, holdings, you can use a variety of different sorts. Personally, and some of the guys in here that are from the Jockey Club or ladies will attest to this. One of my favorite sorts is RS times CI. It's a longer term, more focused indicator. Actually, I got to go up because it's alphabetical. And let me find it.
It's still further
So
up.
once again,
Oh my gosh, you're so slow.
you know what I'm trying?
Keep going.
I'm gonna break your hip, old man.
Still higher. There you go.
There we go.
There you go, buddy.
All right.
All right, so now
Oh.
hold on. Before you do anything, not everybody is a subscriber. I'm not going to give away everything.
All right. Fair
All right,
enough.
so there we go. So now you can run it.
So now we go ahead and rerun it after we made the update.
I just now limited to how many shares, how many stocks were showing.
And so here's the top 5 stocks that are undervalued and have consistency, so less risk, and also consistent rebounding price. So price is steadily hitting higher highs, higher lows. When they do have pullbacks, they take right off after those pullbacks. The pullbacks are very short-lived. So what we see here is these 5 stocks here. MYRG, looking at it, has great safety to it, good long-term potential. It's in a consistent, steady uptrend. Looking at the price, trading at 97, valued at 124 currently. That's it. SIVB 569, valued at 765, 250 compared to 307. And then, Glenn, do you want to pull up the graph of those real quick and just take a quick look at the chart?
So guess what, Chad? We just hooked you up with 5. We hooked you up with 5 right there out of the system. I'm not going any more than that, but that's at least a start. All right. And I'm going to put them, for this perspective, let's put them on the 1-year graph. What do you think, Patrick? 1 year, 6 months?
Hold on, it's loading up for me. There we go. Put on EPS. Does that look like a bad chart to you guys out there?
Good. Googly moogly, baby.
Go to the next one.
How cool was that, Chad, that we were able to do that?
Does that look like a bad chart?
That's just moving sideways, but bottom left, top right.
And look at that earnings.
Absolutely.
Was that a bad chart to look at? Another one, earnings look phenomenal, but you're taking a little bit of a pause. If you're not in it right now, wait for the breakout. What we've been talking about here. You're actually in a consolidation. Actually, stay on that one.
Okay.
So you know exactly where I'm going to go with this. For everybody who's been here for a while, they know me. They know exactly where I'm going with this one. Don't spoil it, Glenn.
Oh, I'm not spoiling it. They can just unhear what they heard.
All right, so what do we have here with this pattern that we're seeing right now, folks?
Can I say it now, Patrick?
1, 2. All right, now you can say it.
It's a wedge, baby.
It is a wedge. Yep, that's consolidation. So when you see consolidation, that is the time that if you're not into it, you're not getting into it, you're just being patient there and waiting for a breakout, because consolidation is like a big spring. You're just, twisting it, or coil, you're twisting and twisting and twisting as it's getting tighter and tighter and tighter. Eventually, once you break out of that consolidation, you have an explosive pop one way or the other. I'm seeing a lot of people, hopefully I just made their day with that one. For all the Jockey Club members, there you go. I know it's been a while, but I got you guys. Don't worry. And that's what we see with that one. You see consolidation. So right now, not the time to be buying it. But definitely keeping on our radar, especially with that earnings per share. Waiting for the breakout of that consolidation. Phenomenal earnings. The company is making money. They're expected to continue to make money. What else could you want from that one? And then let's go to the next one, the final one. PWR. looking at that chart, it has been in a steady run for quite some
Yep.
time. Even the best stocks have a pullback. That's what we've noticed. It looks like Glenn's actually been looking at this one here. You broke that downtrend line just a week or two ago.
Yep.
And now you're starting to see higher lows and higher highs being formed from the basic definition of it, putting it in a new uptrend. So, without doing a whole lot of analysis, without doing a whole lot of legwork, just looking for undervalued stocks and utilizing our indicators that have been proven time and time again, that in itself just instantly did a lot of the work for you. Found 5 really good stocks. This was on the fly. I had no idea what stocks I was going to take a look at. There's no way I could have cherry picked any of this.
And Chad,
This is just
this
simply
was
going off
just-
the data right now. So hopefully that helps you out, Chad, when looking at undervalued stocks and seeing, how powerful the VectorVest analysis can be. Not only to find undervalued stocks, to find stocks at a bargain, but also make sure you're buying the best of the best of those stocks and not just taking the most undervalued just because it's a, extremely low price stock.
And the flexibility behind being able to do that on the fly for you out of 8,800 stocks, Chad. And this is stock split adjusted, less than stock value. And Patrick put a great sort of RS times CI. All right. So guess what, folks? We're getting ready to move right over into Trending Thursday. Patrick, you'll sit there for a second. They won't see you, but that's all right. Where is it? I think that's it. There it is. All right. So, man, we've been rocking and rolling for a live stream all morning long. Believe it or not, for the most part, this was Patrick's idea. And I give credit where credit is due. This is something he was able to do it with another IPO, which was Coin. Him and Jason did it. We had great success. And we decided to do it for the IPO for Robinhood. It wasn't as successful as we wanted it to be, but that's all right. Because you guys that are here that are supporting us, thank you for doing that. And I've been asking you to invite people to come to this live stream all day. Come to this live stream all day. So, and we still offer that out to you. If you like what you see here, folks, hit the like button, number 1. Number 2, if this is your first time to our channel and you're seeing a lot of the flexibility happen right in front of your eyes, like the content. Like it. Subscribe to the channel, like the content, all right? Right now, my name is Glenn Tompkins. Well, it's been Glenn Tompkins all day. But right now, my name is Glenn Tompkins, Senior Instructor here at VectorVest. And we're going to move right into what we do every Thursday at this time, which is called Trending Thursday. We do this every Thursday at 2 p.m. And glad to have you here. You was able to sit here and watch Patrick's mobile presentation at 11. So some of you have gotten a good feel of what the VectorVest software, the VectorVest system has to do for you on a daily basis. Jay is right. You should do this more often. I'd love to do this more often. And it seems like you guys would like for us to do this a little bit more often, no matter. Chewy's talking a lot on our other channel. What's the value of Hood right now? If I go back to the graphs, value on Hood right now is sitting. Let's go find out. Add a parameter. Let's go see what the value. We have the value at $3.46. And you'll sit back and go, man, that's crazy. It ain't crazy. In order to get a full, real intrinsic value on the stock, we need more data than what we've got right now. So based upon its earnings and earnings growth and things of that nature, the stock's value in the VectorVest system is at $3.46, which shows me right now that the stock is trading grossly over its value. All right, so Chewy, that is the answer to your question. All right, and it's way overvalued right now, but that's because we don't have a lot of data just quite yet. All right, so what do we do here on Trending Thursday? We talk about stocks that are making the news, and we analyze those stocks in the VectorVest software. A couple of things that I did not do. Let's go over to my watch list viewer. I did not make a watch list for Trending Thursday today, so I'm going to have to do that on the fly, Joey. With everything that's been going on, I did not make my watch list today, so I do have to make, what is it? Trending Thursday, 7/29/21. And this is what I do every every Thursday, all of the stocks that I'm going to talk about. And today, I may or may not talk about all of these stocks, and that's specifically because we're going to concentrate a lot on what's going on with Hood, all right? So we always talk about what's going on in the market. Let me put in the 2 ticker symbols for that. I was going to do a COVID story, MRNE, comma, mRNA, comma. I was going to do an energy story, HDRO, comma, FCell. This is going to be an interesting story, especially about a different form of energy that not everybody's talking about yet. And then, of course, I'm going to talk about earnings. Boeing, Apple, Microsoft, and Starbucks. That's the crux of my stories today. I got to put this, I missed the X. All right, it's the crux of my stories today. Not as many stocks as I normally look at, but again, it's for the purposes of primarily spending more time on Hood than not. All right, so let's start off this way. We always start off with what's going on in the market. What's going on with the market? Let's go to the VectorVest. Where is it? PV program. Let's go look at what's going on in the market right now. All of the major indices are up today. The Dow, the NASDAQ, the S&P, and the VectorVest Composite. For those of you who are brand new, the VectorVest Composite is an index arithmetic average of all of the stocks that we track. Currently, we track over 8,800 stocks, okay? That indicator looks at the price movement of 8,897 stocks, and we feel that it's a better representation of the broad market movement. But all of the major indices are all up today with what looks like the S&P leading the way to the upside, up about S&P 500 up about 0.6%. When we look at what we call our color guard, this is our traffic light into the market. We can see when the market was bearish, now transitioning to a lot more neutral or caution. And for the last couple of days, a couple of greens popping up. Primary wave of the market has been up. Primary wave, we look at the week-over-week movement of this VectorVest Composite, all right? When it's moving higher on a week-over-week basis, the primary wave is up, and the primary wave is the fastest indicator that we have for trading. All right. With all of that market timing put to the side, what does that mean for you right now, especially if you're new to the channel? If you're playing the market to the upside, that's fine. If we get a down day, you don't panic. All right? If you get a down day, you don't panic. What that means is just that it's a down day. One day doesn't make a trend. All right? So as of right now, primary wave is up. This fastest indicator we have is up. But for the slowest, more conservative investor, the confirmed call right now is still down. That is for the longer term investor. And right now you're sitting still, letting the market come to you. All of the major indices are up, and I normally have stories, but I never put my stories together either. So I can do some of that right now. And you know, one of the things that move markets globally is earnings. Earnings are still strong. We're still early in the earnings season. Earnings is still strong. Earnings season has been great with profit margins holding up in the face of inflation. Inflation is a bad thing. And inflation, the Fed keeps calling it transitory. Transitory, transitory, transitory. That's what it is. It's transitory. It's just going to keep on walking. You know, it's like, if you see me walking down the street, and I start to cry, do, 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 walk on by. That's what they're saying about inflation, that it's transitory. Just walk on by, do, 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 do. I still don't feel, I think that inflation is an issue. Inflation is an issue. Inflation is an issue. So, Les says, major impact with haircut. I got all my hairs cut. Not just one or two. I got them all cut. So I still think that inflation is an issue, but the Fed outweighs me. The Fed says that it's transitory, so I keep it right where it is. I always give my opinion, though, when it comes down to that. I still think that it's more behind it than just that. So that was that my only story? Yeah, that was my only story from an economy standpoint. That was my only story from an economy standpoint. But it looks at a couple of things. It does look at earnings and it does look at inflation. And that's where I'm going to keep it. So from that perspective, those are the things that are still driving the market higher. As I get back into the software, though, what that does tell me, how do I do this? I've got actually all 4 of my screens going. What that does tell me is why the market transitioned from being all this bearishness to transitioning to being all neutral and trying to push back over to being bullish. The Fed is doing everything that it's supposed to do. And it looks at 3 things. They look at looking at earnings. They can't do anything about earnings. Only companies can do earnings. But they are looking at keeping inflation in check. They're looking at interest rates, still keeping them at historically low lows. And then the last thing about that is the jobs market. And you know something? They're cutting the benefits, the extended benefits due to the pandemic for unemployment. You would think that after that was happening, that people would be flocking back out to get to work. The problem is the jobs that are being offered compared to the jobs that people lost, I think is the disconnect. I think. Because I think that with all of the people who were unemployed, that stayed unemployed because they were making more money, and as you start to take that away, where are these people going to get the money? You would think that they would be taking whatever they can. And even with that being said, a lot of companies are offering more money. Dang, you go to McDonald's, you can get $1,000 signing bonus to go work at McDonald's. I never thought that I would ever see that happen in my lifetime. But you can get $1,000 bonus to go work at McDonald's. All right? I don't know how many of us want to go work at McDonald's after we've worked at the jobs that we've worked at all of our lives. All right, so
Hey, Glenn,
yo,
to add a little insight on that, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but some states haven't cut it from
we haven't.
state-to-state perspective.
We haven't, and we're one of those.
And so, that's where some of the disconnect comes in as well, is it's not like a federal thing. It's a state-to-state thing, and some states are still basically supporting that and not cutting it all.
All right. I just threw a little bit of, I'm still not understanding, but that does help when you say certain states still have it, and that's going to curtail them from going out to look for work. But all right, so all of that is to wrap up into why the market is still moving higher at this particular point in time. Thank you for that, Mark. Thank you so much for that. Is what's still pushing the market higher, and it is what it is. So let's go to my watch list and let's go look at those 2 stocks that we look at. For those of you who are subscribers to the VectorVest software, we look at the VVC. For those of you who are not subscribers to the software, we look at the S&P 500, and we look at those 2 graphs. View the stock graph. Let's peep that out real quick. You know me, I'm always on a 3-month graph. Look at the VectorVest composite, still hitting an all-time high today. That's an all-time high today. Go back to 10. That's an all-time high on the VectorVest composite. And even with that, we're still going through a little bit of a sideways, little channeling type of thing, but nonetheless, higher than it has ever been. And if we go over to the spiders, same thing. The highest it's ever been. And I've got a little upward channel that we've been looking at over the past few weeks. The 3 and the 8 on the spiders, as well as the VVC, are moving up. The Fed is doing everything that it can do to keep it from going down. Now, let's talk about the other side of it. Markets can't go up forever. And Patrick has done a great couple of videos on our other channel talking about, from a market timing perspective, what to look for. For those of you who are brand new to this channel and not subscribers to the VectorVest software, we give our customers guidance every single day on what to do in the market. Every day. Patrick has done a great job on a bull or bear market and showing you how to use the VectorVest software and the VectorVest system to make intelligible decisions and not have everybody else in your ear telling you this, that, or the other thing. He takes a lot of the confusion out of the equation in helping you guys to make money in the market. And if you guys have not gone to see the videos that Patrick and I have put out on our other channel, you need to. Every day is going to be a 6 p.m. video with the exception of today. Every day is a 6 p.m. video, and we highlight whether it's market timing, whether it's individual stocks. Both of us are covering the gambit for the two main meme stocks. He's on the GME side. I'm on the AMC side. And when there's news that comes out about those two, we're one of the first people to put it out there. And then we give you ideas on other stocks that you may not even heard of. So this channel is not all about one thing. This channel is about many things tied up into one idea to help make you all better investors. So if you stumbled along this channel today, you're probably going to get a lot more than you bargained for, which is another reason why, if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. If you like the content, folks, hit the like button. And this is the kind of content, whether it's from me or whether it's from Patrick, that you get every single day. So if you like what you see here, folks, hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. And that goes for me and Patrick both, because we strive every freaking day to put the best content on YouTube out to you. You agree with that, Patrick?
Yeah. Also, as a side note, I'm the only person I've seen on YouTube that did GME content and it still only does GME content. I have not chased after the views, even though I see the YouTube algorithms. I do it because I like the stock. We do it because we like what we do. We have fun with it. We do it because we're familiar with the markets. So hopefully that shows you guys. Hopefully that comes across to you guys. You guys watch that stuff too.
Amen to that. Amen to that. Hi, and just in case you didn't see it, Patrick, Mark gave us more money today.
I did. I've been replying back to him.
You go, Mark, man. And again, just so that you know, there is super chat available from you guys if you ever feel compelled to want to do that for us. We'll take it, absolutely. We'll never ask for it though. All right, because we're not individual. We are individuals, but under a corporate umbrella. So it's not us, either one of us, pushing our own agenda. All right, which is kind of cool. Which is really kind of cool. All right, so those are the two indicators that I use for looking at the market. They're both hitting all-time highs. I'll talk a little bit more about this watch list in a second. Let's go back to take a look at Hood. I mean, for the most part, that's what we're going to cover for right now. Still is Hood. And look at that. We pointed out a beautiful opportunity back here where the stock's price showed a candlestick formation of a hammer. We had the confirmation with the 3 and the 8, stayed into the 3-8 cross. That was a beautiful opportunity to day trade Hood, folks. And then now, from right now, the stock is still higher than the low for the session for the day. All right, still higher than the low for the session. But right now, I wouldn't take it because the 3 is bearish. The 3 is below the 8. So I probably wouldn't touch it as of right now. All right, Hood is flat, and it is. If you look at between the high and the low, it is flat. All right, there's no ifs there. If you look at between the high and the low, it's pretty much right in the middle. Yeah, Patrick?
Yeah.
So it is pretty flat for the day. But it, you know something, a lot of people were thinking that it was going to fall flat on its face, and a testament to itself, as of right now, it hasn't. As of right now, it hasn't.
And I think this just kind of goes with what we were talking about earlier, though. With them releasing early to people, to
Yep.
potential buyers before the stock started trading, it's just kind of indecision right now. It's there's not a whole lot going on. You don't have the people that would be buying at this point, they're not there because they've already bought. So who's buying it right now? So until you see either a lot of selling pressure or a lot of buying pressure, I think we could expect to see this, this kind of capitulation that we're noticing right now.
You know what else is cool? Is that VectorVest drew its own support and resistance lines. I was drawing my lines by eye, but VectorVest draws its own support and resistance lines for you as the chart develops. Someone asked, what was the IPO price? $40, Larry? An IPO.
Well, so the IPO
was 38.
38.
Yeah, sorry, my fault.
Took the average between the range of 42 and 38, so that's why it was pegged at 40 initially through VectorVest.
But as we look at the stock, man, I didn't draw that. The VectorVest software has the power to analyze a graph and draw its own. There's my latest resistance line up there, current support line. It drew that as the graph was populating. The VectorVest software will automatically draw support and resistance for you. All right, I still can't see the chat on the other side. I don't know how to do it.
Hey, Maria's coming in saying VV Nation is on fire. I like seeing that.
Oh, I like that. We're burning. You seen that on the other channel, chat?
Yeah.
I can't see it. Son of a crappy. I'm going to close the poll on the other side. That's what I'm finna do.
Do it.
I
bet you won't.
Uh-oh.
See?
Oh, crap. And it still doesn't work. That blue thing won't go away. It's all Joey's fault. Sigh. I already voted in this poll. All right. What happens if I do that? All right. It's just it ain't going away. I can't see the chat. Sigh. All right. So we're sitting with Hood. We're sitting at Hood. I got a level of support that VectorVest drew for me, sitting at $35.89. Sitting at $35.89. All right. I'm going to do another story. You have 2 live channels. No, we have 1 live channel and we have another regular channel where we do all our regular videos. Are you buying Hood? No. Poll completed. That's that one. I don't care about that one anymore. That one already showed completed. Side, the one on my side. Oh, I wonder, something? I'm going to maximize it. See if that works. Nope. That didn't work.
Underbelly, the app doesn't do that. Yes, the app does draw support resistance. I showed that earlier when we were doing the mobile stream throughout this. The app will draw automatically your support resistance lines for you. Do we have 2 live channels? So yeah, as Glenn was just talking about, we have our live channel, which we're on right now. We also are streaming this to our other channel in case people aren't familiar with our live channel, because our live channel is relatively new. We just started it. What, Glenn, would you say, was it like a month or 2 ago?
I can't talk to you right now. Hood just bounced off support. Hood just bounced off support. And look at the 3 and the 8. And look at the volume on that. There's your conviction, bro.
Yeah.
There's your conviction. Look at that happen. All right.
Well, let's see what comes. Let's see if we get follow through, though.
And
we got to have follow through.
This is when I'm going to actually pull the trigger. Trade. I'm going to do it.
And while Glenn's doing that, I'm just going to narrate. Welcome, everybody, to The Way Glenn Loses Money.
I'm going to punch you in the face. Buy. How much money do I have? $381. How many shares can I buy? I'm going to put 5. And I'm going to buy at market. That's 181. Good. Let's go to 15. That's too much. Let's go to 10. 360.
You're going to miss out, Glenn.
I just bought 10 shares.
All right, now can I come and close it when it's at a loss?
No, your order cannot be placed. Why? Please put your buy at market order or limit order. Fine. What's the price now? 36.
36, 32.
Let's go.
36, 35. 32, 32, 30.
30.
28.
36.
33.
28. Okay. Message not found. What? Yeah. They only stop price. Limit. Stop limit. market order. Schwab is messing me around. It won't let me put this doggone order in change.
So would you say they're pulling a Robinhood?
I don't know. Wow.
Preventing you from buying?
Wow. I'm going to go 36.10. 36.10. No. Let's go see. Place the review the order. I can't. This order, stop orders are being accepted. Stop orders are not being accepted on this security. Wow. Really? It's not letting me buy it. What is that? All right. I don't know what that's all about, but I'm on Schwab. I tried to put it as a market order. 10 shares. The order cannot be accepted. Stop orders. I'm not putting a stop order. Clear. Oh, man. HOOD. That's very interesting that I can't pull the trigger on this order. Market. Buy. Yeah, it won't let me. It won't take the order. Please change your buy order to a limit order, which I did. Change. Limit. What's the price at? 36.
36.35 still.
Review
And
the
make sure
order.
you're sending your order through the Oh wait, you're using Schwab. You can't trade through the
Change.
IEX.
Preview the order.
Make sure you send it through an actual exchange.
Oh, it's on the
You're gonna
back.
be sending it to the best execution, which you're going right into their buddies.
Yeah, it's going to the Batty exchange.
Okay.
Please note this order may be executable. Oh, shut up. Place the order. Oh my gosh. All right, the order is received. That just irked me a little bit. Let's go see. And I now own 10 shares of Hood. All right. Of course. And then the stock pulled back. That's great. That's great. That's just great. So now I'm in 10 shares and I'm going to have Hood. I'll put a trailing. I'm going to put a trailing 10%. I'm going to give it some room. I'm going to put a trailing 10% on it. So I'm now officially, as I saw the move happen in here live, I jumped on board with the trade. All right. So I eat my own cooking. Today I'm going to try to eat my own cooking. I saw the bounce off support, which was at a level of 35.89. I saw the 3.8 cross. I got on board, and I'm not going to panic that it's pulled back. I'm going to put a trailing 10% stop on. I'm willing to lose 10% on it. I'm all right with that.
And I am not trying your cooking today, Glenn.
You're not going to eat my cooking today?
I am not eating your
What
cooking.
if it's Bojangles?
Nope.
What if it's Chick-fil-A, bro?
Ooh. Why you gotta go there? Why you gotta go there?
What if it's Chick-fil-A, bro? All right.
Mm.
IPOs are risky, but I don't believe there has ever been a more hated IPO. What are you doing buying that trash? All right, so Jonathan, I hear you. I seriously want to know your thought process. So let me talk to you about my thought process, Jonathan. People are disliking the IPO based on what happened with AMC and GME. So let me put a couple of things out there. From an innovation perspective, Robinhood was the first company that went to help the retail investor go get into the stock market without commissions. Boom, number one. Number two, after the debacle that happened with Robinhood and the GME and AMC, do you know that since then they've got 4.2 million accounts that were funded? All right. Number three, from an innovation standpoint, Robinhood gave the retail investor an opportunity to get on the IPO early like the big boys do. All right. They gave them that opportunity like the big boys do. When's the last IPO that you saw that you were able to get into like the big boys can? All right. Those are just three reasons in and of itself why I decided to take the Robinhood. Now, guess what? Whether you like it or not, whether you like it or dislike it, I'm just giving you the numbers. I'm just giving you the facts. Nothing more, nothing less. You can hate it or you can like it. That becomes emotional. What I just did was unemotional. All I did was just use the data, the information, and I used the graph to jump on board with the stock. That was no emotion. I hate my ex-wife. That's emotional. All right. This was nothing to do with anything like that. This was I don't know why that came out, but this was strictly based on what I know about the stock, what I looked at from a technical standpoint on the stock, and if you can think that it's trashy and all of that and all of it, and so that's all. That was my thinking, because that was an honest question. I seriously want to know your thought process, and Jonathan, that was my thought process. All right, so if we can't buy majority, I see. The
And
last
also
is a
remember,
good point.
during
I
their
don't want to see
during
any.
the roadshow, though, they did come out and say that they are working on becoming their own market maker. I mean, if that is the case, I'm waiting until I see news of that. But if that is the case, that could be billions of dollars they're making every quarter just from becoming their own market maker.
And what's that called? Innovation.
Yep.
All right. And I think any company, no matter whether you like them or not, any company that's got the wherewithal to think outside of the box is a company worth considering. Not just at least considering. I am not here to promote that I like Hood. I am not here to bash them. The both of us together are here to talk to you about what we see, more so utilizing the VectorVest software, looking at the graphing package to help me to make the trade. There was nothing, I had an idea of what I was thinking about, but I used the graph to make the trade. All right, so hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense to everybody out there. And you know what, Jonathan, that was a great question. And I gave you as honest an answer as I could on the great question. All right, does that make sense? I hope it does. All right, and don't buy Hood, buy AMC. I got AMC, believe you me. I got AMC money.
You're welcome once again.
I got AMC money. All right, and I just looking at the graph is where I made my choice, and now I'm in it. So not only are we talking about it, but based upon what we see, I did the live trade in my brokerage account as well. All right, always AMC over Hood. It's just if you have enough for both. I only had $300 and some odd left of money that I could use in my account. All the rest of my money is spent up. All my money,
Glenn.
and so I just used that.
You know what's even better than AMC?
Shut up. But go ahead. What?
Can't stop, won't stop, GameStop.
I like that between the two of us, we have the two biggest meme stocks covered, and we both like them for our own reasons. You know something? And I can appreciate that, and we hope that you guys can appreciate that too. But GME is Patrick's on that side, AMC, I'm on that side, and you'll see the videos that come from us. We cover both sides. There you go. All right. Patrick and Glenn, just we love you together. This is kind of cool to do this. I like this. All right, we're gonna come back to Robinhood. Let's get to my next story for Trending Thursday, of which I've got them not in order. Good thing I wrote them down. My next one is on COVID. So what do I have? Big story here. Third dose of Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine boosts protection against Delta variant, new data reveals. So now, I am, and again, I always keep it open. I am fully vaccinated. I've got the Pfizer. I'm fully vaccinated, and I don't know how I feel about saying that we got to get a booster. I'm thinking that as time goes along, I don't think that these shots were a one-shot for a lifetime. I think that these are going to be annual shots like the flu shot. And just like there's differences in flu vaccine, I think that's going to be a difference in COVID vaccine based on what's going on. But, everything that I've seen about the Delta variant, it seems that for the most part, Pfizer is okay in regards to that. So I'm on board with that. I don't know if I want another shot. I just don't know. A third dose of Pfizer COVID can strongly boost protection against the Delta variant beyond the protection afforded by the standard 2 doses. Well, that makes sense. If you throw some more vaccine into you, it makes sense that it'll do better. Pfizer's new data, of course, their data is going to be like, yeah, you need it because they're going to sell more of it, suggests that the antibody levels against the Delta variant in people's ages 18 to 55, I'm in that category, who receive a third dose of the vaccine are greater than fivefold than following a second dose. So it is the news. You take it at face value, and that's the best way I'm going to look at it. I've got another one about Pfizer. Hold on, let me move that over so I know where I'm at. I got another one about Pfizer. So talking about they're going to try to put out a third booster, or put out a booster. Why? Because it's all about the money. Look at this. Pfizer sells 7.8 billion in COVID shots in the second quarter, raises 2021 guidance over the vaccine sales. You do know that Pfizer was the only company out there that did not take government money for the vaccine. They selling it out the yin yang.
Hey, Glenn.
Yo.
Not to interrupt you, but Dan had a question of he's unable to load the graph of Hood. Can you show him how to get that?
Oh, yeah. Let me do that real quick. So in order to bring up the graph of Hood, you've got to be on intraday 1 minute. So I'm going to go to add new. If you try to put it on end of day like I have right here and you type in Hood, Dan, notice it's not going to show up. I don't have end of day data on Hood yet. All right, so I got to close that graph. Let's do it again. But this time, let's go put it on intraday 1 minute bars current day. Now, if you don't have intraday data, you will not see it until tonight. If you don't have intraday data or real-time data, you won't see it till tonight. But because I have intraday data, I type it and now I can see it. Does that help you, Dan? Now, I don't know what data feed you have, but if you do not have intraday or real-time, you will not be able to see the stock until tonight. All right? So there's the Hood stock. Look at that little sideways move on it right now. It's staying nicely in that channel. A couple of bounces on volume, above average volume, is where it stands right now. All right. So I like the bounce. Look at that. That's a beautiful level of support sitting at, what's that price? $35.93. Touched a lot of times. It says touch twice here. One. Yeah. I like that. That's a really good solid level, and it's having a hard time breaking down below that. With all these COVID shots, check out RVP. I'll do that in a second. So let me go back to that story. Thank you for that, Patrick, for helping him out, for me helping him out. Those are my two stories on COVID, but Pfizer's making some dough. All right, ain't nothing wrong with that. They didn't take no money from the government. They making a little bit dollar bill, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Cash rules everything around them. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, y'all. All right, let's go look at those in my list. Let's go back to my watch list. Now, the cool thing, especially for those of you who are brand new to VectorVest software here, is when I make a watch list of stocks, the stocks are automatically sorted by our master indicator VST. So the stock that has the best combination of value, safety, and timing will automatically migrate to the top of the list, which in this case is Moderna. I didn't have a story on Moderna, but those are the two vaccines that we have available are Pfizer and Moderna. Where does Moderna sit in the 12 stocks that I got listed today? At the top of the list. That helps you to already know right off the bat what's good, what's not. Now, where's Pfizer in the list? In the top third. All right, in the top third. So let's go take a look at these two stocks for my coronavirus story. Let's analyze them real quick. Both of these stocks are undervalued. I like that. Upside potential by way of relative value above the value of 1. Moderna is at 1.91. It's one of the highest relative value stocks in the database at 1.91. Moderna should outperform a AAA corporate bond by 91% over the next 1 to 3 years. This stock's got good upside. On Pfizer, on the other hand, it should outperform that AAA corporate bond by 43% over the next 1 to 3 years. Both of these are stocks that I want to hold long term. Relative safety is an indicator of risk. Looks at the stock's ability to withstand its ability to meet or exceed its earnings expectations quarter over quarter, year over year. Moderna, when earnings comes out, has a decent probability of meeting or exceeding its earnings. Pfizer is pretty much dead on, could be, could not be. Both of these stocks are in an uptrend. Relative timing looks at the short-term price trend. Moderna is kicking butt and taking names. Pfizer is going, yeah, I'm moving, but Moderna's moving on up to the east side, to the deluxe apartment in the sky. That's where Moderna's going. All right. So, and both of them have positive earnings and positive earnings growth. Let's go look at their graphs. All right. Let's go take a look at them through. Wow. Good. Goodly muggly. Look at Moderna. Look at that. And anybody who's listened to me on Trending Thursdays, Moderna has always been my stock of choice because it was one of the few bio companies that was undervalued with positive earnings. That doesn't always happen. And that was way before the stock took off to the price that it's at now. All right, long time ago, looking at relative value, looking at relative safety, looking at the earnings and the earnings growth rate, Moderna was way back there. Look at that. Way back there it was a goodly stock. And then it got bigly. After it was goodly, it got bigly. And it's just rocking and rolling. Put this back on a 3-month graph, and let's go look at Pfizer. Pfizer's coming into its own. Just recently broke out of a level of resistance, sitting at, somebody's calling me. They need to not call me right now. Sitting at a level of $40.66. Look at that. How about prior to that breakout above that resistance? Look at that 3.8, right about there. A little bit of selling pressure. Look at the selling pressure that didn't follow through with the candles. Breaking through. Down day today, that's a little bit of a bearish harami. The only way to see if that's true or not is with tomorrow's graph, with tomorrow's candle. But that's a possible reversal after this nice move to the upside. All right. Patrick, do you have retirement portfolio or just a day trading portfolio?
I'm answering it.
Oh, are you answering and typing it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, fine. I'm just looking up. I hate you.
I didn't want to interrupt you
no.
when I know you just read whatever's on the teleprompter. So.
Oh, man. After this, we're going to fight. You're lucky that my stream deck is not on right now. It's not on. Joey broke it. It's not on right now. So I put that up there. Glenn, when you say long-term on hold Moderna, what would you do if the market went into a big sell-off? John, I would have a stop on a stock like Moderna, just like I have on any other stock. And for me, an early warning sign is when the 3 crosses below the 8. It's done that a couple of times. How about here? Get in, get out. Get in, get out. John, I don't care what the market is doing. I'm going to use that 3.8 to get in and get out. Now, when I say long-term, I think long-term, I like the stock. So let me back that up a little bit. Let me give you a long-term view because I have another way. Let's look at the 20 exponential moving average. Oh yeah. What are you talking about right there? I'm telling you, I like that. Let's go make that. How about a 20-day exponential moving average? Long-term, John, does that make sense to you? That keeps you in the stock a little longer. Look at that. It never closed below the 20-day exponential moving average. Look at that move. Does that make sense to you? Does that make sense? I like that from a longer-term perspective. And that is a 20. And actually, that's a 20 EMA. That's a 20 EMA. All right, so I like that. Would using BioNTech be better to compare against Moderna than PFE, as PFE does other drugs, just not just COVID? I can go with both, but remember, Alex, my story was based off of, what was it based off of? I think it was based off of Pfizer. Both. No, the other one was BioNTech, which I could have done. I could have put BioNTech in there as well, because they work together. I could do either or. All right, I could do either one if you want. Let's do it this way. Let's go add BNTX. First off, let's see where BioNTech sits in my list. Number 2. Number 2 as compared to Pfizer. And, and for those of you who are not subscribers to the system, this looking at the watch list by itself, that power that I can look at no matter what stock I put into this watch list and seeing where it falls is impressive. Is very impressive just by itself. But now that I've got all 3 of those highlighted, let's go look at BioNTech as well. There's the 20-day exponential on Moderna. There's the 20-day exponential on BioNTech. Notice it's a little bit more volatile than Moderna. Here's the 20-day exponential on Pfizer. All right, in and out a little bit more. Moving averages don't work well when the stock moves sideways. When a stock moves sideways. Patrick likes to use stochastics or RSI, something like that, when the stock is moving sideways to help you gauge when to get in and when to get out. All right, so that's my story. Unless Patrick's got something to add, that's my story on my COVID stocks.
I've not got anything to add on COVID stocks, but I thought of something I saw when I was taking that break right before you started.
Mm-hmm.
That would definitely fit Trending Thursday.
Talk to me.
Do you have Twitter?
Yeah.
Can you pull up Twitter?
Mm-hmm.
And this is breaking. This is breaking news. So it's something that's still ongoing and developing. But if anybody's been following Twitter, look up or search Twitter for Gary Gensler. That's for anybody who doesn't know who that is. It's the head of the SEC now. And he finally made one of his first posts just like an hour, or I guess now an hour and 45 minutes ago or so. Scroll down a little bit. And where is it? Maybe go to his actual page, because right now it's just looking. Oh yeah, click under people.
Yeah.
No, hold on. Give me control. Let me
There
work,
it is.
work the internet for you.
Whatever. Look at that. He doesn't show up. Jerky boy.
He spelled it wrong. I didn't realize he spelled it wrong. Gensler. Here we go. So verified head of the SEC finally coming onto Twitter, and finally made his very first post just an hour ago. Is showing about 6 months ago, his stock went from 20 to 40 or 480 and back down to 40, and all in a matter of weeks. And thinks the events are part of a larger story about the intersection of finance and technology. So it's interesting that he's addressing the elephant in the room as one of his first like actual posts on Twitter since creating it. So
that's kind of
that
hot.
was interesting, and this is still developing, but kind of something cool to see his first post that he's been really posting, rather than just like talking about an event that he has coming up or register now for this or that. His first real post on Twitter is all about the GameStop thing. So it's going to be interesting to see, with what's going on. We've been talking about Hood all day. Everybody who's been following along with that story knows that the people or Vlad basically has been had his phone confiscated. We know that there's an investigation going on. Nobody's really knows what exactly about, but we do know there's some sort of investigation. And now his first real tweet is this. So this is still developing, but it's going to be interesting to see how that continues to play out.
All right, so let's go back to Boys in the Hood. We the boys, it's the hood.
No,
and
you're the only boy in the hood right now.
No, you're the only boy in the hood. I'm the man in the hood.
It.
I'm the man in the hood.
I didn't join you on that one.
Yeah, you did. You did. All right, so it broke down, made another level of a low. Look at that. Another session low throughout the day, which is sitting at 35.67. What happened? No, it didn't break through it. It stopped right at the low of the day. Didn't make a new low. But the 3 and the 8 are bearish right now. Let's go see. So we got out of the little channel that we were in when I first bought the stock right here. on the bounce on support, the 3-8 cross, and that's where we stand right now. I'm not panicking. All right, I just ain't gonna panic at all. Man, conspirator of plots. You're typing a lot of stuff in here. What are you saying? Rent your car and house to your holding and pay for itself. There's some seriously wild crap you can. What are you talking about? What's a C corp? I see. It's on the verge. I don't know. Get 5+ people to open a C corp in Wyoming and use. I don't know what that is, so I'm gonna leave that alone.
There's a whole long conversation going on. So I mean, if you haven't been following, I wouldn't start trying to.
I
can't go back and read all that.
Holy smokes, there's a lot. All right, so I'm watching it live again on Hood, and we're just going to see what happens. The 3 and the 8 have gone bearish, which happened at what time here? I just had it on there. Happened, yeah.
Well, they went bearish right after you got into it. That big red candle.
Yeah, I see
And then
that.
they went bullish for a second. As they've been trading in that tight channel, you're going to see some whipsawing, but now they're finally starting to diverge for the first time since
We'll
you
see.
got into it
Let's go-
around, what is that?
Let's go see if the 3 and the 8 can
225,
cross. Let's go see.
roughly?
Let's go see if the 3 and the 8 can cross. That's all I'm going to say. The stock is far from 10% of where I got in, so I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine. mRNA, EPS are going off the roof. I'm a big fan of mRNA and have been since almost day one as them being one of the vaccines to go after this. This guy, I'm not ready. I was getting ready to read that again right off the teams. I hate you because and Joey's cracking up, and I don't like either one of you. All right, let's go see if I can do another story. What's my next story? Energy. Oh, so I'm doing clean energy, but a different spin on it. Here it is. 3 stocks to watch as the hydrogen boom takes off. What do you know about hydrogen energy there, Patrick? If anything.
So when I was still in college, now like 13 years ago, something like that, I was doing an internship at an airport, the local airport, for their upper management there. And I worked a lot with getting grant money, writing grants, helping write that kind of stuff to get the government money to keep our funding.
Mm-hmm.
And we actually built one of the very first hydrogen fuel stations in my home state to test it as an ongoing project to try to see if it was advantageous to turn work trucks that were on the airport property, the government property, into hydrogen trucks, basically. So I know a little bit about it, obviously not as much as Dr. D does, but I do know that the thing with hydrogen is it's been going on for so long and it still hasn't taken off. Something about that makes me a little hesitant about the industry itself.
All right, so let me help you with that. So here's a story. Now, it came out, earlier on June 10th, right? Hydrogen may be one of the most promising sources of clean energy for net zero emissions. It may one day completely take over the heavy industry. And those high cost of productions that had stopped it, that had it stopping and starting, well, they're changing fast. Hydrogen is now racing towards an $11 trillion marketplace.
Whew.
All right. Ammonia, the newest shining star of the hydrogen game, is expected to increase the market potential to over $80 billion. The two go hand in hand. Blah, 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 blah. Now, look at this. This is an interesting point here. They might even outshine lithium by megawatts. Of course, they're using a pun on words, right? So, blah, blah, blah. Lithium may not, and this is going to be huge for the Teslas and the Neos. But remember, this is just a story. Lithium may not be able to provide enough power to support the transition of heavy industries to clean and sustainable energy sources. All right. Do I need to give you back control or something?
No, I took it away so that way I didn't mess up your mouse.
All right. So, da-da-da. There was 2 stocks that hit here that I wanted to read. All right. And that's part of my stories today. And here they are. 2 stocks that we know about. Fuel cell and Plug, both of them in the EV space or the clean energy space. Fuel Cell is an alternative fuel stock that has taken Wall Street by storm. FCell, we've traded that in the Jockey Club. It's an up-and-comer that has surprised even the most tuned-in investors. Fuel Cell is fairly volatile stock. I've seen that. Sometimes rising and falling as much as 10% in a single day, but it has been on a gradual climb and momentum is likely to persist. Up nearly 261% since 2020. Blah, 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 blah. Sitting on just $10 at the time of writing, Fuel Cell is an affordable buy-in for those looking for exposure to this exciting new market. While its fundamentals might take time to mature, bullish news continues to mount for the industry as a whole, and Fuel Cell is well-positioned to take advantage of an influx of funds flowing into the sector. All right. The other side is Plug, has drawn attention of a number of billionaires with giant BlackRock's Larry Fink jumping in head first. Why? Because Plug is already providing its hydrogen-powered tech solutions to big-name retailers. But overall, because the green revolution is clearly happening and unfolding as we speak. So, it's even drawing the attention of major financial forces. Morgan Stanley, Stephen Bird, for example, thinks green hydrogen will become economically viable quicker than investors expect, noting Plug's Power Dash deal with Apex Clean Energy to develop a green hydrogen network using wind power offers a chance to tap into a very low-cost renewable power, blah, 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 blah. So hydrogen. Now, I've got another story, move this over, that talks about the price of EV batteries. EV batteries, the next victim of high commodity prices. Batteries have gotten a lot cheaper due to the economies of the scale, but rising commodity prices could upend the trend. Talks a little bit about that. Ever cheaper batteries over the past decade have made electric vehicles more price competitive, but rising. Remember when the first Tesla came out, how much it was? It was a lot of dough.
I don't remember how much it was.
It was a lot of dough. Just say yes, Glenn. It was a lot of dough. Are you ignoring me right now?
Yes,
I am.
am.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I ain't gonna talk to you. Prices of battery materials have skyrocketed this year as EV demand jumps. Prices of lithium carbonate used in cathodes have doubled year to date, according to research firm Benchmark Mineral Intelligence. Blah, 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 blah. Put those two stories together. All right. Where was my other one? Where's the one that was just in? Oh, there it is. EV batteries. And I got another one. Big oil. Interesting. Big oil companies push hydrogen. Look at that. As the green alternative. But obstacles remain. So this is how I got on the hydrogen kick today. Was by way of these stories. Shell is among the big energy companies pursuing hydrogen projects like this refinery in Wesseling, Germany. Does that say that? Wesseling, Germany. All right. Big oil companies have long...
I don't know.
Huh?
Are you okay over there? Do I
That
need to
was
come
my
check on you?
German accent. Dankeschön, bitte.
I thought you were having a stroke for a second.
No, that's my German accent.
Oh.
All right. Big oil companies have long touted hydrogen energy as a way to reduce carbon emissions. Now they are grappling with how to make that a reality. So there talks into a lot of the oil companies going into this hydrogen space. So the stocks that I was looking at from that perspective. Oh, look at that there. Before we get, look at that there. Look at the bounce off support.
You have really good volume on that too.
Look at that bounce off support. Look at the 3.8. Look at the volume. Oh, back that thing up.
Is it gonna finally take off during power hour?
I don't know. We could. What time are we? 2:49. We got about an hour and
2:58.
10 minutes before the market closes, right?
We've got 2 minutes before it's power hour.
Wow. Look at that. Nice jump. Nice pop. I'm wondering if anybody who was out there who was not buying into Robinhood today, did at least the analysis of timing a trade help you? Yes or no? I'm just curious to know, did the the analysis that we did from a day trade perspective, did that help anybody from jumping on board from a day trade perspective? Yes or no? Just curious. Just curious. This is the third opportunity. This is the third opportunity that we've pointed out from a day trade perspective. Look at that. Les says evidently he's making some money. Ooh, good gravy. What
Careful of that tall wick though on that candle. That's
on both of these.
2 tall wicks in a row.
Yep. Good. I'm seeing people on the live channel telling me yes. At least the pics of showing you live where they were coming in have helped. And that's awesome. That is awesome. All right. And I'm watching this right now. That's a closed candle, which means that the opening price is higher than the close price. The stock's price is fallen from the opening price on that candle. But look at the 3-8 cross. Love that. And right now I'm higher than where I got in. I got in here, right? I got in here. Right now I'm higher than when I got in. Oh, baby. But that selling price, that's now, where is it challenging? It's challenging in this level of support, which is sitting at 36.38. Let's see if that level of support will hold.
Right now it's in a retest of that zone.
There it is. Right there. Right there. Boom. Shaka-laka, shaka-laka, laka. Boom. Shaka. Sprinkles.
Oh, man.
I love that commercial.
If this is just how Trending Thursday is and I'm not used to it yet.
I love that commercial. And that's right.
Oh
My God. Yeah. And Trending Thursday, that's apt to happen at any point in time throughout the day. Just tell you that. Just to tell you that. Hydrogen fuel cells need platinum. The function says 427 trading. You know, I'm going to look a little bit more into this hydrogen story. This has started to irk my ire or my interest, pique my interest in this hydrogen. I may have to do a hydrogen story on our YouTube channel, but at least these stories and looking at the stocks that we're getting ready to show you in a second definitely piqued my interest, and I want to do more research. And Patrick is right. Patrick says, you know, way back when he was in college, they were looking at hydrogen, and it's still taken a long time to take off, but look how long it took for electric to take off. You know, it's been in the works for
hydrogen has been out longer than electric, I feel like, especially with the electric vehicle side of things, not electric powered stuff in general, but the electric vehicle aspect.
So what pushed electric faster?
Cars were out before electric vehicles were out. They were being tested because hydrogen was the first idea that people came out with. And then people were worried about riding around in a bomb, basically. And then they realized that it wasn't as economical as it could have been. And then battery powered stuff was more economical at the time. So that kind of won that war. And now all of a sudden we're talking about it again. So it's like the kid in the car that won't shut up, and you just got to keep, you know, he butts his head in, you got to keep pushing him to the back.
No, you say that. Are we there yet? No. Are we there yet? Is the car still moving? Yes. No. Are we there yet? All right.
And then you roll down all the windows when you're on the interstate, so that way you can't hear anybody else.
That's what a good parent does. There you go. So there's the 3-8 cross, baby. All right, if I'm day trading in off the 3 and the 8, I would have gotten out right here, which would have been a minute ago. I would have gotten out right there. All right, and I'd still be happy from a day trade perspective. I made some money. I'm probably higher than I was when I first pulled the trigger, and now I got another level of support. You know, even with all of this sideways move, look at that. We're still in the middle. We're still in the middle between the high and the low for the most part today. It is what it is.
Are we going to get a song now?
Say again?
Are we going to get a song now?
No. Love
Stuck in the middle with you?
Up where we belong.
Oh.
Where the
That's not where I was going with this one.
fly on a mountain high. All right, there we go. Love lift hood up where it belongs. Look at the bounce. Look at the bounce right off a level of support. Look at this stuff really works. These levels of support and resistance really do hold some credence, and that's why we're using them. That's why we use them along with the 3 and the 8. The 3 and the 8 is by my own personal choice. Whether you use a 5 or 10, 10, 20, 20 and 50, whatever you use to help you. 3 and the 8, I think, does a really good job from a day trade perspective. But look at that bounce right off support at 35.93. Look at that. Look at where it stopped. All right. And I'm probably dead even. As a matter of fact, I can look. Where am I? Refresh.
Drum roll.
Where am I at? Hood. I am 0.6% down on my trade. I got 10 shares. I'm 0.66% down. That's it.
That means you've got 99.4% more to go.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no. All right. So that's where I pulled the trigger live online, back here somewhere. And I went and ate my own cooking. I went and ate my own cooking. All right. I want to keep my eyes here right now until to see what's going on before I keep on going with my stories. Before I keep on going, man, why is my phone just jumping up right now?
Hey, Glenn, check out what John is saying, by the way.
Let's see. John, oh my gosh, where can you get stock and singing talent in one space, folks? No place else. It's all right here. It's all right here. All right. How many people we got? 105? Hey, Joey, how many likes we got? How many likes we got? Electric cars have existed since 1834. Really? The first hydrogen fuel cell was created in 1966. I was -1 years old in 1966. So evidently, Joff put that out there. He's like, wait a minute, electric cars have been here a little earlier.
So I get
I
that.
don't know.
I'm talking about from like the commercial standpoint
Okay.
in the most recent run-ups, folks. Not like over history.
Okay. Because
Just
I
talking
couldn't
about within,
answer
like,
that
the
question.
last 30, 40 years and moving on to them and all that.
We got 124 likes. Yo, let's see if we get 150 likes. Bust a move. Can we get 150 likes? Folks, we are 56 is on the other side. Joey, 56 is on the non-live channel. We got 56 likes over there. Let's go see how many likes we... Listen, get me 150 likes. If you like what we've been doing right now all day long, we've been doing it for you. If you like what we've been doing for you guys, hit the like button. I do that. Do that for it.
Hit the like button.
Oh my gosh, you scared the bejesus out of me. I didn't know what you were getting ready to do. You scared the bejesus out of me. I was like, oh my gosh, is he gonna pass out? Don't do that. Don't do that. All right. In fact, the separation of hydrogen, the so-called reforming of natural gas, requires combustion. This immediately refutes the very notion that hydrogen is a clean energy source. You know something? I can't disprove that. Hydrogen age is the cold fact that hydrogen is not something that exists in nature, and to this day is created using natural gas. Told you, this is why I'm going to have to look more into this hydrogen thing, because now, Jonathan, if it's taken hold again in this space as clean energy, there's got to be a reason behind it, and I'd like to try to find out what the reason is and why it's starting to take hold again. Does Patrick run on Cafe Bustelo? No. He runs on energy drinks. Oh,
I called it wings.
No.
I run on wings.
I can't.
I'm not sponsored by them, Glenn. I'm not saying their name. Don't say it.
For
Not
me?
until they sponsor us.
For yours or mine?
For mine.
Oh, see, nobody sponsors me either. I'm just a big fan of
Yeah,
Cafe
but
Bustelo.
I don't have people sending me free wings all the time.
Wow. All right. Listen, I'm on Cafe Bustelo. I'm falling off of it because I haven't had it since this morning. So look at that bounce, baby. Look at that bounce. All right. If you're thinking about getting into it again, there's the 3-8 cross. Let's see if it closes. Look at right there at 308. There's the 3-8 cross. Bounce off support. But I'm with Patrick's notion this time. Look at the lack of volume. Look at the lack of volume. The last time, look at that 3-8 bounce with that volume. Look at the lack of volume. Be careful on that 3-8 bounce.
The volume is worse. This, like, if you zoom out, Glenn, and take away the first minute bar, the volume right now is worse than GME's end of day chart right now. And that volume is basically non-existent. It's drier than a Sahara Desert. So
I'm talking about that's the first bar is gone. This is the second bar.
yeah, look at the volume. I mean, you can see the clear trend right away right there.
So I'm looking. I see the bounce, but I'm going to go back to this little stretch of space there. A channel within a channel within a bigger channel. All right, that's what it is. Look at that. That's a channel within a channel within a bigger channel. I like the bounce. The 3.8 didn't close higher right there. Notice that on the 308 bar, the 3.8 didn't close positive. Wow.
And look at those 3 minutes before that. Look at all the tall wicks on that. That's not a strong sign.
Yeah, that's some selling pressure. And the volume is not there to back it up. Interesting. All right. We'll come back to this. Let's go look at my hydrogen stocks. My hydrogen. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what stocks I had in here. HDRO, that's an ETF. I found that. That's an ETF. FCell, where's FCell? Ooh, at the bottom. That's the last stock in the list. Plug, look at that. All these clean energy stocks are towards the bottom of my list. And I put in here another stock in here. Look at that, Patrick.
I didn't think I'd ever see another stock below Extro in any watch list.
Well, there's FCell. FCell's lower than it in the watch list. But I put FCell because it wasn't just about clean energy or hydrogen. I also wanted to bring light to a stock that I own as well. I own about 10,000 shares of XROF, 10,500 to be exact. But it's also in that clean energy space. Patrick has done some great videos on XROF. I think we both have on our other channel. Go check it out. Please. We put like I said, folks, we put a lot of great content out there between the two channels. Go check out our other channel for the videos that we've done on XROF. All right, let's go take a look at these graphs. View the stock graph. Let's see what we do. This is the ETF. I don't like it. It's pretty gappy. I don't like anything that gaps up like that because as quickly as it gaps up is as quickly as it gaps down. But so far, this was the only ETF that I could look at from the hydrogen perspective. I don't like it.
I don't think. Does the volume even count to be included in any of our scans?
Not really. Not if you're looking for 100,000 average volume. The answer is no.
Yeah.
Average volume. Yeah, if you're looking, we need a 50-day moving average. It doesn't matter. On that basis, no. All right, fuel cell, clean energy. When it was rock and rolling, clean energy was rock and rolling. It was beautiful. Now it's not rock and rolling. It ain't so beautiful. I do like the hammer formation, but I don't like the follow through. And it's below the 20-day exponential moving average. Actually, let's go put it on my other the trade layout, which is the 3 and the 8. There it is. I don't like it. All right. This is why we do the stories, and then why we look at the stocks. I don't like it. What else?
So, Glenn, one thing I will say, keep in mind when looking at these clean energy stocks.
Yeah.
You know, we do have same thing with this and other stocks. I'm not going to say the name because I don't want to get demonetized, but
okay.
You know,
yeah,
there is Congress coming back in the fall, and that was really the main cause of going into 2020 or end of 2020 coming into 2021 with the clean energy and the other stocks.
Clean energy still has a space if the infrastructure bill goes through.
The infrastructure bill, but also with Congress coming in, you could start seeing it pick up. So while these may not look great right now, I still follow the same thought process that, you know, these are good to keep on your radar and wait to see some signs like you've been showing them today with the charts. wait to see those kind of chart or those candlestick patterns or breakouts, whatever you want to call them, and use that as an early entry because they may see an uptick or at least, the second or another big run as Congress starts to come into session again.
I don't disagree with you, not even a little bit.
So just some insight on something to keep an eye on.
All right, I'm with you on that. All y'all may have shown Robinhood too much love this afternoon, but you still haven't convinced a lot of us folks to pay Hilton prices to stay at the Sherwood Forest. Huh? What? Hold on, let me finish looking at these stocks before I get to Jobs. Plug is actually starting to move a little earlier than FCell, bouncing off support. I'm not going to call that a hammer.
You have a higher low, but I'd wait to see the higher high come in.
Yeah, you're right. I do see a little bit of an earlier trend happening here. I'm going to keep that on there so the next time I come back to this stock, I'll be like, oh, yeah. All right, and what else is in here? XROF, man. XROF just came out of the news. What was the news on XROF?
I mean, which part? They come out with good news and good news and good news, and the stock just trades between 3 and 350 for the last 6 months. Could it be another partnership? Could it be getting into a new index? Could it be building a new station here?
Oh, there it is. XROF announces a new headquarters in Mesa, Arizona. That was 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And joins the robust e-mobility R&D ecosystem in the greater Phoenix area. 14 days ago, XROF unveils new application for coil driver technology to reduce the cost and complexity of deploying electric vehicle infrastructure. 20 days ago, XROF reported voting results for the 2021 blah, 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 blah. All right, so that was some...
I mean, I like the stock. I'm still going to be holding my shares, but at the same time, I still stick by it that until they start putting out some numbers, some sales, showing some form of income, it's going to just be this sideways action. Yeah, they have like 48 million Canadian dollars, which is, a couple million US.
Which is about 2 cents US.
I didn't want to go that low, but
that was messed up.
Geez.
Sorry, all my Canadians out there. That was wrong.
But I mean, yeah, they've got a lot of money sitting in the bank, but it's basically now a test of which one's going to run out first. Are they going to either come out with numbers, or are they going to, run out of money to keep creating new partnerships and creating new things without actually coming to market?
Well, for me, they are more of they're in that innovative space. That whole electrical coil thing is the key word to is win.
Yeah, I agree. I think the technology that they have is game changing and is revolutionary to the EV space. But once again, they have to start getting it out there, or else it's just gonna die off. If they can't get it out there to manufacture, then they're going to run out of money and the company is going to go away before they even give a chance to really take off.
I don't disagree with you. Going to 427 trading, FCell is at rock bottom. You know something? Let's go back to graph those. Interesting thing on that. I'm with Patrick. Where's my viewed stock graph? That this industry, I still think that the industry is going to be a good industry. When you've got more, especially the EV space, you got more major companies committing to all electric vehicles by X amount, 30 years, 20, 30 years. I think that's huge. All right, so FCell, you said, is at rock bottom. I do like, if you want to call that a hammer, I do like that. What I'm looking for FCell, I'm definitely looking for the 3.8 to cross. I'm looking at end of day, though. I'm looking for the 3.8 to cross end of day. So I'm with you on that 427 trading. It could be on a 3-month graph, it's at the low.
At this point, though, I mean, I'm willing to wait 30, 40 cents for confirmation because, like you said, it's at rock bottom. It's at a really low price. what's 30 cents to the upside? Giving that for the less risk aspect of it. That's the way I'd approach it.
All right. So I'm with that. I hear you on that. I do like that the next one, Plug, is already starting to show some signs of an upward trend with the higher low. This one hasn't done it yet. Fuel Cell hasn't done it yet, but Plug has. All right. And then the next one was XROF. XROF just, this has been a tough stock to hold. I still own it. This has been a tough stock to hold. And so is CTRM. CTRM was a tough stock to hold as well. Joff says XROF is going to have to show some benefit of their tech to FUV, Tesla, or...
Well,
and
so
that's what
answering
Patrick
to
just
that,
said
though,
pretty much, Joff.
Joff, they've already got their ends. If you've been following along with it, they've got a lot of partnerships. One of their partnerships I did a video on, even I think it was back
the
in like
Zero-
March or April, was the Zero motorbikes
Yeah.
that they got a partnership with. Zero did a specific partnership with Polaris. Polaris is coming out with an all-electric side-by-side this year, at the end of this year, supposedly, if production hasn't been halted or slowed down due to the shortages all over the place. But they're using Zero's battery technology, which Zero is now using some of Extro technology in it, to come up with the all-electric side-by-sides, motorcycles, all that for Polaris. So they have their ways. And then you have the other one. What's I wish we had Ray in here right now.
Ray
He'd give everybody
is
a
another
2-hour
company.
speech on all their deals.
Mark?
But yeah, they just had the other deal with who was it? What's the name of them?
I don't know. I just said I didn't know.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Because you wasn't
but they
listening.
I'd have to go back and look it up, but they have another deal is a part manufacturer for GM, I believe it is. It's either GM or Ford, one of the two. So they have partnerships with some of the major suppliers for some of the biggest auto manufacturers in the U.S. It's just,
And that's big.
Yeah, they have their ends. They just need to get their technology actually out there to the market, rather than just continuing to test it and never actually bring it out to market. So hopefully that helps answer some of that.
You saw Mark's statement? We didn't hear it here. Shh. But the military missed their 2020 deadline for their first green energy hurdle. They are stepping up bigly now, or so I've heard. That could be huge for...
Hey, Mr. Burgundy.
Huh?
If somebody's going to say something, maybe you should leave their name out.
His name is right there. Everybody can see it. Everybody can see it. It's not like the Jockey Club. Anyway, taking that into effect, if they are ramping up on their clean energy stuff, could that move any of these clean energy companies? I don't know.
I see that more as aerospace and defense, seeing the move there, like through one of those kind of companies.
Yeah, but where does that fit in aerospace and defense unless you're looking at airplanes or tanks or all that kind of stuff? Are we trying to get green energy with them?
Military contracts.
Yeah, but are we trying to get green? It wouldn't be with fighting stuff. I don't think I'm going to take a Marine.
Probably go through their typical partners to create something that they need, and instead of going with a new company.
All right. I don't know.
That's the way I look. That's where I would start digging. If I were really interested and wanting to jump into something like that, I would start digging through the military contracts, finding what you can find on them, and then going from there.
All right. I got you. All right. I only had one more story, and it was just on earnings stuff. But let me go back to the graph first. Ooh. Still in that channel. Still in that channel. Let's go stretch this back out a little bit more. We've been here all morning, folks. So we've been watching it from first tick until right now. Still a lot of sideways action. Look at that. Still a lot of sideways action. But it could be getting ready to hit a new low. Where am I in at? I don't even know. Was it here?
You got in
Hold
that
on. Let me
right
go
before
see.
that big red candle.
Let me go see.
You got in. Let's see where that
Hood.
is.
I am down 1.5% on Hood right now.
Big run up and then
Cost
here.
basis. I must have got in and said it. I got in at
224.
yeah. It looks like I got in at 36.35. Looks like that was my buy-in cost. What am I at?
I think you got in at 224 candle.
Okay.
Somewhere either 224 or 223, one of the two.
Where's 224 candle? Let me see. I'm thinking at a price about 36.35. 220. Wow. Whoo-wee.
There's their employees 15%.
224, 36.32. Yeah, that's about that 36. Yeah, that's right about where I got in, right about there. That's where my price is. All right. Good. Googly muggly, baby.
How's that cooking,
But
Glenn?
guess what? If you were using the 3-8 methodology, you were already out of this, right? I don't know what's happening. This is power hour. Oh man, this sounds like hour. This sounds like another whole idea, but wow. Look at that move. That's not so pretty. But again, from a day trade perspective, getting in, getting out, getting in, getting out, you are already out. And damn, look right about that. The Bulls saying, oh, the Bulls are like the Kembe Mutombo. Not in
they're
my
trying to
house.
run it up right now to dump out at this resistance now. New resistance.
Well, we got to see Big John Wick at the top of that candle. We'll see. The volume's not there. The volume was there on the downside, though, right?
Yep.
The volume was there on the selling of the shares. The volume is not there on the buying of the shares. And look at the big wick at the top. We got more selling pressure coming in on the current candle as well. So, man, the bulls are trying to stave off the big pushback by the bears. But let's go see where the volume sits with the pushback that's going on right now. Boeing are looking at this technology. As a matter of fact, 427 trading. Boeing is one of my stocks that beat earnings. All right, my next story is on earnings beats or misses. Boeing, with all that's going on with Boeing had a surprise earnings beat yesterday. I'm on Wall Street Bets. The artists, who the heck are grumbling? This is exciting. I'm sitting here with Bubbles and Mike eating popcorn. I don't get all of that. Am I missing something, Patrick? What am I missing? What is he saying?
So the Wall Street Bet guys, just know it as that. With the GME AMC, they call themselves apes.
Okay.
Wall Street Bets, they call themselves artists.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know. Okay. Thank you, younger person, for helping this older person out.
You're welcome.
All right. So now we created a new all-time low for the day. And
all-time low in history.
Huh?
All-time low for the history of the stock.
It is. And look at that. The bulls are trying to push back. That level of support sitting at now the new low at 35.30. See what happens again. But I love that you guys have been saying that, if nothing else, we've given you a better perspective from a day trading perspective on how to trade this or any other stock. And that's awesome.
And so one thing I will say, Glenn, since we're still on this topic, we were talking about it earlier. Part of their lockup agreement is that they could sell, or employees that own a stock that have owned stock in Robinhood could sell 15% opening day. And then they have to wait another 30 or 3 months before they could sell another 15%. So with all the buying coming up that we've been talking about, there wasn't that much buying pressure right out of the gate.
Right.
All there really seems to be is selling pressure, and that's going to be from employees, that 15%, if they even want to. So, I mean, things don't look great from when you break it down. You take a sit back and look at it from an overview perspective. that doesn't sound like a great recipe for success for having a successful first trading day. Now, I will say this is a lot better of a trading day than Coinbase was.
Absolutely, and that's what I'm getting
But-
ready to say. It's held its own a lot better. It's actually even with this sideways move, I think it's held its own a lot better than the anticipated. I think more people anticipated that Hood was going to crash because it's not as well liked. And but it made its initial move to the downside. It reverted back to the means. It stayed, for the most part, neutral after that. I think that it's done a good job of at least holding its own from that
For now.
perspective. Huh?
For now.
Yeah, for now. This is just what, I'm long term, I still like the innovation long term, but you're right. For now, it's held its own. Tomorrow's another day. Guess what? We ain't doing this again tomorrow. I'm just putting that out there before anybody. Hey, can you do? No. And yes, I'm yelling. No, we're not doing this again tomorrow. All right, but man, we only got a half an hour
we could do this
left.
again, but not tomorrow.
We could do it today, but not tomorrow. We only got a half an hour left. So tell what we're gonna do. I'm not gonna worry about the earnings this week. I will do the analyzing of the stocks, and guess what? You'll have two people. Oh, I'm gonna do it a different way. Hold on. Viewers, where it is, weekly watch list. And the reason why I'm starting it out now this way using the weekly watch list, because I want, when you put all of these stocks in, I want you all to see the power of the VectorVest software to see where your stock sits, where everybody else's stocks are coming up. All right. Patrick, do you have any stocks you want to look at specifically? I'm going to start off with you. Oh, and then I got to play the sound. That's for people to start typing their stocks in. All right, so we're at the last part where we're analyzing stocks. All right, you got anything you want to look at specifically? Oh, GME, you say? Okay, we can look at that.
Okay, yeah.
I'll look at AMC too. Any other stock you want to look at specifically?
AMC. Let's see, SENS.
Okay.
How's that doing today? I haven't had time to look at anything today.
I'm still in that. PAVE, we still don't track, Sharon. It's on an index that we're having problems with to get it. We're still working on it, but we still don't have PAVE yet. I'm sorry, but we are. It is something that's in our eyesight that we want to get into. We just can't get it. We just can't get it yet, but we are working on it. All right. Sorry about that, Sharon. Go ahead, Patrick. You got anything else you want?
No, I mean, I haven't really been able to look at any of my stocks today at all. So I have no idea what's really going on with the market. We've been going at it since 9:30. So
that's but we were here earlier than that and all that. I can't believe I ain't got a lot of people putting in stocks. Normally, there you go, Ray. Normally, I got everybody and their mama putting in stocks, but today y'all want to act all brand new because Patrick's here. That's what it is. Y'all acting all brand new because Patrick's here.
They're on their best behavior.
Oh, whatever. Get off your best behavior. You know you want to see some stocks. Type them in there. Harry, I got you too. MTTR. I'm looking at both channels, folks. I'm looking at both chats. So I'm trying to give everybody some love today. You would think that this would be going crazy. AGFY. Okay, I got that.
You ain't got no alibi.
You ugly. You ugly. SOXL, TECL, comma, RVP, comma. If you ain't giving me a lot, that's fine because I'll only look at what you give me. I'm only looking at what you're giving me, all right? DD.
Do you have Cliff in there? CLF?
Maybe. Cliff? Nope, it's already in there, yeah. I wasn't sure. Neuro. I did a video on Neuro. Was it last week? I think I did it on Neuro metrics on why it went up so much. Huh?
LUMN.
Lumen? LUMN. Okay. CRF. Going once, twice, 3 times it's over. Sava.
All right, last two are HTBX and SAVA.
I actually own Sava and HTBX. All right, HTBX. Those are my stocks for today. If you look in the bottom of the video, you'll see a link for us to do a free stock analysis on any stock out there. Who gave me GameStop and AMC? Look at where they are in the list. Look at that. I guess we suck as stock pickers, don't we? Why you just look like
I mean,
that? Your face is like, what? That was funny. Your face was like, So, again, the beautiful thing about putting them into a watch list before we look at the stocks is for everybody who gave me a stock, look to see where your stock sits compared to everybody else's by way of our master indicator VST. All right, by way of our master indicator VST. All right, so for everybody who didn't put in the stock in the time that I needed you to, again, look, there's a link. Joey put it in the chat for you. Put it already in the chat for you. Click on that link to get a free stock analysis report, folks. All right, so AN is at the top of the list. GME is at the bottom of the list. Edwards Life Sciences is somewhere in the middle. And again, for every stock that you put up here that you gave me, we can see where they all sit compared to everybody. All right, let's graph them on. Patrick does a good job graphing. Take control, Patrick. Ask for control. He does this on his as well. And I talk a lot during mine.
are you guys ready for me to take control?
Wow.
Sorry, I had to, man. I had to.
Wow.
Going for the low-hanging fruit, right?
I'm telling you, we are going to fight. I am going to fight you today. I'm going to fight you today. All right, so I'm going to let Patrick, he does a really good job analyzing stocks. I'm going to let him analyze this group of stocks for you guys. Take it away, man.
All right, so can I change my graphs then?
You can change it to whatever the hell you want to change it to.
Fair enough. Man, you really are trying to get us on a mature rating today, aren't you?
I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
I guess it is. I do have 2 little ones, so I have trained myself to censor myself, so I'm kind of used to it. But you don't have the little ones no more, so I get it.
They all, as a matter of fact, my youngest one, college move-in day, August 9th. I get to go up to college to help move him in. Damn.
Are you gonna join him for his first frat party?
Yeah, I will.
You try to play some beer pong?
His mom. We won't talk. We won't tell his mama about it. I don't like her anyway, so just my son and I are going to enjoy
Glenn.
his college life.
Turning Thursday is not for baby mama drama. Okay?
No, it's not. You're right. All right, go ahead, take it away, man.
All right, so let's get into it. First stock, AN. I like what we're seeing here. You know, you saw the volume giving conviction, breaking it past this level of resistance at 107. Great run up here. Saw some profit taking going on. Sideways move. You saw indecision coming in here, but then starting to get some more follow through, some more buying coming in. People had some time to digest that big move, that big run up. You saw the consolidation, the pause, and now starting to see another bigger run coming in here today. Better than average volume or higher volume relative to what it had been trading at the last few days in that sideways move. That's the strong sign. Volume is conviction. Stochastics in overbought territory, but as we know, they can stay in overbought territory. So as long as they continue to run hot and above 80, nothing really too worrisome that stands out there. Looking at earnings, that's a 3-month. I like to look at earnings on a 1-year. Earnings look phenomenal. Stair-step pattern from bottom left to upper right shows the company's not only making money, but the big money is expecting them to continue to make money at least 12 months down the road. And as the old saying goes, money goes where money grows. So I like that one. Thoughts?
No. You know what we should do? We're going to alternate one and then one.
Let's
and then
do
one.
it.
Huh?
Let's duet.
We could duet. All right. I like the stock. Boom. Let's go to the next one. All right. RV. Why do I get the one that looks like this? Son of a. Wow. He gets one that looks great. I get one that looks like this. All right. Let's talk about it, though. I put it on a 3-month. You're going to see him back and forth between 1 year, 3-month graph. The stock, the 3.8 cross, found a level of support. Right. I'm going to eyeball this level of support. There we go. I'm gonna beautiful level of resistance back here. Current level of support. Bounce 3-8 cross. Watch the big wick right here, challenging this current level of current support at a value of 12.12. It's still above it. Pulled back today. Volume. I'm not a big fan of stochastics, but the stock is overbought. RT is above 1. I would say if you own it, be careful. Tomorrow's candle is going to make or break what's going to go on. All right.
I would say one last thought. If you bought in here, great. At this stage, I wouldn't be buying in. You're stalling out at resistance, low volume, nothing confirming that. Overbought territory, stalling out at resistance. I'd hold on for right now if you're not already in it.
I agree with that.
All right.
Yeah, you should redo that so I can go do the next one. That's probably
Cliff
not.
Natural or Cleveland Cliff, not Cliff Natural anymore. I like the breakout out of this resistance here of 22.75. You got breakout follow through here today. However, strong volume or bigger volume relative to what it's been trading at tells us you need to focus on this candle. Overbought territory, strong volume. Looking at the candle, what is it telling us? A lot of selling pressures that hit that 26 range. It tells us that the overall investor sentiment is bearish at that price. A lot of people don't see it worth it at that price. So I would be extremely careful after seeing the sell-off that has occurred during the latter half of the day.
That wick scares me.
Yep.
I like it on the volume, but the wick scares me. All right. Next one. SOXL. An ETF. Not a contra ETF, but a regular ETF, but it's triple leverage. I like the move higher lows. 3-8 cross. 3-8 crossed here. These triple leverage, man, are tricky plays. They either work or they don't. And look at this. They're like, yay, good. Oh, crap. Yay, good. Could be all crap again. It's like, tastes good, less filling. Tastes good, less filling. That's what you're looking at right there. But I do like the rise. I do like the open candle today. If you're in it, I would have been out of it here, especially knowing it was a triple leverage. Good volume. I'd like to see it break above that 44.94 if I'm not in it right now. I'm not sure what would have gotten you in it unless you missed this get out point. Patrick?
I mean, new uptrend starting to form. You had to sell off a little bit. It's a triple leverage. So you're going to have to sit through bigger swings. If you can stomach that, then yeah, this isn't any different than any other stock. If you use your basic 7% stop or 7% trailing, you're going to get knocked out left and right. You're going to get knocked out here and miss that next step up.
Yeah.
So if this is something, if you're trading triple leveraged, you have to be somebody who's able to watch your stocks throughout the day. This is not going to be a trade for somebody who, sets it and forgets it.
Yeah. Even looking at the 20-day exponential, it's tough.
Yeah.
That's a toughie. All right.
Going to the next one.
That looks good.
So tech. All right. So this is technology, 3-time leverage. Once again, same stuff we just talked about being, if you're not able to watch something throughout the day, don't trade triple leverage. One thing I will say about this, I'll zoom out because, when in doubt, zoom out. Actually, I can do that here. Technical analysis. I'm going to mess all your graphs up.
No,
For all the trades, my good trades that you closed during the Jockey Club.
I got my trades. I got my graph set up already, so I can just with a click of a mouse go up to one of my graphs.
All right, so here we go. Change that.
While you're doing that, somebody says use 21% stop on 3-time leverage. You got to be able to sit through some stuff, and I would say for minimum at least 20%.
But you would have to adjust the size of your position to make sure that meets the 1% rule.
Right.
If you're using a 21% loss. So always keep that in mind. So this is what I see with this. I've noticed this with a lot of the major indices. I've talked about it. I've done a lot of videos on a regular YouTube channel. Price has been
I don't know what you just did there.
I just let go of it and just snapped somewhere else. Probably because I'm remotely doing it, so the inputs are a little off. All right, so price is moving higher. Obviously, we can see that. Looking at DPO, DPO is a great momentum indicator. We use it in our DEW timing system. I've gotten so familiar with it. I just I like it as a easy to read momentum indicator. Momentum is waning as price has been moving higher. So there's a bearish divergence. We've talked about it a lot. I've talked about it a lot during my live streams on Thursdays. We see that bearish divergence. Once again, I will always say this whenever I talk about them. Don't try to predict when that bearish divergence will take form or will start to show signs of itself. Wait for confirmation, because bearish divergences, I've seen them take 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months. The longer that bearish divergence forms, the bigger the down move is going to be, the bigger the pain that the market will see from that area. So I wouldn't try to trade this automatically. If you were going to take advantage of the bearish divergence, the best way, from a technical standpoint, is wait to see it break this uptrend line of the higher lows. Once price breaks below that, and you don't see any invalid, or any negating aspects coming in from the formation itself, that would be my opportunity to take advantage of it to the downside. Because of the bearish divergence forming right now and not knowing if or when it will occur, I wouldn't, if you're already into it, great. If you're not already into it, I wouldn't be adding this to my portfolio at this specific time.
I, on the other hand, said if you're in it for the right reasons. I like somewhat of a hammer formation here, the 3-8 cross. Even on the pullback, the 3/8s are holding. From that perspective, if you're in it, leave it alone. I do like the idea of not putting new trade on right now because of the bearish divergence. So I'm with that. Before we go on to the next stock, let's go see what's going on with what just happened. Why does that happen? Stop touching the thing.
I'm not touching it.
Let's go to the graphs. Let's see what's
You
going
stop
on.
touching it.
You touching it. Ooh, look at the move further down today. I swear I'm going to kick you. Look at the move further down going into the end of the day. We're at 3:45, 15 minutes into the market close. Let's go look at it. It's looking at. So now I'm taking a bigger hit on the trade that I put on today, but I've got my 10% trail on it. I'll leave it alone. But going into the end of the day, it looks like the bears want to say, yeah, baby, we got you, baby. We going down. We're going down. That's what the bears are saying. And the bulls are going,
what are they saying?
we're going down, baby. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
And then the bulls are like, that's what the bulls are saying. The bulls are choking a little bit. So 15 minutes into the market closes, I wanted to take a good little bit of look as of what was going down. And as I mentioned, and as you know, I'm actually in the trade. We pulled it live, looking at what was going on, and I'm going to be fine. Look at the bulls trying again. Look at the bulls trying again. All right, so we're going to keep looking at it into the market close. Let's go to the next stock. What's here? Garmin. Look at that. Who uses a Garmin? Because we've got phones now, and we've got phones and iPads. Interesting that Garmin can still sell devices because people are saying, well, I don't want to tie up my phone. And I'm like,
Well, so Garmin does make watches. And I've heard some people talk really highly about their Garmin watch instead of like an Apple Watch.
Really?
Yeah, they have better battery life because they don't have all the tech that an Apple Watch has.
All right.
They have longer battery life and they have more accurate reading, like scanning stuff, that technology in it. And that's their big selling points, is they have better like GPS location and tracking for like your heart, sleep, that kind of stuff.
In case you can't find your heart, you got to go look for it. Or if you
Well,
can't
no,
find
you know
sleep.
how like there's the sleep tracking that
Dude,
the
I
Apple
know
Watches
I
they're
know
talking
that.
about.
I knew that. But keep going. Keep
So that is one of the selling points that I've heard a lot of people talk about from people that I know that own them. I prefer my Apple Watch. Actually, Siri's been kind of upset with me today. Oh, no. Because I'm not even close to my stand goal since we've been streaming all day.
I'm not either. It's all right.
But yeah, I have heard people that have their Garmin watch love them. So
All right. I think it's a good looking stock. Go to the next one.
don't tell me what to do.
I just did.
AGFY. I wouldn't touch this with a 10-foot pole.
A lot of
I
wicks.
don't like what I'm seeing here. You have crazy activity going on where you're seeing huge swings up or down. I mean, right now you're just fighting it out. Anytime it starts moving higher, everybody who's holding it wants to sell. Anybody who's wanting to buy it buys at these dips. I would wait out this fighting match going on over the last week or so to wait for a little bit more consistency. I would, unless you're day trading it, I wouldn't be jumping. I wouldn't open a new position right at this specific time. Not with that tug of war going on.
All right, so I agree with that. The thing that says that if you're in it, if you know something about it, whoever gave me this, most likely is in it. That's always my assumption. If you type the stock, most likely it's because you're in it. Well, if you're in it, the 3-8 cross coming off this level of support, it bounced, you went through a level of resistance. If you're in it, leave it alone.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm with Patrick. I'm not thinking about putting on a new trade unless you can take out that high. I'm not thinking about it then. But if you're in it for the right reasons already. Not only did the 3-8 cross, it did so in good volume. From that perspective, I'm saying okay. But I'm not thinking about getting into it right now.
So the last thing I will add after looking at it a little longer while you're talking, having time for some thought, if you are in it, because I didn't think about it that way, most likely the reason you're asking about it is because you are in it. If you are in it, I would be looking at, putting some lines on here. Actually, let me take that off. We'll zoom in. So I put a line here because you have the close of the candle moving or taking away the intraday volatility. Moving here, you had a low touching that same point, bouncing off of that. You had a low touching here, bouncing off of that. That support still held. Here you broke down below it. So this, I look at this as more of a very short term, weaker support line that seems to be playing a bigger effect. If it closes below this point, that would be my line in the sand personally, especially if you've already captured a run to get into the green by this point. And
actually, Patrick just answered your question. He just gave you a line in the sand right here, sitting at the price of $18.31. All right, he just gave you a line in the sand on the stock. All right, let's go to the next stock. No, that's it. Let's go. That's all I got to say. There was a time they got some FDA approval. They did. Now, no. Okay.
You're not buying the dip, Glenn?
Nope. Sure not.
Qualcomm, definitely going to say yes. You have a breakout today out of a channel and a steady uptrend over the last 3 months. Strong volume. Volume is conviction. It's closing towards its high. I mean, there's really not a whole lot that you can say. The only thing that if you wanted to take a more prudent approach on a new entry would be to wait for tomorrow for follow through. But on such a big name stock, having such strong volume closing towards the high, you see a really strong sentiment behind it.
Did you say cinnamon?
Line in the sand, I would be looking at this support level. If it closes below that, now it is support. What was previous resistance at 145 roughly?
Did you say strong cinnamon?
Investor sentiment, yeah.
Oh, sentiment. I thought you said cinnamon.
It's been a long day, Glenn.
It has. You'll never find.
It's been a fun day though. It has been
another love
awesome
like
day,
mine.
But yeah, going back to it, that would be my line in the sand. Looking at that level as a, line in the sand to, if it closes below that, cut the trade, take the profit, wait for a better buying opportunity.
And you know what else this is in? The infrastructure. This is another stock that's in that whole infrastructure bill.
Yep.
All right, one more before we go close out with, Edward Life Science. This is just a good company. I learned about this from Doc. This is just such a great company. Look at that earnings per share. 1 year. Look, this is such a great company. It's a good stock.
One thing I will look at the bearish divergence though.
Here to put on 6 months.
Since the end of April, roughly, all the way until now.
You draw that because I don't see that. I see this more of a leveling, more than Right. Mm, all right.
You're slowly losing momentum as
Mm,
price has been on its crazy run. That's a huge run. Look at that stock compared to what it normally does.
mm.
I mean, zoom out. When does this stock just shoot off for 4 months and just go parabolic like that? It doesn't.
Mm.
I mean, it did here, and then all of a sudden it had the pullback. But I mean, that's
All right.
that's just what I see.
I don't know if
Do you see what I see?
no, I don't know. All right. I don't know. All right, tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna finish up these stocks, but we're gonna do it after the market closes. All right, because we're gonna spend the last 6 minutes looking at our hood. This is what we were here for the day. This is what we were here for the day. So we're gonna spend the last 6 minutes looking at hood, and we will finish up with your stocks. We're not gonna stop the stream until we finish up with your stocks. But look at that from a realistic perspective. I'm realistically in it. Let's go.
You're realistically losing money.
Yeah, I am.
I learned my lesson on coin, man. I got sucked into the hype from Jason, who is all about crypto, talking about how big this is going to be, and it's just
I know,
going to
and
the
we
moon,
both
and
did. We both did, and I
he
should have
suckered
learned,
me
but
into
that's all
buying
right.
some of it, and
I'm down 3.85%. I'm okay. I'm okay. Tomorrow is another day. I'm in it. All right. So I really did pull the trigger on it. You wanted us. You said duet. No, you warned us. We're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. All right, we're gonna finish up with the stocks, but I'm looking at the end of the day on the hood stock. Let's go look at the whole day. Intraday, 1 minute bars, current day. Let's go look at that was the whole day right there. That's the whole day. And we've been with you since the first tick of the stock at 1225. Thereabouts. All right, thereabouts. So we've been with you. we cried a little. We laughed a little. We just cuddled a little. We came back down a little. We'll ate some ice cream, comfort food. We had hamburgers and hot dogs. And then right now, we're just eating all Doritos. We're just coming into Dorito land. All right. And
Glenn, did your boyfriend just break up with you?
I am so gonna. I told you, I'm gonna fight you when we're done. I am so gonna fight you when we're done.
6:00 video for tonight. Glenn and I duking it out.
Somebody says that wasn't nice. Just ignore that stock, Neuro. Yeah, it wasn't that it wasn't nice. That was not a stock that you should be in. I actually did a video on it. It's on the day that it spiked. It had an FDA approval. That wasn't not nice. It was. If you're in that stock, you took a big hit, and that stock still does. So it wasn't that it wasn't nice. It was I wouldn't tell you to say get into that stock. All right. Is it time to cut and run on what? On hood? No, I'm not. I got a 10% trail on it. I'm giving the stock because I know it's IPO. I'm out of it. We already talked about when you would have been out of it from a day trade perspective. We've had 3-day trading opportunities in the stock. Here's an opportunity where you could have gotten out. Let me see. Up. A big quick one. That would have been an opportunity to get out. There's been opportunities to manage this as a day trade all throughout the day. Yes, Patrick? Yes?
Yeah.
So
one thing I will say, and this feels kind of going in with the mentality. I know there's a lot of people that were tuning in here today that, have watched us talk about GME, AMC. They know our thoughts on that. We've talked about it a bunch today. Final thoughts going into the close, making it look weak today. All those people that, kept talking about wanting to short Robinhood right out of the gate. I think this is, kind of that putting that apple out there to try to bait people in. Let's short it. I can see that. So once again, I said this morning before the stock started trading. I will say this again now for anybody who wasn't there. If you want to short Robinhood or you want to bet against Robinhood because of all the last 6 months, that is all the issues that have happened over the last 6 months, my best advice to you is don't. I said it on Twitter. I'll say it here. Not financial advice, just simple opinion. The best way if you're bearish on Hood, the best way to play against it is buy more of your favorite stock, which we all know which one that is. Begins with a G and ends with an E.
No, it begins with an A and ends with a C.
But use that money that you were going to put towards that effort and simply buy your favorite stock. Getting wrapped up in this game is exactly probably what they want.
Absolutely.
Be very careful. That's where I'm going to leave it at on that.
So we got 2 more minutes while the market is open. Big wick on the 356 candle. Is that 356? 357 candle. 358, 359. And then the market's getting ready to close. Like I said, we will finish up with your stocks that you gave us. But from the bottom of both of our hearts, thank you guys for supporting our live stream today. And I think that we will do this again on the next big IPO. But Patrick asked the question, which next IPO would you like us to do? Between both, on the YouTube channel, just type it in. Or go to Patrick, when Patrick does a video, type it in. Or when I do a video, type it in. But we want to hear from you guys, all right? And look at all of this. Look at all of this bullish volume at the end, Patrick. Look at that above the average volume on the last few bars.
So I'm looking at the data and I'm trying to envision what the candle would look like, a daily candle would look like.
It's going to be closed.
A wide body, a red body, and you're going to see a tall wick and a tall tail. So it's going to show indecision. It's going to be it's going to be a fat doji, basically.
A fat doji.
Yeah.
Puff, puff, pass.
That's my own candle.
I said puff, puff, pass.
All right, I'll pass it through the wall, okay?
Oh, there you go. Yeah. All right. So the market,
fat doji.
The market is officially closed. The last 3 bars, last 3 1-minute bars were a lot of above average volume, but we didn't finish at the session lows for today. There's the session lows. We didn't finish at the session lows for today, and he's right. It's going to be a big old doji. It really is. So that was from the first moment it traded, and thank you guys for being here with us. It was kind of cool to do it, and we'll do it again. Now, let's finish up with these stocks, and we're going to go through them. I'm tired. I ain't going to lie. I'm tired. But we're gonna go through.
His buffet pricing finishes at 5, guys. So we gotta bust these out.
All right, go ahead, Sava. Ooh, look at what happened to Sava today. I own that too.
So Sava was on a great run. Whatever.
That was news. I'm thinking that was news.
Whatever happened here tells me be very careful. 3 and the 8, possibly. What is that? 3, 8. 3 is still above the 8. So
yeah,
you're saying there's a chance, but I'd be very careful with it.
I would be too. All right. And I own it. I got to stop in it, though. I own it. That's a big down candle. Bank of America. Ray gave me this. Bounced off support. 3-8 cross today. A lot of wick, though. More wick at the top than the bottom. Shows me a little bit more selling pressure. And it's now challenging this level as a level of support at 38.49. Just be careful. If you own it, leave it alone. If you own it, you did it today, most likely. There was no other reason why you should have gotten into it. If you own it today on the 3-8 cross, hoping that it would end this way. Right now, leave it alone, but it is challenging the current level of support at 38.49.
I actually own puts in this. I've been owning puts for the last month or so.
Ooh,
what I've been looking at, and I haven't looked at it all day today. Today's not a good day for me in this one, but I luckily have some cushion room on that. What I've been looking at here is the Fibonacci's. And excuse me. Let me delete that real quick.
What did you do?
Delete that, turn them off. I forgot I had them on and I zoomed in. All right, so zooming in, we've been coming down. We hit the 50% retracement here.
You know the 50% is not a real number, right? That's just a number that people put in. It's not a real number. It's not a real Fibonacci number. Did you know that?
50% retracement?
Yeah, Fibonacci 50 is not a real fib number. It is a number that people have put in for that purpose. It's not. I didn't know. A lot of people don't know that. 50 is not a real fib number.
Well, because on 100%, you typically see a 50% retracement before new uptrend
Right.
starts to form.
But as far as the Fibonacci,
It's not a Fibonacci number, but
Right.
it's a common number for Fibonacci. Okay, I get what you're saying.
Okay.
Let's not confuse the people out there, Glenn.
All right.
Keep it simple. So we hit that 50% retracement. I've been keeping an eye on this 38.2%. Looks like we're trying to close above that. It's been struggling to get above that for the last few days or last week or so. Today may do that. We still seeing a chance here that it may come back down tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be my make or break day personally. So if you're bullish on it, I would wait for tomorrow to get really the insight of what you're looking for, the answer of yes or no to jump on board with it.
You got the next one.
Oh yeah. CRF. Let's go 6 month. I mean, it's had a sell off. This is the epitome of buy the dip.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You've had a absolute massive dump in this one. But since the bottom you had here back in May, you are starting to form a new uptrend. So you have higher lows and higher highs by the basic definition, putting it in an uptrend. I would, if I was playing it, I would use a trend line. As long as the trend is on your side, by all means, stick with it. But if it breaks that trend line, stick to your plan and make sure to take your profit as fast as you can.
I'd be running faster than, who's the little mouse, commercial mouse, cartoon mouse?
Speedy Gonzalez?
Yeah, I'd be running faster than Speedy Gonzalez.
Didn't he get canceled? He may have gotten cancel cultured.
And did he really?
I'm pretty sure he did.
I wouldn't doubt it. All right. Lumen. Again, normally you give me these stocks because you own them. Wow. This is a toughin'. Even when this spiked here, look at where the candle fell. Look at the 3 and the 8 all this time. This is if you still own this, you need to have some kind of stops in place. I don't know what to tell you right now. The stock is a sell. The 3 and the 8's a bearish. Everything. The DPO is negative. Earnings. I don't know if you still own it. You must know something that I don't know. But you got to learn how to cut ties with when the stock looks like this. That's all I got to say about that.
So one of the very first things, or one of the basic things they teach you when you start working here at VectorVest, and when you're trying to explain certain things to customers, especially getting a sell rating. A sell rating tells people that you either need to sell now or hold your own risk. An easy way I always use to explain it to people is that, basically ask yourself, are the reasons you purchased this stock still true today? If they are, then yeah, you may stick around with it. But if they aren't, then that answers your question. So that comes down, the sell rating, you see what it's doing, take the emotion out of it and ask yourself, are the reasons you purchased the stock initially still true to this day?
All right.
Also on a side note, somebody was typing CRF pays a nice dividend. Can you go back real quick? Just one thing on this. CRF pays a nice dividend, but if the stock is losing more, or
Then the
the
dividend
capital
you're getting.
appreciation is losing more than what the dividend is compensating, you're still losing overall. This is something a lot of people who trade or who invest in dividend stocks tend to forget or tend to ignore because they don't want to admit the facts. But regardless of what style of investor you are, if you're a dividend investor, keep in mind, if the stock is going down more than the dividend is supplementing, you're still losing money, and nobody wants to lose money. That's all. That's the last thing I wanted to say about that.
All right.
All right, my turn.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of data to go off of, makes it kind of difficult. Every time you have one of these big spikes like here, that tends to be the end of the run. I'd be careful after seeing such selling pressure coming in on these highs.
And it's big volume today, but that wick.
Volume is conviction. And last time you had it was right here. You saw what happened here.
Mm-hmm.
Overall, lower highs, not quite lower lows, or not, not hitting lower lows on the overall trend so far, but lower highs tends to lead to lower lows. So this one I'm going to have to say pass.
Okay. I'm with you. DD, due diligence. DuPont and the okay. It's going lower.
Next one.
I know I'm not going to, because somebody already got mad that I did that on Neuro, so I didn't want to do that again. Style. I'm not feeling this. The stock's got to give me more than I don't know what it's a downward channel. All right, I see the 3.8. I need the stock to break out of this downward channel. All right, lower lows, lower highs. That's channeling lower. I don't like it from that perspective. Before I think about getting into the stock, how about RT going above 1, telling me the stock's in an uptrend? How about the 3.8 cross? That's early. If you need more confirmation after the 3.8 cross, let's see it break out of this level of resistance, which is the downward trend. Go ahead, Patrick.
3 and the 8 crossing in a downtrend isn't going to help you. Just like you saw back here, in a downtrend, the 3 and 8 can cross. You capture a couple of days relief, and then you just get burned by that big down day. So I wouldn't look at 3 and the 8 until we start seeing higher lows and higher highs. With the pattern of lower highs, lower lows, you're in a downtrend. 3 and the 8 aren't going to be that much help in a downtrending stock.
Okay, I'm with you on that.
One thing I will say, I'm trying to look for something, any clue of a opportunity here, and I'm realizing I made that conscious decision that, I'm trying to chase after a reason. I'm trying to come up with, find a reason to buy it rather than having the stock sell itself to me.
Well, Peter says that it's got
all the
good.
time. If you look at the stock and in 5 to 10 seconds, the stock doesn't sell itself to you, you're trying to find a reason to buy it rather than being sold by it. So at that point, no. I spent my 5 to 10 seconds. Nothing really attracted me to it right now at this current time. So I'm gonna say pass on that one.
And I'm thinking Peter says it's got good earnings. Earnings is the engine that drives the stock's price higher, but it ain't driving it higher right now. So long term,
even the best
earnings
stocks
may
can
be
go
looking
down
good.
sometimes. They have their cool off periods.
Amazon missed earnings. That's the big story right now. They're down like 200 points.
Oh, FNGD, how's it doing? What's it doing after hours?
You should be happy.
That's why I'm checking. Let's see. Jumped up a little bit. Yeah.
I'm still in Apple. All right, so just watch. I know, Mr. Consultant, it has good earnings per share and good earnings growth. Price action right now is telling me it's not the right time. I like long term, it may do its thing. But right now, price action is telling me no. All right, next couple of stocks. Oh, I've done videos on this, as you can see.
Senseonics. I like the stock.
I own it
here. Oh wait, is this yours or mine?
Oh, you can take it. It's fine.
Right.
I've done enough videos on this.
And yeah, so you have consolidation right now. You have lower highs, higher lows. I could draw it, but I'm not gonna draw the wedge right now. But you do have a wedge. On a short-term basis, you have the drawing tool on. On a short-term basis, you have higher lows being formed. You tried to hit higher highs here. It's still struggling. I'd be a little careful. But they just had a new patent announcement come out like 2 days ago. That caused this hammer here. I like seeing that. So you see a little bit of indecision, just simply being patient, waiting. But I personally like what I see here. I'm willing to wait it out a little bit for the breakout to see which way it goes before making a more conscious decision on that.
Gotcha. HTBX. No. Sigh.
Can you say that for the people in the back, please?
No.
There we go. Thank you.
3-month graph. Level of support using the low. I can even move that up. No, I don't like it. It's moving down off the high. I'm sure that was news driven. But look at the 38, 38, 38, 38, 38, 38. A bounce here, a little bounce here, but look how quickly the stock right now doesn't have staying power to stay up for too long unless it's news driven. That's news driven. I know that that's news driven. I'm not going to go look, but that's news driven based on everything else I've seen about the stock. Earnings per share is falling. RT tells me the stock's in a downtrend. There's not a lot that I can say that's positive about that stock. Either talk about it or go to the next stock.
All right. There we go.
Oh, that's a
I'll let
beautiful
you do this
stock.
one. And I'll finish this off.
Huh?
I'll let you do this one.
Okay. I'm a big fan of AMC from the standpoint of it's the largest movie theater out there. All right. And what hurt them the most, and everybody, and Patrick has talked about it too, they were struggling before the pandemic. But I think that the CEO, and I think this might have been a bad thing, the CEO was trying to sell more shares of the company to raise capital because they are in debt, unlike the counterpart GME. They are in debt, but a lot of people were complaining and saying, no, stop diluting the company. But, Adam Aaron was like, listen, I'm trying to raise some money so that we can use it for growing the company. I saw that they bought a lot of theatrical equipment, 3D stuff, and better upgraded equipment for the movie theaters. They actually were buying more movie theaters. They still are, no matter what, the biggest movie theater that's out there. Once New York and California opened back up, that brought more people to the theater. Now, the problem is there is some downside when looking at AMC. The downside is the amount of people coming back to the movie theaters enough to overcome the debt that they have? And the answer to that question as of right now is no. I do see that somewhere down the line, they are going to have to sell more shares, which is going to open up more shares for the hedgies to go buy more shares to sell short. All right. So from the aspect of business, that's my story in regards to that. Now, and Patrick is probably going to touch on this on GME. This stock is way overshorted. All right. There's people out there, there's hedge funds that have shorted this stock tremendously that at some point in time, it's got to come to bear. They're going to have to. And as I did a story that these margin calls on some of these people are going to come on a daily basis so that they don't get to pull off what Archipagos did, Archegos or whoever they was. Yeah, them, where they made a bad trade and they got all screwed up over it and they had to sell off good stocks to cover the bad trade. So a lot of things like that. They still are overshorted, so there's a squeeze available. I am not as strong on the business side of AMC until they can get some of that debt under control. And when the investors voted not to sell more shares, I think that hurt them more than helped them. All right.
So are you not even going to mention the UFC deal?
No, I wasn't.
I mean, I don't even hold AMC, and I would at least talk about the UFC deal.
Okay, they have a UFC deal.
Okay, good. Let's move on.
All right.
All right. So welcome to the best stock of the list here,
Wow.
folks. GameStop, can't stop, won't stop, GameStop. It is the most overshorted stock out there. Last night, you just had two big hedge funds from Brazil that just popped out of nowhere with over 100 million shares worth in puts. You had Gary Gensler just email or first tweet talking about this. This stock is overshorted like nobody's business. On low estimates, there's probably close to 500 to 600 million shares out there, synthetic shares out there, when the stock only has a float of about 75 million. So as you can see, this could literally go on for absolute ever if once the squeeze triggers. Also, from a fundamental standpoint, GameStop is an amazing opportunity. GameStop has been working. They've hinted at a NFT program, coming up with a blockchain system or blockchain network that's going to be run off Ethereum. It was speculated to be released on July 14th, but Ethereum 2.0, which is supposed to fix all the issues with Ethereum using it to build a network on, got delayed, and therefore that delay has caused no news to come out about GameStop on the 14th of July. For anybody who's watching the content, if you haven't, I highly recommend you go check it out. The GameStop is a massive growth play because right now there is a huge market out there that nobody is even talking about, and that is blockchain gaming. There's games that are valued, that are indie developed, that are valued in billions of dollars. And the reason crypto or blockchain gaming is such a crazy thing to think about is because it is the first time that you can actually make a game based off of a model of play to win or play to earn rather than pay to play or free to play. This is creating a whole new type of model for games. And the gaming industry itself came out at I think roughly $250 billion last year in 2020, at the end of 2020. So the gaming industry is an absolute massive behemoth that is still growing extremely fast. Blockchain gaming is more of the underground scene right now, but there's suggestions that we've seen with GameStop from what they've been working on, some of the hints and clues that we've been given, the little crumbs that we've been able to find, that GameStop is trying to basically bring blockchain gaming to mainstream. And if they can do that, this will absolutely leave the FANG stocks in the dust. There will not be a better technology stock out there, an e-commerce stock out there than GameStop, especially if they are the first to market with a blockchain gaming system that runs off of their network. Not only can blockchain gaming provide an opportunity to play to win, but they can also provide an opportunity that you can gain some item in one game and you can use that item in another game. It gives you actual control over it using that NFT. You can sell the item to your friend. The developer who created the item gets a tax or gets some money back whenever you make that transaction. So there is absolutely limitless possibilities with the whole opportunity of blockchain gaming. And when that news comes out, expect to see GameStop run and blow past that 350 level. So welcome to the best stock ever. If you don't hold any, I highly recommend it. All right, I'm done on that one. Hey, Glenn, you're muted.
Oh man,
You're
all that
muted.
time I was talking, son of a gun. All right, so I hate that. I hate when I did that. All right, so today, Patrick and I had an opportunity to share some time with you for the whole trading day when it came down to the Robinhood. Joey, stop typing that. For the whole Robinhood IPO today, we were here with you from tick 1 all the way to the end of the day. We looked at stocks. We did. Patrick incorporated his mobile trading that he does on Thursdays into this stream. I was able to incorporate Trending Thursday into this stream. We were able to do it all. And if you're still new to the channel, you haven't subscribed to it, by all means, please do so. Subscribe to the channel. How many likes do we have, Joey, on both sides? How many likes do we have? So I'm still getting the delayed version of me being muted showing up here. Joey's typing it now. 135. That must be on the live stream side, and on the other side, Joey, or are you saying that's 135 altogether? Doesn't matter. Thank you all who liked the content today. It was amazing. Thank you for being here. And again, this ain't going to be the last time, but always remember 6 o'clock on our regular channel between Patrick and I, we put out a video with the exception of tonight. And on our live stream channel, Patrick's there with his mobile app training, and I'm here with Trending Thursday. So with that, Pat, you got anything you want to say before I sign us off?
Thank you guys. If you guys enjoyed today's session, share this with all your friends, share it with all your family. Hit that like button, subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Show us how much you enjoyed it with the likes, shares,
Absolutely.
comments, all of that. That's the only thing I can say.
All right, folks. Adios, arrivederci, ciao, au revoir, sayonara, aloha to all my peeps in Hawaii. Salam, shalom, namaste, yasul. Until the next time, folks. See ya.